Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Thank you, members. Please be seated. Before we commence today, I can advise members that I received a letter of resignation from Gary Middleton as a member of the Assembly for the Foyle constituency. Pass on our best wishes to Gary in the circumstances of his resignation, and I know it's appreciated the level of support that I received from across the House. I was also informed by the Chief Electoral Officer that Mrs Julie Middleton has been returned as a member of the Assembly for the Foyle constituency. This morning, Julie signed the undertaking and roll of membership and entered her designation in my presence and that of the Clerk Chief Executive. Has now taken her seat, and I welcome her to the Assembly and wish her every success. Stephen Dunn has been given leave to make a statement on Rory McIlroy's back-to-back Masters victories, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. All the members wish to be called. The usual rules apply. Mr Dunn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Mr. Rory McIlroy on his incredible success of back-to-back Masters triumphs last evening. It was a true masterclass and something we in Northern Ireland can be very, very proud of right across the world. His 6th major triumph, joining only 3 other players in the history of golf to win back-to-back Masters, joining true golfing icons such as Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods and Sir Nick Faldo to join that very established Masters club. It really is a very, very special achievement following his Grand Slam record-breaking success just last year, and to win 2 back-to-back Masters is truly incredible. I think Rory has shown unbelievable resilience, dedication and skill, and it is truly a real inspiration to all. People of all ages, young and old, can get behind Rory McIlroy, and I think it defines what Northern Ireland is all about: pride and passion, and something we can all get truly behind. There is a real great sense of pride locally within my own constituency today, including Holywood, his hometown, that he is very proud to call home, and across North Down and right across Northern Ireland, and indeed across the world, people call Rory as one of their own. And his parents, Jerry and Rosie, can also be very proud, and the wider McIlroy family, who are all involved and rightly very, very proud of Rory. I think it's also worth putting on record, and congratulations as well, the role of Harry Diamond as his trusted, loyal caddy and childhood friend. And I think there's a real sentimental value as well around that, having somebody so close to share the special success in. I think it can be truly said now that he is one of, if not our greatest ever sports stars from Northern Ireland. We have a very proud record of punching well above our weight in so many sports around the world, whether that be football, motorsport, Olympics. We've seen some names that are now iconic names around the world, people like George Best and Joey Dunlop and Dame Mary Peters, and Rory McIlroy is certainly proudly right up there. I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that there will be more major success to come, and he's relatively young, and there'll be much more success to come, and I trust one day that we will be able to also congratulate him and give him his rightful title, Sir Rory McIlroy. Congratulations, Rory McIlroy, a true Masters champion and hero to everyone in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cathy Mason.
Concordia, I also wish to rise to mark a truly historic sporting achievement as Rory McIlroy has become back-to-back Masters champion. Concordia, this isn't just another win, this is now a legacy, because Rory is now only the 4th person in history to win back-to-back Masters title, placing him alongside the very greatest the game has ever seen. And I think it's fair to say we all thought that last year was special, but this really has sealed the deal. Right across this island, we were all behind our own, cheering on both Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry, willing them on every step of the way at Augusta. From the fairways at Holywood Golf Club, where the atmosphere was absolutely electric as they followed every single shot, to living rooms right across the country and, in fact, the world. And I'll admit, even myself peering behind from my own sofa, where we were all on that journey with him. To go there and to finally claim that green jacket, and then to come back and defend it under that level of pressure takes something extraordinary. And let's be honest, it wasn't handed to him. He had to fight for it, with Scheffler clipping at his heels, and at one point in that final round it looked like it might slip away. But the mark of a true champion is not perfection. It's how you respond when things go wrong, and Rory McIlroy showed exactly why he belongs amongst the greats of the game. For young people who are watching that at home, particularly across the north, this really, really matters, because it shows that no matter where you come from, no matter what setbacks you face along the way, with hard work, belief and determination, you can reach the very top. And for all of us, it's a reminder of how sport can be so powerful, not just to entertain, but to inspire, to unite, and to give people something to believe in. So today we recognise not just a victory, but a moment in history, and a moment that, of course, will be remembered for years to come. And we say with pride, well done, Rory.
Connie Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognise the monumental and continued sporting achievements of Rory McIlroy, a local Holywood man who has secured an almost unheard of feat, back-to-back Masters victories. Rory is now only the 4th person to achieve this acclaim, cementing himself as a household name across the world. It was also made all the sweeter that his family, including his parents, Rosie and Jerry, were present to witness their son reclaim his green jacket. If you've watched the news coverage, you'll know that Rory's parents were not in attendance last year when he first won the Masters and became the 6th player in history to complete the career golfing Grand Slam. It was heartwarming to see them cheering him alongside his daughter Poppy and wife Erica. Rory has made it incredibly clear from the outset that it has been the support of his parents that has made his career possible. It was clear for all of us who were watching last night, the pride was absolutely glowing from them. Those from North Down or those who are familiar with Rory's story will know his aspirations started at Hollywood Golf Club as their youngest ever member as he worked towards becoming a professional golfer. Seeing videos and photos of current young members of the club watching Rory take the green jacket again last night was incredibly sentimental and a touching addition to the evening. Rory's talent and dedication to honing his skills has set an amazing example to all young sportspeople and competitors in all fields across this island. He said that he wanted to return to the Masters and win to show that last year wasn't a fluke, and that's exactly what he did. We are all immensely proud of Rory. He's an incredible ambassador for Northern Ireland and is showing our young people that if you dream big, work hard and persevere, you can achieve anything. Congratulations, Rory.
John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I join the tribute to Rory McIlroy, the greatest golfer that has ever emerged from the United Kingdom, from these islands, if you want to take the broadest possible view of it, the greatest sports star Northern Ireland has ever produced. And he did confirm himself last night on that pantheon of sporting greatness. Only 4 players have won back-to-back Masters: Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, Nick Faldo, and our own Hollywood hero, Rory McIlroy. It's not just Rory's excellence and the fact he's now a living legend, but it's what he brings to Northern Ireland. He is an ambassador for Northern Ireland. It was wonderful to see, and I understand it went out on the American networks also, flashing between the Masters and Hollywood Golf Club. Rory has put Northern Ireland on the golfing map, and we have had some great champions from Northern Ireland, Darren Clark, and of course Graham McDowell, but no one has quite captured the public imagination or had the success of Rory McIlroy, and this country should build on that success, make golf the tourist destination of choice for golf across the world. We should be capitalising on it as an executive and calling for things like the reduction in VAT for hospitality and tourism sector to really capitalise on the interest that there is in Northern Ireland as a tourist and golfing destination. But one of the things about Rory McIlroy is his humility. He puts his success largely down to his parents. The sacrifice that they made at the start of his career, the support, what they had to give up to take him around and fund his success. And that's a powerful message for all of us about the impact we can have on each other's lives by supporting people, inspiring them, helping them meet their dreams. So Rory McIlroy is at the very pinnacle of his sport. He is a legend forever. We're proud that he's from here, but also he's a lesson to us all about how we should promote Northern Ireland and also value those who give us the inspiration and the support to get where we are. So I pay tribute to Rory McIlroy, and I look forward to him winning more majors and getting, for the first time, a hat-trick of Masters wins next April. Well done, Rory.
Justin McNulty.
It is hard to believe that a young man born and bred less than 5 miles from this place, 2 young men, Rory McIlroy and Harry Diamond, best friends, stepped on to the 18th green yesterday to win back-to-back Masters championships. It's absolutely incredible. I want to extend my congratulations to Rory McIlroy, who has made history by winning the second Masters title. It feels like we've all grown up with Rory. I recall as a youngster watching him on the Jerry Kelly show, chipping golf balls in through the open door of a washing machine and being mesmerised by that. And Rory's no stranger to success, we all know. By age 25, he won 3 of golf's 4 major championships, US Open, PGA as well, and the British Open, and rose to the rank of #1 golfer in the world. In 2025, he took home his first Masters title, making him the 6th man to sweep the board at the 4 major tournaments. With his incredible skill, determination and drive, Rory has now gone and done it again, becoming the 4th golfer to win the Masters in consecutive years and defend his victory. This is an outstanding achievement, with the North as being represented on a global stage. Rory, you've made this island proud. I wish you luck in the continuing hard work and what you can achieve next. And also, the importance of Rory as a role model for kids. I spoke openly and emotionally yesterday about having a dream and chasing that dream, and what a message that is for young people. It's extraordinary. But also, his humility, his down-to-earthness is extraordinary. I hope, Count Corla, that this Assembly will be formally recognising Rory McIlroy's achievement and writing to him and to Harry Diamond for his achievement also, because it is just extraordinary what both these men have done.
Timothy Galston.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Last night's win in Augusta for Rory McIlroy is another feather in the cap for Northern Ireland on the world sporting stage. Rory's success in the Masters, not once but twice in a row, has cemented his place as one of the all-time greats, not just in golf, but in the world of sport. There used to be talk about the challenge the US Masters was for him, as it was the elusive title denying him a career Grand Slam. That was put to bed last year, and last night he became the 4th ever back-to-back champion, which is a legacy-defining moment for him. To do it in front of his parents, his wife Erica, and his young daughter Poppy is a moment I've no doubt will live long in the memory of our proud Ulsterman, and one he will cherish forever. I noticed in the press how Rory talked about how for many years he had been waiting for a victory at the Masters. When one does that, you could be forgiven for thinking he is in the twilight of his golfing career. But not Rory McIlroy. At the tender age of 36, he has many more years of golf ahead of him, which has already been an inspirational career. This is indeed a special moment for Rory and his family. I send him warm congratulations and look forward to further success on the green for many more years to come, and more importantly, and continuing to inspire the next generation of homegrown golfers. Well done, Rory McIlroy.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like others, I want to recognise Rory's extraordinary achievement on his 2nd consecutive Masters win. It is no small thing. It is sustained excellence on one of the world's biggest stages in sport, and it is something that we in Northern Ireland can all be incredibly proud of. Because this is what we do. We consistently produce people who compete at the very highest levels and succeed. For a small place, we do more than hold our own, and it is often said that we punch well above our weight. And it's not just in golf, it is right across sports and right across communities. In my own constituency, Olympic champion Hannah Scott will be awarded the Freedom of the Borough this weekend, reflecting not just her success, but the hard work and determination behind it, and the example that she sets through to others. We're also seeing success at the grassroots level. Korean ladies hockey have just become senior cup champions, and that's not insignificant either, because it shows the strength of local clubs, the role of volunteers, and the commitment of players who give their time week in, week out. And those foundations matter, because that is where confidence is built and where talent is nurtured. Mr. Speaker, we spend a lot of time in this chamber talking about what is not working, and rightly so, because that is our job. But that's not the full story of Northern Ireland. There's another story here, and it is one of ability, ambition and achievement. Too often Northern Ireland is talked down, too often the focus is only on the challenges, but moments like this remind us that we are capable of far more. We are not just getting by, we are succeeding, and we are doing it on a global stage. The question here is then, what do we do with that? Because success like this does not just happen by accident. It is supported by the right opportunities, the right investment and the right encouragement at the right time. If we're serious about building on it, then this needs to be reflected on how we think about sport, how we think about facilities and how we give that access to young people and the chance to see the future that Rory saw for himself. We have the talent, we have the people and we have the potential, and I think we should be a bit more confident in saying that. So congratulations Rory McIlroy and everything he has achieved and will undoubtedly achieve in the future. But let's also recognise what this represents. A Northern Ireland that is capable, that is ambitious, and that when given the opportunity can stand alongside the best in the world. Thank you.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to offer my congratulations to Rory. Back-to-back Masters don't come around very often, and when you look at the names of other golfers who have succeeded in that area, names like Nick Faldo, Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods, it puts it into a bit of perspective. Rory's a native of my constituency. He comes, of course, from Hollywood, as others have reflected. That's where he played his golf. Perhaps anyone watching this, we have some excellent golf courses in North Down. Others are available, like Bangor, Clanleyboy and Donaghadee. But as others have mentioned, Rory's success has been and will continue to be an inspiration to other young golfers. I was a young golfer once myself. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite pitch golf balls into a washing machine, and my career never really took off as Rory's did. However, Northern Ireland does, through the success of Rory and others, punch way, way above its weight in sporting excellence across the globe. Rory is an incredible ambassador for our wee country, and I know is a continued inspiration to other young golfers out there. He has, as other people have reflected this morning, created an amazing legacy for himself. And I just hope, Mr. Speaker, that it will inspire other young golfers to follow in his footsteps. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was sitting last night with tears of joy, and today I'm thankful that it wasn't as late as other nights that I've sat and watched and followed Rory. But I also want to take a moment to recognise the extraordinary achievement of Rory McIlroy and the extraordinary ambassador he is for Northern Ireland and for this island. What he's done on the global stage is simply remarkable. It's not just winning, and it's not just his performance, but it's how he carries himself. The humility and the professionalism and the quiet confidence that speaks volumes about him, his family, and where he comes from. When Rory steps onto a course everywhere in the world, we all kind of step onto that course to support him and with him. And he's got a worldwide fan base with hundreds of millions. And you saw it last night. As soon as he's there, the crowds are screaming and after him. And anybody who was at the Open in the summer saw that when he goes round. The crowds that follow him are incredible. And in the moment, the world aren't just seeing Rory and amazing golf, but they're actually seeing a little bit of this place. And the impact that he has made for Northern Ireland can't be overstated. And golf tourism here is already worth tens of millions to our economy, supporting jobs and businesses and community right across this society. But moments like this help us to grow that even further. They put us on a map that no strategy document can ever do. And if I'm honest with you, and for many of us, it also gets personal, because family and friends all come into the celebration. I've lost count of the number of times I've sat up with my own son watching Rory compete, willing them on, sharing in those moments, whether that was winning or whether that has been the lows of losing as well. But those are memories that last, and that's the power of sport that brings us together. It inspires us across all communities, across all backgrounds, and across all generations. And it shows that not everything needs to be turned political, that sometimes we can just celebrate, sometimes we can just say well done, because Rory represents the new Northern Ireland, the new North, or whatever you're comfortable calling it, that is inclusive and shared, that's confident and open, that's incredibly resilient and comfortable in his own skin, who hasn't forgotten where he's come from and is incredibly proud of it. And that's the story of this place at its best, and it's a story that Rory tells and we all need to tell, because it isn't about us, it's about him. And I simply want to say congratulations, Rory, from all of us. You've made us all proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John Buckley.
Speaker, Northern Ireland has excelled on so many fronts, being pioneers on global development and technologies right across the world. But no greater export has been our sporting prowess. No greater export than our own local home talent leading on the world stage, flying the flag for our wee country to a global audience. I watched on over this Masters with sheer joy and pride at Rory McIlroy leading uncharacteristically at the Masters from the very front. The first day, the second day, when he was sitting on -6, we thought this was only a matter of bringing it home, only, like probably many, to start to get the cold sweat as the 6-shot advantage started to disappear and other serious golfers started to enter the stage coming up close. But for Rory McIlroy to hold his nerve, for the world audience to talk about that Northern Ireland grit that brought about Augusta glory, is something that we all can share in that success. I mean, he has joined a specific club of absolute legends of the world game. Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, Sir Nick Faldo, all double Masters winners. This is not an easy feat for anybody, but yet alone, a wee man from Northern Ireland, 1.8 million people on the world stage leading from the front, with his parents there to watch him as he brought home his second green jacket in 2 consecutive years. Speaker, we will never just know how much work has went on behind the scenes over so many years, how many sacrifices to get Rory to where he is today. But his family know. And I was so proud, as has been mentioned, to watch on the Sky Sports broadcast as they were going from live scenes at Augusta to live scenes at Hollywood Golf Club, to watch the local talent and the local pride and how many of the next generation Rory is inspiring day by day. We have world-class golf courses, we have world-class golfers, and we have a world-class pipeline of talent to continue to put this wee country way above and beyond any of its contemporaries and those that are much larger. Thank you, Rory McIlroy, and we wish you well for the future.
Thank you, members. Members, there were 6 requests this morning for matters of the day or urgent questions, all relating to different aspects of energy costs. I therefore selected a matter of day request which was more generic to give the House the opportunity to discuss the relevant issues, as there is clearly a demand amongst our members. And I will give latitude to members to enable all of those who tabled either questions or matters of the day the latitude to discuss the issues that they requested on. I'll also be willing to go beyond the normal 30 minutes if that's necessary to facilitate members where there is clearly such an interest. So Jonathan Buckley has, has been given leave to make a statement on the impact of rising energy prices on household and businesses, which fulfils the criteria as set out in Standing Order 24. Mr Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. Today we see farmers, haulage drivers, construction workers and key workers crippled by soaring fuel and energy costs, and some being pushed to the point of protest in fear of their livelihoods and future. We as an Assembly should ask the important question: how did we get here? Because I must warn the public, this did not happen by accident. Rather, it's a result of political choice, a choice made by consecutive Conservative and Labour governments to put targets before people, ideology before reality, and net zero before energy security. Let's speak plainly on the matter. The tensions in Iran did not create this crisis. Yes, it exposed it. It exposed the very vulnerability that many warned about: an over-reliance on global markets, a lack of domestic supply, and a system that is too weak to cope when pressures come. And now the public are paying the price. In this country, fuel is taxed to death. Here, the taxman takes a huge slice before a single wheel is even turned. Up to 55% of the pump price is tax. Fuel duty, VAT and crazy green levies, layer upon layer, though common sense should tell you that the more you tax fuel, the more everything costs. Food costs cost more, transport costs more, living costs more, and who carries it, members? The farmer, the trucker, the family. These are the people that are paying the price of sacrificial net zero policies, even though the UK is a global emitter of some 1%. So let's ask the question: who are we hurting and what for? It makes zero sense. The UK sits on significant oil and gas in the North Sea, yet net zero zealots tell us we can't drill it, so we should import it instead from countries like Norway. Same sea, same resource, just more cost, more dependence and less control. That is not green, that's self-inflicted harm. And it doesn't stop there, because we've seen parties like the Alliance, Sinn Féin and the SDLP continue to champion net zero targets which are totally unrealistic, that are driving farmers' costs through the roof, housing being held back, infrastructure delayed, all in the name of targets that are totally unachievable. They promised green, secure and cheap. They got none of the three. Higher bills, greater risk and less control. It's time for common sense. Cut fuel duty and bin dud policies.
I have to say, I think it's quite bizarre to ignore the reality that this war that we are experiencing, that we are seeing at the minute, has forced thousands of families and business to see huge spikes in their household bill. We know that the North relies heavily on home heating oil, much greater than other areas, and latest statistics show that prices have more than doubled since the start of this illegal war. It's having a devastating impact on families. It's having a devastating impact right across our society. Small business, working families, healthcare workers who are out there using their vehicles, carers. It's having a huge effect. The British government's decision to only allocate 17 million to the North here is shamefully inadequate and must be revisited by them, as must a range of other measures be considered by them. The British government need to step up to the plate and provide substantially more funding. Having said that, I do welcome the Minister for Communities has written to me recently to acknowledge that he is responsible for and is working on a scheme to get that 17 million into people's pockets. I welcome that fact. I, as chair of the Communities Committee, will certainly work with them. We're almost a month on now since that 17 million was announced and allocated. We now need to see a scheme with urgency from the Minister for Communities brought forward to get that money into people's pockets.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For weeks I have been raising people's concerns around the cost of energy. My constituents feel it when they fill their oil tank, they feel it at the petrol pump, and every time they go to the shop. And right now those costs continue to rise at an absolute scandalous rate because of one simple truth: we are absolutely exposed to to global oil and gas prices and shocks. And we've heard this morning the DUP's big idea is to bury their head and rely further on the price that only ever goes up of oil and gas. So what is driving that shock? What is driving that shock is the reckless escalation of the Middle East, driven by Donald Trump and his actions, fuel instability, driving up global oil prices and pushing inflation back onto the system. And who pays for that? Not Donald Trump, not the governments, not the oil companies, but ordinary working people here. And here's the part that people will not miss. Just weeks ago, the DUP and the Ulster Unionist Party sat and they lined up for their photographs, cozying up to their cheerleading Trump, busting to get the scene with him, to get their clicks on social media. The same Donald Trump who is now driving the decisions that are pushing up our fuel prices and hurting every family in Northern Ireland. You cannot have it both ways. You cannot stand beside the man, a deranged man, who today compares himself with Jesus, and then come back and hear and complain about the price and the consequences of his action. That is not leadership. It is hypocrisy. It is gaslighting people. Because while you chase your headlines and your clicks and your TikTok and everything else, people here pay the price. So what should we be doing? Because we need to look to solutions. An alliance has called for the UK government to act, and to act now. We need a cut on VAT on domestic energy. We need to reduce fuel duty to ease the pressure in the pump. The VAT rate has already gone up by the cost of it going up. That is cost neutral. The rise in the windfall tax for the energy companies, who you somehow, the DUP again, want to champion all the companies making massive excess profits. They need to be taxed to make further reductions to people. And we need targeted from the own Minister of support in place to help households that are struggling. Because when prices spike, we can't stand back and we must step in. Alongside that, we need to get serious in the long term, because if we don't reduce our dependence on oil and gas, this will happen as day follows night, again and again, more shocks, more pressure on our own people, working people. So yes, let's talk about the cost of living, but let's be honest about what's driving it and not gaslight people. Let's stop the distractions. Let's focus on what actually helps people and bring forward action to help people in the now and in the long term, because people out there deserve better than this.
Anna Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have seen the headlines across the last number of weeks, and speaking to people in my own constituency, I know only too well how frustrated they are and how sick they are of empty words. People feel so frustrated and so let down that they have taken to demonstrating and protesting against these costs, but it's clear they cannot and will not take any further increases. These rising costs are putting businesses and households alike under crippling pressures. The reality is, in Fermanagh and South Tyrone, contractors who have rightfully secured lucrative contracts in Belfast, Dublin and further afield now face rising punitive costs in the daily travel costs to carry out their work. Energy prices rose suddenly, and it now seems they will continue to rise. So the question people are asking is simple: when does this stop? As legislators, we must take a stand and make it clear to Westminster that this is unsustainable and that there must be an intervention. With oil prices set to rise above $100 a barrel, if the proposed blockade of Iranian imports goes ahead, what will we do? The average price of diesel in the UK has now surpassed 190 pence per litre, with households projected to be £480 worse off this year. There does need to be an intervention to ensure security of supply and affordable pricing. The UK energy security remains vulnerable due to our reliance on imported large amounts of gas and oil. And I agree with Mr Buckley. We have resources that could help offset this, but we lack the necessary control to fully secure ourselves. National energy security has been raised continuously in this chamber, yet the powers to improve it ultimately rest at Westminster. Many in this chamber will choose to point fingers or argue that the issue stems from constitutional questions, but none of that matters at this moment in time. Our economy and our people's livelihoods are at stake. There must be more than emphatic words and speeches delivered after this debate. And while I do not endorse disruption, we must be honest about what is happening. When people can no longer afford to fuel their cars or heat their homes, frustration does remain contained. It spills out onto our roads, into our towns and into our economy, as they feel voiceless and underrepresented. It is imperative that this Assembly does what it can to help our people in their time of need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mark Durkin.
The spike in the energy prices wasn't caused by anyone on these islands, but people here are feeling the pain and paying the price. And it's baffling that Mr. Buckley omitted to mention the role of his hero, Donald Trump, in creating and causing this crisis that is causing so much suffering to people here and across the world. We rely more heavily on home heating here in the north. We have worse public transport, and therefore people are more reliant on their cars just to do their daily business. And our agricultural sector, so vital to our economy, is especially exposed to rising energy and input costs. So people here are hit first and hit hard. But in the face of that reality, what have we seen from both the executive and the UK government? We haven't seen coordination. We haven't seen urgency, nor leadership, but we have seen confusion, delay and far too much finger-pointing. We in the SDLP, of course, recognise that the Executive isn't responsible for the crisis and our dependence on Westminster for financial firepower, but the Executive does have responsibility for protecting people here. But instead of coming together to act, parties in the Executive have spent weeks arguing among themselves about funding, while people outside this building are simply asking when will help arrive. And even where funding has arrived, we've seen unacceptable inaction. £17 million was provided from Westminster to support home heating oil users, those most exposed to soaring costs. And we agree with the Executive that's nowhere near enough. But the Minister for Communities, or the Executive as a whole, have failed to bring forward any clear plan or detail with what they're going to do with that money. So while households worry about how they'll heat their homes, that funding sits unused. And this pattern of inaction isn't confined to one department, it runs right across government. We're seeing a vote of no confidence in the Dublin government, led, the vote, this campaign has been led by Sinn Féin. It says the response of the Dublin government has been insufficient. If that's the case, the response of this Executive, led by Sinn Féin, has been completely non-existent. I've brought forward practical proposals to a few ministers, including the Education Minister, to vary home-to-school transport costs. Contracts dismissed, a reasonable deliverable intervention. At the same time, domiciliary care workers who travel from home to home, caring for the most vulnerable people in our society, are being hit hard by fuel costs. They're actually being priced out of their vital role, but the Health Minister has failed to support them. But still, no meaningful intervention. It's high time that the Executive got its act together, take on board the proposals that have come from us as a constructive opposition and work with Westminster to deliver for people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The ongoing situation in the Middle East is having real and immediate consequences for people here at home. Families right across Northern Ireland were already under pressure, and now they are facing rising costs for heating oil and transport fuel. That is money out of pockets every single day. Now, we cannot control the events in the Middle East, but we can control how we respond to them. Every increase in fuel prices delivers a windfall to the Treasury through increased VAT. Over 50% of the price of a litre of petrol goes straight to the Exchequer in tax. So while households are squeezed, while farmers are facing rising costs at this very important time of year as they move to plant crops, while businesses struggle to absorb higher transport costs, the government profits. That cannot be right. It is entirely logical to reduce duty on petrol, diesel and home heating oil to ease that burden. What we have is a tax system completely out of kilter, one that punishes the motorist and drives up costs across the entire economy. Higher fuel costs do not stop at the pump. They feed directly into the price of our food, our goods and our services. Too much of our energy policy is driven by ideology, particularly the mad environmentalists who are well represented in this House. For far too long, the approach has been one that treats fuel not as an essential resource, but as something to be taxed out of existence. People need to heat their homes. People need to get to work. People need to run their businesses. So let us deal with the reality in front of us. Over half the price of fuel is tax. The Chancellor can do something about this today, and if the government are serious about helping households, the solution is simple. Reduce the tax that they take before they create a food shortage here across the United Kingdom. As we enter this crucial planting phase, we need to ensure our farmers are given support to make sure when the crops are being harvested at the other end, they are affordable. Now is the time to act. The government must step forward and reduce the tax, reduce the VAT, and do it today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of fuel and what people are paying for it is obviously the issue that people are talking about right across the island. And if you ask yourself the question, why is fuel so expensive? Why has it shot up? The answer is very simple and straightforward. The first is because of Trump's disastrous war on Iran, supported by the DUP, and Trump actually has lost that war. Also, it's being caused by naked profiteering from companies who are making a fortune off the fuel that people need to live and travel with. And not to mention one company, Nichols Fuels in Derry, whose profits actually doubled in the last year prior to the war in Iran. So people are making a clean mint out of this crisis. The Southern Government are rightly, Mr. Speaker, under huge pressure because they failed to act to support people impacted by price rip-offs and a surge in the cost of fuel. Whilst we obviously don't have the same level of protests in the north, maybe yet, around the cost of fuel, people are left scratching their heads and asking the question, what have this executive done to support them with rising prices? The truth is, diddly squat. The executive parties have a case to answer for, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to stagnant wages, poor quality homes and profit making by those energy companies. They've done nothing to tackle these issues. Over 40% of people here are living in fuel poverty. 27% of households at least went without heating or electricity during the past 2 years because they couldn't afford to pay their bills, and that's only going to go in one direction, and the executive have failed to tackle these issues. In my constituency of West Belfast, 1 in 3 children are disgracefully living in poverty as well. A cruel and disgraceful figure indeed. So what needs to happen, Mr. Speaker? First of all, we need to see energy price caps. There should be limits on what people and companies can charge for fuel. We need to see that in place. We also need to see one-off universal payments to people impacted by this crisis, so people can navigate the storm and not be impacted, not be going further into debt and dipping into savings if they have any indeed. We need to see people's benefits raised as well to cope with this crisis. We need to see a rapid transition, a move away from fossil fuels towards clean and cheap, if not free, energy supply, so we're not connected to that profitable but also very dangerous and that energy system. We also need to see an end to Trump's wars, because this is being driven by war and profiteering, and we need to make sure that on this island, the Shannon Airport, the Belfast International Airport, plays absolutely no role in Trump's wars in the Middle East, in Palestine or elsewhere. Thank you.
Linda Dillon.
Corlia. I'm sitting here wondering, do the DUP and Jonathan Buckley think that everybody out there is stupid? Because I can tell you, care workers who were putting diesel into their cars a couple of weeks ago at half the price that they're paying now are not stupid. They know that when Donald Trump did what he did in Iran, that's when the price of their diesel doubled. So it absolutely has an impact. That does not mean that that's where the solution lies, because I don't think the solution in anybody's legs lies with Donald Trump, unfortunately. But don't come into this place and try to convince us that your support for Donald Trump and his war policies, war over people, does not matter, because it matters to the people here. It matters to the farmers, it matters to the hauliers, it matters to the care workers, it matters to the people who are trying to deliver palliative care to people in their homes. It matters to all of those people. It matters to the people trying to travel to work, teachers, nurses, doctors. Everybody out there is being affected by this. So don't come in here and try to convince us to all go along with your nonsense, because that's what it is. Utter nonsense. Stupid is the word, is right. Jonathan, you need to look in the mirror. Stupid is the very word. But the solution absolutely is around the tax. And we do need to see a serious financial support package from Westminster. And I understand why people are frustrated, and I understand why people would want to protest, and I absolutely would not want to negate anybody's right to protest. But go and protest where you need to protest, because there's no point in affecting people here, because Keir Starmer doesn't give one damn if we block the Ballygolly roundabout or Sprucefield roundabout. The people in Uri, the people of Omagh, the people of Kyle-Island, the people of anywhere in this place never has cared. He has made very deliberate choices about ensuring that we cannot provide for the people here. He already knows we can't provide by the money that he's given us now. He has no intention of helping the people here unless he's forced to do so. So I would call on the people, absolutely protest. Protest where it matters. Hit Keir Starmer where it matters, and don't listen to the nonsense coming from across this chamber that the war in Iran has nothing to do with your diesel price going up. Nonsensical, nonsensical. Nobody is convinced that you are telling the truth. Let me tell you, Jonathan, they all know that what you're saying is lies, cover-up, nonsense. Exactly what Philip did a couple of weeks ago whenever he tried to convince people about money that was provided to the executive that wasn't actually available to the executive at all. So, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. That's how the DUP roll.
Daniel McCrossan.
Mr. Speaker, anyone watching the previous speakers would be in deep shock to understand that they're both the lead parties in this disaster to the executive. So let's cut through some of the spin. People are being hammered as we speak by the soaring fuel costs, and this executive is doing absolutely nothing about it. Families struggling to fill their car, workers questioning whether it's even worth going to work, and small businesses are being squeezed to breaking point. Farming community spoken out very clearly today about the rising costs that they simply cannot absorb. And what do we get from Sinn Féin and the DUP? Zero, nothing, zilch. Punch and judy politics, delay, excuses, no plans, no urgency, no action, just a watery letter to the British government saying, please sir, can we have some more? Mr. Speaker, this is a simple cover for inaction, that they use social media as a tool to distract from the fact that they've been a disaster in government. And while people are being pushed to the brink, there are around £100 million of money sitting there untouched. 17 million for fuel support, not used, no plan, no strategy. 81 million for electricity prices, not used, no plan, no strategy. So let that sink in. And whilst I have the great pleasure of representing the wonderful people of West Tyrone, I do live in the border. I do see what happens. I cross it every single day. It's non-existent. And what I've seen is Sinn Féin representatives standing in the Lifford side of the border saying, the Irish government are terrible, they're doing nothing. Where's the support for our businesses? Where's the support for our farmers? In the Strabane side, the 3 MLAs and the MP are saying nothing. The Sinn Féin run constituency, the Sinn Féin party who run the executive have the First Ministry, the Economy Ministry, the Infrastructure Minister, the Finance Minister, doing nothing, nowhere to be seen. Families cutting back on the basics, workers counting every penny, carers wondering how they're going to keep going. What are Sinn Féin doing? Pointing at the Brits on one side and pointing at the Irish government on the other. Nothing to see here. We want the power, we want the mandate. Please come out and vote for us. But when it comes to it, we can do nothing for you, folks, because that's the message that they're sending out. This is an all-island economy. In the south, Sinn Féin are calling for votes of no confidence, claiming the Irish government is failing people. By God, submit a vote of no confidence in yourselves, because you are a disaster when it comes to crisis and crisis and crisis. And they're very good at covering up the fact that after every single problem, Sinn Féin seem to pile one crisis on top of the other and want to blame everyone else for the huge pile behind them. And that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. There's a very real crisis happening in our people today, and instead of the punch and judy show that goes on in this place between these two lead partners in government and all the power and authority that they demand from our people in elections, it's high time they get up, took some action, took some responsibility, got money out to the people that needed, supported our workers, supported our families, and stood by the people instead of poking each other in the eye and finding excuses as to why they're so useless.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, well, there's not much more for me to add after my colleague Daniel McCrossan was very clear about the failures of the executive to take responsibility for the public of Northern Ireland. But let me be clear, as both Daniel McCrossan and Mark H. Durkin were, about the failure of the executive to take responsibility for telling the public of Northern Ireland how they want to support them. Number one, let me say this. This is Donald Trump's war. The spike in energy prices is a result of Donald Trump's insane and reckless bombardment of Iran, something that the members opposite haven't just been okay with. They cheer-led it in this chamber a few weeks ago. Then some of them, including the mover of the matter of the day, Mr. Buckley, went and got photographs with Mr. Trump in the White House. That man, and tots are coming from the chamber, that is the man whose reckless illegal bombardment has driven up energy prices and created the problem we have today. It is also true to say that some of the measures would need to be paid for in part by the British government, and yes, the British government needs to engage. But what have we seen from the two executive parties, the DUP and Sinn Féin, collectively today? We have seen theatrical punch-and-judy politics, deflection from their own responsibilities, a refusal to take responsibility. Over the last fortnight, I am not aware that the First and Deputy First Ministers or any other executive ministers have convened an urgent meeting, for example, with farmers, hauliers, domiciliary care workers, other affected groups, to ask them about the impacts on their businesses and their communities, to come up with a package of support, or at least work to develop what a package of support might look like were there to be more financial support from the UK government. Indeed, these two parties told us they didn't have the financial firepower. We, as the official opposition, said, we back you. What's the scheme you wanted to deliver? They got £17 million. We agreed that it should have been more. We agreed that we wanted to see more. It's been stuck in an executive bank account for more than a month. So it's no use the two big executive parties coming in here, throwing digs at one another, writing letters to London, going for selfies with Donald Trump, and then refusing to be honest with the public of Northern Ireland about their responsibility. It is deflection. It's one of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, why our politics has become broken and why people in this society do not trust these two parties to prioritise the common good and their needs, their communities, their businesses and their livelihoods. Because what they see is when it comes to a time of crisis, they will simply prioritise theatrical falling out and their own party political interests. There was nothing stopping the First and Deputy First Minister urgently convening a meeting of affected sectors weeks ago. There was nothing stopping the Communities Minister and the Economy Minister and other ministers coming up with a support package for home heating oil users weeks ago. There was nothing stopping them working with TransLink to implement a plan for reduced transport fares. They haven't done any of that. They've come into this chamber and rowed with one another and deflected. They need to work with the British government, who do have a responsibility to support the people and businesses of this society.
Philip Brett.
Speaker, it is disappointing that Ms Dillon accuses me of being a liar and then runs out of the chamber before I have an opportunity to respond to her. But my Mr. Speaker, the truth really does hurt, and that is because the facts are clear. Those people in this chamber who have championed net zero policies year after year are now coming home to roost. Mr Honeyford got very angry in his deranged rant against the DUP without any facts. So let's give him some facts. Since the legislation rammed through by his party, £107 million has been sent aside on net zero targets. Imagine what £107 million, Mr Honeyford, could do for my constituents and on yours. And what has been the impact of this? A 1% reduction in energy targets. And you have the audacity to come into this chamber and try and lecture me and these benches. It is no wonder the UFU passed a motion of no confidence in your party and in your minister, because you have no idea what you are talking about. Then we have the opposition, Mr. Speaker, and I have to do their job for them. Who was it that found out that this executive had £81 million to spend? It wasn't the opposition. It wasn't members of the opposition on the Economy Committee, Mr. Speaker. It was left to this party to fight for the funding. Then Ms Dillon says the money does exist. Oh no, it does exist. It doesn't exist. It is like punch and judy politics. And Ms Sheeran can sneer and laugh in her seat like she does when any unionist speaks in this chamber. But that is because the facts hurt, and Sinn Féin do not like the fact. We were told, Mr Speaker, when Keir Starmer was elected, the opposition would be in prime place to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland with their sister party. They moved seats to sit beside the Labour Party. I listened to the leader of the SDLP today on the radio. You would almost forget that she was elected to be a Member of Parliament, criticising this Assembly and this Executive. Where is the leader of the SDLP? What has she delivered through her sister party in the Labour government? Nothing. Then we hear lectures from Sinn Féin. The people in my constituency of North Belfast are having their prices increased at the petrol pump. Our care workers can't afford to go to work and people can't get oil. Our Member of Parliament, rather than turning up and doing his job to fight for the people of North Belfast, he's too busy earning tens of thousands of pounds in another employment. So I and the people of North Belfast will take no lectures, no lectures whatsoever from you. On Thursday, the Communities Minister will bring his paper, and let's see if your words match your actions, and give us the money to support the people of Northern Ireland.
Next item on the order paper is member statements, and I call Emma Sheeran.
And today, as we return from Easter break, the level of frustration and anxiety across our community is palpable. People are worrying. They're worrying about how they are going to pay their bills, how they're going to fuel their cars, how they're going to feed their families. And they're struggling. Worrying and struggling again because of war. A political choice. Watching innocents die across the world without even having the bandwidth to do anything to support them in any small way because funds are so tight at home. And it is a political choice that caused this cost of living crisis, and it's a political choice not to support people. The British government could act today. They could cut fuel levies. They could put real, meaningful money into people's pockets. And yet, what do? They choose once again to prioritise weapons of war over workers here. An annual $13.4 billion extra into defence spending. That's what Keir Starmer and the British government want to do. How many cars would that put on the road? How many homes would that heat? How many people here could that support? So instead of bickering because people in this chamber realised that they backed the wrong horse and they stood cheerleading Donald Trump when he once again made a reckless decision based on his own ego, we should all be standing united for the people that we all represent and calling with one voice very clearly on the British government to support workers and families here. Because every war that causes needless and senseless death and destruction across the world and leads more innocents to their death has a knock-on impact here. And it is the working people and working class communities here that we all represent who suffer and who struggle. And we have to be their voice. We know time and history has taught us that the British government does not care about people here, so we must stand united to make them.
Well, Brett.
For thee, another for me, Mr Speaker, is the deeply concerning and persistent pattern of late, which has been the lawlessness, double standards and failure to comply with the rules and the law by the party opposite. Time and time again we have seen one rule applied to Sinn Féin and another opposed upon law-abiding citizens of Northern Ireland. An illegal statue to the terrorist Bobby Sands was erected without the required planning permission, a clear breach of the rules that the public and businesses right across Northern Ireland have to follow, but not Sinn Féin. Attending the official opening of this crass memorial was none other than the First Minister for No Alternative, who said she was delighted with the statue. Let us remember, Mr. Speaker, who Mr. Bobby Sands was, a convicted terrorist who blew up a Protestant-owned furniture store, and like the coward he was, fled and left his comrades behind who had been injured in the bomb. Bobby Sands was no hero, yet that has not stopped Sinn Féin trying to profiteer from his legacy, despite the pleas and claims from his family to leave the man alone. The DUP group at City Hall have rightly called an emergency meeting of Belfast City Council to instruct that planning enforcement action is taken. The public will be watching how the Alliance Party, the SDLP, the Green Party and People Before Profit vote on this issue, because they expect their constituents and businesses across Northern Ireland to abide by the law, so I'm sure they will support DUP calls for enforcement against this statute. Of course, this is not the only planning permission scandal to face Sinn Féin in recent months. Just before Christmas, the constituency of the very infrastructure minister who is in charge of planning here in Northern Ireland witnessed the the erection of a Sinn Féin billboard. Rule-keeping and law abidement has never been a strength of Sinn Féin, but the public do expect that when ministers make the law, they follow it. And they witnessed as the Provo show of strength during the COVID pandemic was prioritised over people's grief. They witnessed how portraits in City Hall were destroyed at a Sinn Féin hosted event. The party opposite, Mr. Speaker, may think the law does not apply to them, but they need to think again, because this party and the people of Northern Ireland will hold them accountable.
Dan Armstrong.
Speaker, I want to raise awareness of an appalling attack on Easter Saturday night in Newton Butler. This is something that every single member of this House, regardless of tradition, background or party, should condemn. A Church of Ireland Sunday school at Galloon Parish was vandalised. Sectarian words, hateful, ugly words were daubed on its walls and items damaged. A space dedicated to children, a place of innocence, of faith, of community, left unusable, left scarred. That this happened during Easter, a time when all Christian communities mark the death and resurrection of Christ, makes it all the more offensive. This happened in a predominantly nationalist area where the Church of Ireland community are the minority. These are people who go about their lives quietly, proudly, peacefully, asking for nothing more than to worship, to gather and to raise their children knowing the love of Jesus. And someone decided to target them. Someone decided that their presence was something to be attacked. I want to be clear about what this is. This is not a grey area. This is not a matter of perspective. This is sectarianism. Raw, cowardly sectarianism, directed at a vulnerable minority community, and it is utterly unacceptable. I am genuinely heartened that the local Catholic Church was swift to condemn this attack. That is leadership. That is the kind of neighbourly decency that gives us hope, and I commend them for it unreservedly. But I have to ask, where are the nationalist MLAs? Where is the condemnation from those elected to represent that area? Silence in moments like this is not neutrality. Silence is failure. The people of Newton Butler, Protestant, Catholic and others are watching, and they deserve better than silence. The Church of Ireland people in that area have shown extraordinary restraint. They have not retaliated. They have not inflamed. They have borne this with dignity. But dignity should never be mistaken for indifference, and restraint should never be taken for weakness. Every person in Northern Ireland, every single one, deserves to live free from fear, free from intimidation, free to be proud of their culture, their faith, their identity, without wondering whether their place of worship will be the next target. We talk often in this chamber about reconciliation, about a shared future, but a shared future is not built with words alone. It is built in moments like this when we choose unequivocally to stand with those who have been wronged. I call on every MLA in this House to add their voice, condemn this attack, stand with this community, because if we cannot do that, then what are we actually here for? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just McNulty.
On Easter Sunday, Taoiseach Micheál Martin gave the oration at the graveside of a great Irishman and proud Republican, Dr. Rory O'Hanlon, who was laid to rest at St Mary's Church in Mullaban at the foot of Slieve Gullion in the heart of South Armagh. He made his home in Carrickmacross, but Rory was a proud Mullaban native. He never forgot his roots and the people he grew up with, and he was a loyal Armagh GAA fan throughout his life. On his coffin, in his home where he reposed, there were 3 objects. One was a family picture, one was an Armagh GAA woolly hat, and one was a Mullaban Hugh Collins woolly hat. Rory was a trusted friend and mentor, and his support and counsel will be sorely missed, as will his energy, his enthusiasm, his shining integrity, and I'll miss that sparkle in his eyes. Rory was a solid friend of the SDLP down through the years. Alongside his cousin, the late Paddy O'Hanlon, who was a founder member of the SDLP, he worked tirelessly to ensure the implementation of the Good Friday Agreement. He achieved the highest positions in political life, but remained anchored in his constituency, forging a warm bond with the people of Monaghan and Cavan, who he represented with strength and enthusiasm for more than a generation. He had time and a word and warmth for everyone he met. As a gifted doctor, Rory was a caring and empathetic man who sought to improve the lives of his patients and his community. As Minister of Health, Rory made improvements to the system which benefited people in their day-to-day lives. He fought for fairness and for the marginalised, and especially for children and families of children with special needs. As Ceann Comhairle, he conducted Dáil business with fairness and evenness of hand, which is appreciated by all sides of the House. I wish to express my deepest sympathy to Teresa and their children, Fiona, Rory, Ardal, Neil, Shane and Dervla, and to his greater family, his sister Fionnuala, his community, friends, his Fianna Fáil family, Imash Naniv, Go Roche.
Aoife Finnegan.
Agat Ceann Comhairle. Imagine this. You're 32 years of age, your whole life ahead of you, a loving family, 2 beautiful children, and suddenly you get the blow of a cancer diagnosis. Your mum died of breast cancer when you were 12, and now that same word is being spoken to you. You look at your children and you see your father's face, scared but trying to be strong. And in that moment you make a decision that you'll fight this, and with every fibre of your body you will come through it. Quiet determination, but deep, deep fear. And then imagine this. 2 years, clear scans, believing you had come through the worst. You're told your cancer's back. Stage 4 cancer, no cure, life prolonging at best, palliative. And while you know this will be the fight of your life, you never imagined that you would also be fighting a system that was supposed to be designed with you in mind. Because that is the reality. A lack of counselling at the point of diagnosis when people need it most. Being given days to make life-altering decisions, including around fertility, without the time or support to process them. No access to cold capping. Cuts to wig support, leaving people to carry that cost themselves. Basic essentials like pickling covers no longer provided, forcing people to source them on their own, just to carry out the basic tasks of washing safely. And perhaps most concerning of all, not being listened to, symptoms dismissed, concerns minimised, people pushed to the point where they feel they have no option but to pay privately just to be taken seriously. And while we can only imagine what that pain must feel like, for Marianne Tiernan, a woman from South Armagh, aged 38, this isn't imagination, this is her reality. Marianne has chosen to tell her story publicly so that others are not ignored in the same way And already GPs have contacted her to say that they will never again let someone leave without a referral. That tells you the power of being heard. But people should not have to go public to get change. How can we accept a system where people are forced to fight for their lives and at the same time fight to be heard, fight for support and fight for basic dignity? This is not about blaming frontline staff who go above and beyond every single day. This is about a system that is not keeping up pace with the needs of the people it was meant to serve. We know the pressures, we know that there is underfunding, but that cannot become an excuse, because these are not extras, they are not luxuries, they are basics of care.
I'm a little Bengali.
Last week on the 7th of April, I attended the hugely supported and poignant parade by Lower Ivey District, and yesterday I attended the special service of Remembrance, marking the 50th anniversary of one of the most appalling and shocking attacks of the Troubles. It was a day when the horror of violence visited on the town of Dromore in my constituency of Lagan Valley and on the Heron family. William, Elizabeth and Nolene Heron were much respected and loved. 3 good people, a family rooted in faith, in hard work, in service to their community in Dromore. A family whose name stood not for division but for decency, for kindness and for the quiet dignity of everyday life. And yet on the 7th of April 1976, that ordinary goodness was met with an act of extraordinary evil. They were not participants in conflict. They were a mother, a father, a daughter, taken by an act of terrorism that shocked not just their loved ones but the entire community. The Provisional IRA planted an incendiary device, one designed to go off long after the shop closed, when the Heron family would be asleep upstairs. The firebomb went off at approximately 1:30 a.m, and despite rescue attempts, William, Elizabeth and their daughter Nolene all perished. There was no justification for what was done. None. No cause, no ideology can ever excuse the targeting of innocent men, women and children. And in the face of such loss, the Heron and Bingham family have shown something remarkable. They've refused to allow that evil to define the memory of those they loved. They have insisted rightly that William, Elizabeth and Nolene be remembered not for how they died, but for how they lived, in love and with humanity. Business people, quiet people, good people, Christians who loved and were deeply loved. That is their legacy. We must never forget the terrible events, but we must always remember the people behind the headlines. And yet, as we stand here 50 years on, we must confront uncomfortable truths, that for many families, including the Herons, there are still questions unanswered, that justice in its fullest sense has not been done. Too many families have never seen justice, and in this case there were convictions, but the use of the royal prerogative of mercy just 4 years into the sentences of 2 of those convicted was done without any consultation or explanation. I have written to the Prime Minister today to ask for a re-examination to give the family those answers that they have never got over those 50 years. Mr. Speaker, terrorism did not win, because the community of Dromore endured, because families like the Herons endured. Today we remember 3 lives taken too soon. We honour William, Elizabeth and Nolene Heron, and we must ensure their story is never forgotten.
Patsy Malone.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today, Mr. Speaker, we all of us joined in celebrating the extraordinary success of Rory McIlroy on the sporting field. Today I wanted to also share some words of sadness, deep, profound sadness for someone the same age as Rory McIlroy, who was lost to the arts in not just Northern Ireland but the island of Ireland more broadly. That's a man named Michael Campbell, whose stage name was Michael Patrick. Michael was diagnosed with motor neuron disease in early 2023. He was an extraordinary artist, an exceptionally talented man who bore his illness with extraordinary bravery. And though he, in a sense, used his extraordinarily difficult diagnosis and affliction to create the most profound art, including a stage show which just finished a few months ago, My Right Foot, and indeed an extraordinary performance as Richard III, adapted to specifically reflect Michael's own condition, a truly, I think, awe-inspiring and seminal performance for anybody who saw it, and I wasn't fortunate enough to be able to see it, but my wife and lots of people whom I know were unbelievably affected by Michael's performance. Michael Patrick was an extraordinary artist. He was from my constituency in South Belfast. He made his way to Cambridge University, where he shone in the footlights. He then pursued a career in the theatre, including at the Royal Shakespeare Company, and then working with another talented playwright from this part of the world, Oisin Kearney. They developed very memorable shows, including My Left Nut and a whole range of other funny, vivid, inspiring pieces of art. Michael had an extraordinary future on the stage and an extraordinary lifetime of artistic endeavour to pursue, and in a sense a gift to bestow on all of us. It's an extraordinary tragedy that he was not able to live out the rest of that life, but in the years that we did have him, he gave an extraordinary gift to everybody, as has been said throughout the Irish theatrical and indeed the British and Irish theatre scene. They've paid extraordinary tribute to Michael's contribution. He's being his funeral is literally now. He'll be buried later on today. His wife Naomi, his entire family who live in South Belfast have a profound loss, but the gift that Michael was able to give us was extraordinary in his short time on earth. Let part of his legacy not just be that artistic achievement, but also greater research into the awful affliction that is motor neurone disease, which he bore with such courage and dignity, but which we hope through research, and he did lots of work to raise awareness and fundraising on motor neurone disease. We hope that medical research can tackle that affliction. So rest in peace, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthew. I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I ask for just a moment's latitude because this is my first time speaking in the Chamber since the birth of my daughter Olivia in September. And I want to place on record sincere thanks to members from across the House for their good wishes and prayers during what was actually a difficult time for my family, so your support was deeply appreciated. But I rise today to condemn in the strongest possible terms the attack on the Sunday school building at Galoon Parish Church over Easter weekend. This was a completely reprehensible incident. It was a place that serves families and the wider community, and it should never have been targeted in such a way. It was especially distressing given that this incident took place over Easter, which is the most sacred time in the Christian calendar. What members of the congregation found was a vandalised hall, paint strewn across the windows, offensive slogans such as "Up the Ra" on a board which was depicting the Ten Commandments, ironically. But unsurprisingly, this has caused deep anger and hurt within the community of Newton Butler. Those responsible must be identified and held accountable for their actions, and I would encourage anyone with any information to bring that forward to the PSNI. However, equally concerning is the silence from some political representatives. When places of worship are attacked, there should be no hesitation in condemning such incidences. It should be condemned clearly and without ambiguity. Perhaps Sinn Féin were too busy commemorating IRA terrorists over Easter to notice, but the community has taken note. When communities are hurting, the silence speaks volumes, and people across Northern Ireland deserve better than selective condemnation. We have seen attempts in our society to excuse, minimise and glorify acts linked to violence and terrorism. That is why efforts to change that, such as Arlene Foster's House of Lords amendment on the criminalisation of glorification of terrorism, are important. And Arlene has faced abuse in relation to doing so. In fact, she received a message that said that the IRS should have finished her dad off. Think about that for 1 second. If we are serious about building a peaceful and respectful society, we must be also serious about rejecting narratives that romanticise violence, terrorism, and particularly for our younger generations. I want to place on record my support with the Minister, the congregation and the families connected with the Church. It has been a long source of strength in that community, and I have no doubt it will continue to be so. Attacks on places of worship have no place in the Northern Ireland of today, and this House should stand united in saying so.
Okay, Deborah, I give you extra time, given that you're back. I want to welcome you back, okay? But nobody else should have that liberty because they didn't have a baby in our circumstances. Nick, no pressure, you're next.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and that's duly noted. Members across the House will be aware of the work of the charity Tiny Life, supporting children and the families of children born prematurely across Northern Ireland. And since 2022, as an outworking of the Fair Start report, the Department of Education has funded the Tiny Start programme, which has provided vital interventions to support this cohort of children across Northern Ireland. The Fair Start report clearly highlighted that babies born prematurely are at increased risk of experiencing educational disadvantage and need bespoke support to ensure that they can fulfil their potential. So this programme has been funded to ensure that those supports are provided to families from birth through to school age. And the programme includes home-based interventions with a focus on upskilling parents as the child's first educator in the home. And the figures would indicate that around 50% of extremely premature babies are likely to have a disability, and 40% of premature babies are likely to have a developmental delay of some kind. So this support at the early stage is absolutely vital to give them the very best chance of thriving and succeeding in education. And we talk much in this place about the need for early intervention, and this programme is surely a prime example of an instance when we have done this very well and consistently over a number of years. So it was therefore incredibly concerning to learn that there was no guarantee of this funding continuing in the 26-27 financial year. By mid-March, the Minister was responding to questions that I had submitted, still advising that he could make no commitment to even temporarily fund the project while budgets are finalised. Now, we have been updated that temporary funding has been now agreed at the very last minute to the end of June, but it has regrettably come at a late stage, just at the start of Easter, actually, as staff were going off on leave, when many of them had already been put on notice and had no certainty of their roles continuing. So I feel strongly that earlier communication and earlier decision making on the funding for this project could have given the charity that little bit more certainty and that little bit more time to plan. The temporary extension is welcome, and I want to put that on record, but I would now urge the Minister to do all that he can to secure the relatively small budget for the remainder of this financial year, to give the charity certainty, and most importantly to ensure that this vital early intervention work for this group of children who really need this support can continue. I think it is critical that we don't pay lip service to early intervention, but that when it is being delivered effectively, that we continue to prioritise it. Small sums of money spent early can undoubtedly save much higher spend when children require much more intensive intervention down the line. And I hope that the Minister can find a way, and if required in partnership with other colleagues across the Executive, particularly the Health Minister, to commit this ongoing support for the vital Tiny Start programme.
Thank you. Our last two members to make statements are Cheryl and Timothy. In order to make sure you all get in, I'm going to give you 2 minutes each. That's all I have left. Cheryl, you're next. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. This week we will finally see the launch of the Sensory Hub Cubby at the Children's A&E at the Royal Victoria Hospital, and this is so important as it comes at Autism Awareness Month. And this is a moment that has been some time in the making, and I want to pay particular tribute to Erin McAllister, who it was her petition and contacted, I think, every single MLA, councillor and MP in the country to bring this issue to the fore, and it is incredible what her work has been able to achieve. It's been a pleasure to support this campaign and to bring these concerns to the floor of the Assembly, and it shows that the voices of those families will be heard and they have now been acted upon. I was also pleased that there was full agreement on this issue within the floor of this House, and it shows when we work together what we can achieve and the difference that we can all make. I want to place on record my sincere thanks to Little Heroes Charity. It is them. They have worked tirelessly to secure this vital funding that was required for this space. And it's their dedication to enhance healthcare environments for children. And this project is another one that will make a massive difference to everybody here in Northern Ireland. So the cubby itself is a system, it's innovative and it's an immersive space, and it's designed to specifically support children who may feel overwhelmed in those busy clinical settings. It features light and sound and interactive features to create a calming environment that help regulate sensory input. This matters so much for our families who visit A&E because it can be extremely overwhelming and a frightening experience. We are enabling better communication and effective treatment and more compassionate standard of care, and this will actually make the difference between children staying in A&E and receiving the treatment that they really need. So I am so proud that we have all supported this initiative, and we continue to advocate for the expansion of such vital services across the whole of Northern Ireland and ensuring that every child receives the understanding, the dignity and the care that they so deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. I call Timothy Gosson.
Very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. On the 7th of April 2025, during member statements, I made an appeal to the Education Minister to review the pupil allocation numbers for non-statutory playgroups throughout Northampton. 12 months later, and the same issue has not been dealt with. Many non-statutory preschools across Northern Ireland had to use their reserves last year. Their future is being put at risk due to the EA policy of pupil allocation numbers being based on last year's intake. This has created a hamster wheel where if any non-statutory playgroup has a low intake year, there is no pathway for them to rebuild their numbers back to a sustainable level regardless of their 5 or 10-year intake average. This policy is reckless and is putting these non-statutory playgroups at risk. So what does this mean in real terms? Take Taylorstown Cross Community Playgroup. Due to a low birth rate, their 25-26 intake numbers dropped to 14. They survived last year based on the reserves. They have 19 first preference applications this year, and without immediate intervention, they won't be able to reopen their doors in September due to a 5-figure shortfall. Clough-Mills early years sit with only 10 allocated places, with 19 pupils listing them as their first preference. We have a scenario where parents in this setting are currently paying for their children to attend pre-pre, but then when it comes round to the preschool EA funded place, they can't get into it. I understand the Minister has received a letter on behalf of 46 preschool places or preschools requesting an urgent meeting to discuss this issue. The Minister needs to take this issue on board and either fund the shortfall of many of these non-statutory preschools or increase the PAN allocations.
Timothy.
Otherwise, they won't be here for next year's intake to open their doors come September. Thank you,
Timothy. That ends member statements. Point of order.
I want to raise an issue under Standing Order 65, and it relates to an incident on the 23rd of March 2026 during topical questions, when the Minister of Education was asked a question whether he had ever been accused of bullying, and his answer was, "I can confirm that no such allegations have been made against me." However, on the 27th of March, the Minister released a written statement which confirmed that he had been accused by a civil servant of bullying. And I would ask you to ask the Speaker to direct the Minister to come in and correct the record and to take whatever other action is required as a result of this very serious matter of misleading the Assembly.
Thank you, Pat. I'll deal with this point of order first, Timothy, if you don't mind. So I'm going to refer this matter to the Speaker. I can't give any ruling on it now, but I certainly will refer it, and I would advise you to chase it up with the Speaker's office if you don't get a response fairly soon. Okay? Timothy, point of order.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. During the Matter of the Day debate, the member for Upper Ban referred to Mr Buckley as stupid. The Parliamentary Bible Erskine May notes, good temper and moderation are the characteristics of parliamentary language. Could you review Hansard to see if Miss Dillon's comments fell foul of that ruling?
So Miss Dillon isn't from Upper Bann, she's from Mid Ulster, first of all. Erskine May is an aid, it's standing order, so I think you're probably looking under standing order 65, but like a previous member who quoted the right standing order, I will refer all this to the Speaker's office. And like I advised the previous member, if you don't get any response, I will go to his office. Okay, so we're going to move on, and the next item of business is the introduction of the Petroleum Exploration and Licensing Repeal Bill. I want to call on the Minister for the Economy to move the first stage of the bill. Thank you.
I beg to move.
Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the long title?
A bill to repeal provisions in the Petroleum Production Act, Northern Ireland 1964, related to petroleum exploration and licensing and for connected purposes.
Thank you. So that constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Thank you, Minister. The next item of business is a motion to affirm a statutory rule. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the Disqualified Directors Compensation Orders Fees Order Northern Ireland 2026 be affirmed.
Thank you, and I call on the Minister for the Economy to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so I therefore call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
With your indulgence, before I speak to the motion, I'd just like to take the opportunity to extend my best wishes to Gary Middleton as he steps down from his role as MLA. He was, up until recently, the Deputy Chair of the Economy Committee, and in the almost 10 years that I've been in this Assembly, I've always had a good working relationship with Gary, so I wish him well as he continues his recovery, and also wish Julie Middleton the very best in her new role. Moving on to the motion in front of us, I'm seeking the Assembly's approval for the Disqualified Directors Compensation Orders Fees Order Northern Ireland 2026. Company failure has consequences. Suppliers can be left out of pocket, employees not paid, and customers may lose deposits. The vast majority of company failures are due purely to commercial misfortune, but there is a small minority in which the directors have contributed to the failure by misconduct or incompetence, or by abusing the protections which trading with limited liability offers. In such cases, my department's insolvency service will apply to the High Court for the disqualification of those directors who are guilty of abusing their position. Whilst this protects the public from directors being able to set themselves up in business again, it does nothing to recompense those who have lost out. As a result, legislation has been made which enables my department to apply to the High Court for orders requiring disqualified directors to pay compensation to creditors who have suffered loss as a consequence of their misconduct. Alternatively, to avoid the cost and expense of court proceedings, my department can accept undertakings from disqualified directors that they will pay the necessary compensation. Whilst the primary legislation is in place, it can only be used once two linked pieces of subordinate legislation have been made and are in operation. The first has been made and is in operation and sets out the procedures to apply within the High Court for a compensation order to be made. The second is the order before you today. This will introduce a new fee to be charged by my department to cover the cost of distributing monies received from disqualified directors. A compensation order or undertaking can take the form of a requirement to make a payment to my department for the benefit of creditors. In such a case, my department will have to distribute the money it receives to the creditors, which will be carried out by staff in my department's insolvency service. As a result, there will be an administrative cost to the department in terms of time having to be set aside by existing staff to do the work. There will also be expenses such as the cost of postage. The order which I am now asking this Assembly to approve is to make provision for a charging fee to recover these costs. The fee is to be satisfied out of the sums received from the directors prior to any payment being made to creditors. Its amount is to be calculated on the basis of time spent by staff, with the hourly rates by grade of staff set out in a schedule to the order, plus any necessary disbursements or expenses properly incurred. This order was made on the 11th of February 2026 with the concurrence of the Department of Finance. However, it must have the approval of this Assembly before it can come into operation. The order has been agreed with the Economy Committee, and I informed my executive colleagues about it on the 5th of December last year. In conclusion, the adoption of this order will allow the full implementation of measures aimed at compensating creditors who have been the victim of unscrupulous company directors. Accordingly, I recommend that it should be approved by the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call Philip Brett, Chair of the Economy Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise as Chair of the Committee to support the SR before the House today. Before doing so, can I thank the Minister for her kind words and tribute to our outgoing former Vice Chair of the Committee, Gary Middleton. The Minister's words are indicative of her good nature and the manner in which she holds colleagues, so can I thank her for that? And can I congratulate Gilly Middleton on her elevation to this place? And for elements of the media, her name is Gilly Middleton, regardless of who she may or may not be married to. And the media would not report someone's marital status had it be a man, but that is another point for another day. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise as Chair of the Committee to recommend the Assembly's support for the SR today. The Small Business Enterprise and Employment Act 2015 allows the Department to apply to the Court for an order requiring a disqualified director to compensate creditors for losses incurred as a result of conduct of which he or she has been disqualified. The above Act requires the disqualified director pay an amount to the Department for the benefit of the creditors. The Department must then distribute the compensation to the creditors, and this is done via the Insolvency Service. The SR before us enables the Department to charge a fee for making the distribution. This is calculated on the basis of time spent by staff. The relevant hours are set out in the regulations. The rule was considered by the Committee in February 2026 and unanimously supported, and as such would recommend that the Assembly approves it today.
Sorry, the question is, what? Sorry about that. I'm calling on the Minister to wind the debate.
And I thank the Chair for his support for the motion in front of us today and the Committee for their consideration of it. And I have nothing further to add to the debate, so I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the Disqualified Directors Compensation Orders Fees Order Northern Ireland 2026 be affirmed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Again, before we move on to the next item of business, I too want to wish Gary Middleton a speedy recovery. I want to wish Julie all the very best. It's great to see another woman in the Assembly. The more the merrier. And I just want to commend Gary for his absolute bravery and speaking out about something that we all either have experienced or family members and those we hold dear have experienced. So just to pass that my regards on to him. Okay, so I'm going to take a moment because I'm waiting on the Minister for Education, if you don't mind. So just take your ease for a minute. Okay, members, the next item of business on the order paper is the second stage of the Education Holiday Meal Payments Bill. I call on Donny Baker to move to second stage.
And I beg to move the second stage of the Education Holiday Meal Payments Bill be agreed.
Thank you. The second stage of the Education Holiday Meal Payments Bill has been moved, and in accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. So, Donny, I call upon you to open the debate on the bill. Thank you.
And I would like to start by thanking the Speaker's Office and the Bill's Office for all the support they have given me over the past 2 years to get to this stage. I couldn't have done it without Trevor and Barbara in particular, and Frank and Stephanie were absolutely brilliant, especially as a new MLA. Their expertise has been second to none for me, so thanks very much. Look, as I said, this bill is 2 years in the making, and I wish I didn't have to bring this bill. I would have much preferred the Minister had reinstated the holiday payments when we came back into this Assembly and he took office. The bill is an amendment of the 1986 order, but my policy intent is very clear. It aims to support 90,000 children who are entitled to free school meals, and that would be at a cost of what a parent would have to pay for a school meal at this present time. And I am happy to work with everyone in this chamber to strengthen the bill if they feel that is necessary. And if the Minister would like even more input, I am happy to work with him. I did say in my last contribution in this chamber that I would draw a line under the sand and work tirelessly with everyone in this chamber to deliver for those who need it the most. But I will say this: if you stand up today and say it is poorly drafted or rushed or doesn't solve poverty, then you're taking a negative and callous approach. Because today we have an opportunity as this Assembly to work together to play a role in ending child poverty. Does this bill alone end child poverty? No, it does not. But it is one piece of a wider puzzle. And this debate is not something new to this chamber. Holiday hunger payments were in place during COVID and were stopped because they could be cut. That's what I'm looking to change. Since I've been an MLA, there have been a number of debates and motions calling for these payments to be reinstated. They all passed without any division. And the evidence suggests that some children returning to school can often be weeks and months behind their classmates. Why, when they return from them holidays, is that the case? Because they are hungry and malnourished. The links between deprivation and underachievement are well known. 15% of children live here in absolute poverty, with 1 in 3 children affected by the lack of food. We must ask this of this Minister: how can you learn when you are hungry? The reality in our schools: teachers are running breakfast clubs, washing uniforms and buying food out of their own pockets. But they cannot fight child poverty alone, nor can our community voluntary sector and our youth clubs, because they are doing a lot of heavy lifting within our communities. And I spoke about this before. I've been involved in youth work for a number of years, and Lagmore Youth Project in my constituency ran a programme a number of years ago, and it was ending holiday hunger. Although the children didn't know that's what the scheme was. We had the use of a park by thanks of Belfast City Council and supported through different funding mechanisms. And I even brought my own children to that there because it was so much fun to engage and be a part of it. But it was only possible because people did volunteer, people like myself who was there to support it, because the funding isn't always there. And what was very clear very early on in it, that there was a number of children, but one child in particular sticks to my mind because he was the same age as my youngest. And he was filling his wee pockets with food. Now, why was he filling his wee pockets with food? Because there wasn't enough at home over the summer, and he had an older sister. The older sister was a teenager. She wasn't going to come to that wee camp that we were running. Now, that's a sad indictment on society when a child of that age is having to really think about food security. That wee child, all the worries in the world. My child didn't and don't, and that shouldn't be the case. It really, really shouldn't. And while we were able to identify and get more support to that family, that was only by pure chance, because that scheme was running, that we were able to do that. And I want that to stick in people's minds today, because I know there will be a raft of statistics pushed out today, and it's words on a paper, but it's the real life impact. And that's what we have a chance to change today. We really do, and it's taken a step forward to help 90,000 children right across the north, right across all of our communities. And that's why it matters, because children living in poverty experience poor physical and mental health, lower educational attainment, and reduced lifetime opportunities. These are facts. This bill will help improve children's concentration levels, because they will be coming to school ready to learn and not hungry. This bill will play a role in raising our most disadvantaged children's educational attainment. And that's what I mean about going back. If I go back to that wee story I told about a wee child at the same age as my youngest, how do we expect that child to then go into school to prepare for a transfer test, to go up against children who are being tutored for that test? Look, it's just not a fair system. The system is broken, and we have to play our role alongside our community and voluntary, and alongside our teachers and school leaders. And that is why the Education Department has a huge role to play in ending child poverty. In my view, it is the very least they can do. As I have said, this bill is only one piece of the puzzle. The current cost of living crisis is crippling families. This bill targets the most disadvantaged in our communities. My own child's school has 50% of children on free school meals. And that's the case in schools, whether that's in Foyle or West Belfast, the Falls Road or the Shankill. And I would like to see other initiatives taken forward by this Assembly to end child poverty. And one example of that could be universal free school meals. The recent raise of school meals is having a detrimental impact on families across the north. We are hearing that in the Education Committee, and we're hearing that in all of our offices. Of course, any interventions and legislation aimed at tackling child poverty will have a cost. I'm not shying away from that today. But I will ask this of all of you: what is the case of not doing it? Will this bill have ramifications for this minister and his priorities? Yes, it will. This bill is projected to cost, on average, $21 million a year over the next 10 years, based on an 100% uptake. Now, I'll add to that the uptake's in around 80% at present, so the bill would not technically cost that if it stayed that way. But I would hope with these payments that it might encourage more to take free school meals up. And while 21 million does sound like a lot, but in reality it's around 0.6% of the overall education budget. That is a very small proportion of the education budget. Are we underfunded by the British government? Yes, we are. But ministers do have their own budgets and their own priorities. In my view, budgets must be targeted towards those who need the most support. That is why my bill is in front of all of you today. The time for talking about holiday hunger is over. You either stand with me and help deliver this important piece of legislation, or you don't. Supporting a motion is very easy, but we are elected to make difficult decisions. For my part, this is a very easy decision. I may not convince everyone in this House, but I only need the majority. Your vote matters to all the children in your communities. And what is the cost of not supporting it? And I look forward to the debate.
Thank you, Danny. I call on David Brooks. And David, just to remind you, I may need to cut you off before 2 o'clock. Hopefully not. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise having listened to Danny's contribution in bringing this forward, and I recognise, as we all will, that this is a sensitive issue. And poverty, both chronic and those families that find themselves in more short-term difficulty due to difficult circumstances arising and struggling financially in that way, is something that we'll all have dealt with across this chamber through our offices, particularly but not exclusively in the winter periods where costs are higher, fuel is needed and so on. And this bill is something that I think both members, I think the general public as well, will probably on the face of it instinctively think that is a good thing, an ethical thing, a moral thing, to support those in our society who are struggling and least well off, particularly children. There is a problem However, the Assembly is not here to be just a factory for nice ideas and worthy ideals. We are here to not just to tell people what they would like to hear, willfully blinding yourselves at times, as we do, to the financial realities of the Executive. We have a duty to consider if we want to achieve an aim, a worthy and a good one, like supporting those in poverty, what is the best way in which we can do that? I'm not sure that this bill does that. Ending poverty or best supporting those who are struggling in that way is right. It's so blatantly, obviously right that we have long had a system for it. Indeed, the United Kingdom was a forerunner and leader in such supports. It's the welfare system. And this bill, it seems to me, is a top-up welfare payment for some by any other name. To note that is not to oppose the principle of such support, but it is important to the consideration. Children do not fall into poverty by themselves. They do so because their family, their parents, their guardians, their support networks are for a time without the resources and means to meet their need. Usually when a child is facing that kind of poverty, the adults are already going without to provide all they can. Let us be clear, nobody in our society should be in a position where they cannot afford the basics. There is no more fundamental and basic need than that of food. But that is an issue for the welfare system, which falls in part with Westminster and in part with our own Department of Communities. It is absolutely not a responsibility for the Department of Education. I have said recently at the Education Committee, as we discussed the Children's Services Cooperations Act with regard to issues relating to the Department of Health, the cooperation is absolutely necessary. But if it is to be viable, it can't simply mean responsibilities of one department being passed over to another. Helpfully, the Communities Minister is not resisting progress on this issue. He has brought forward a poverty strategy to address these very issues. However, the Executive has not yet allocated a single penny. The same Sinn Féin Finance Minister who is overseeing the chronic underfunding of our education system has also shown no desire to further fund interventions on poverty. Yet we have a bill here that would pull resources from an education system that already has mammoth challenges with its budget. Yes, the Department of Education undertook to roll out a scheme during the COVID era. But again, we have a much repeated call for something that was done in unique and emergency circumstances, when there was significant additional funds from central government for issues to be resolved, and calls for something like that to be rolled out again. We've had that with mental health interventions, good ones. Pat quite often talks about healthy, happy minds. Everyone agrees they were positive, but some of us also recognise the reality that they were done in exceptional times when resources and realities were different. Everybody can see that the education system is struggling to meet financial demands. We look at our school estate, the pressures in SEN education. There have been efforts through this Minister to ramp up childcare with significant investment to support families. And this Minister has done exceptionally well, I think, with the resources that he has. But the reality is he faces underfunding from the Executive to the tune of hundreds of millions of pounds. I say all of this to make the point that it matters where resources sit. It matters that duties sit with the right department, and it is essential in proposing new resource-intensive plans that we consider where money will come from. This bill will not tackle underlying structural problems that bring poverty in the way that Mr Lyons' proposal seeks to. It is not good enough that something is virtuous. It must also be done in the right way and with due consideration for resource. I am interested to hear if Sinn Féin, in bringing this bill forward, what conversations they have had with the Finance Minister to begin properly resourcing the education system before demanding that they take on the responsibilities of other departments' roles, particularly when the department responsible for poverty alleviation has itself received no support for work in this area. I would make the point that there is and will be a question of fairness and consistency as well. Many low-income families who may not meet the strict eligibility criteria for free school meals also struggle during holiday periods but receive no additional support, often missing out on repeated supports because often those supports use the same criteria which exclude them repeatedly. This creates a system where assistance is unevenly distributed, potentially fostering resentment and perceptions of inequality for those that we call often the working poor. There are other issues I will look at the committee as the committee considers the bill, but let us be clear, nobody in this chamber is against poverty alleviation. That is motherhood and apple pie. I don't think anyone in this chamber honestly believes otherwise about each other, regardless of our differing views and ideologies. Of course, making sure every child is fed is a fundamental concern for us all, but the who and how matters. The strategy to ensure we are targeting and rolling back poverty, not just treating the symptoms of that, also matters. The place for this is welfare support, not with the Department of Education, which everyone else can see is already strapped with resources. We cannot take money from the legions of challenges already faced around school buildings, SEN education, childcare, teachers and school staff pay, and demand it be placed on welfare too. Colleagues cannot keep demanding more, full in the knowledge that those challenges, full in the knowledge of the financial pressures faced, and knowing the person who holds the purse strings sits on their own benches, without making significant commitments to either the needs of education or indeed welfare and poverty. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. So, as question time begins at 2 o'clock, I'm suggesting the Assembly takes its ease until then, and this debate will continue after question time, when the next member to speak will be Cara Hunter. Thank you. Members, we're moving on to question time, to questions to the First and Deputy First Minister. I'll start with, I call Miss Linda Dillon. No, am I on the right one? No.
Yes,
you are?
Yep.
Linda Dillon's not in her place. I'm going to move on to Anya Murphy.
Question 2.
Thank you. For over 10 years, the T-Box strategy has been a significant and positive impact on the lives of so many people here. But we recognise the need for modernisation of our T-Box strategy, one which builds on programme delivery to date, provides us with flexibility to address the issues facing our communities today, and which allows us to quickly react to new issues as they emerge. The TBUC review has been completed and is informing our thinking as we move forward. We expect significant progress to be made regarding the development of a refreshed strategic approach by the end of the summer period. During this process, the delivery of the TBUC programmes under the current strategy continue, positively impacting communities across the country.
Rory.
Gurmi Agat, Ceann Collier, Minister, whilst the TBUC programme itself have supported a large number of programmes in rural areas, there is a concern about how accessible these projects actually are outside of urban centres. So just in that vein, what steps will the review take in order to ensure that these programmes are accessible to all, especially those in rural areas?
Thank you. I think it's incredibly important that these are impactful absolutely everywhere in urban areas where at times we do see the manifestation of some of the challenges more frequently than in rural areas, but we know that good relations is important no matter where you live, and that includes within our rural community. Of course, the implementation of the rural needs assessments are important in terms of screening policy as well. I think it's really critical that these are done in a way that genuinely asks the key questions around the issues such as what you reference, accessibility, how fit for purpose they are for the particular communities. But we do want to see people coming together, should that be within a particular urban area, but of course in our rural communities as well.
Calman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers so far. In terms of the assessments which have been undertaken on TBUC to date, can the Deputy First Minister confirm that the programme has been a success and that we should now be actively driving forward a refreshed programme of support to support that excellent work of the groups and the organisations that have been involved to date?
Thank you. Yes, I think it's incredibly important when we publish a strategy, when we have a delivery plan next to that, when we've got funded projects, either directly through the signature projects here or through, for example, local councils where we support a huge amount of that work as well, that we ensure that we are evaluating that. We make sure that the money that we have is being used in the correct way. Of course, as we look across government, unfortunately, resources are finite. So therefore, it is critically important that we are using those resources to the very best and in the very best way that we possibly can. I'm really pleased about the success of TBUC. It has really had a huge impact. The evaluations have been very, very positive. Just to use just some examples of that, for example, on the Uniting Community, 8,000 young people participating, 36,000 young people participating against an original 10,000 target in terms of the youth programme. And even on very tricky issues such as interfaces, seeing some progress there with a third of those interfaces reduced, a third removed completely, and a third currently work in progress. I think the important thing about Together Building United Community is that we don't avoid the very difficult issues. So while it may be challenging to make progress, we still must take those on, and really trying to make positive progress against those can only be done with working with people within those communities as well, and that is right at the heart of TBUC, and I have no doubt that that will continue to be the case as we move on to TBUC 2.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister. Just to pick up on that last point, at the Committee for the Executive Office recently we heard about an amazing project that was run through the Open University, through youth services across Northern Ireland, dealing with young people at the interface, who then told us about the crisis in funding that they were facing. To what degree, given the huge outputs and benefits from TBUC, to what degree are you engaging with the Department for Education to fill that gap where those posts will no longer be filled going forward? Thank you.
Thank you. As the member will be aware, there are significant financial challenges facing all departments in this financial year. Of course, the ambition, I think, of every minister in that executive goes well beyond the budget that is available. But we do want to protect the work that really works, those that have the evaluations that show a really positive impact. We recognise that we deliver core public services through, for example, the third sector and other agencies as well, and trying to ensure that they get the funding that they need in a difficult budget situation is challenging, but it is a challenge that we have to take up and we have to try to work on. So, look, of course, all executive ministers are acutely aware of the pressures on groups that have been funded through their departments. Just recently, of course, we had the ending of a number of projects funded under shared prosperity, and that's going to have a huge impact as well. We do try to get that complementarity between our TBUC programmes within communities, within education. Some of that work we fund, some is funded within those departments, but also the likes of peace funding and other external funds, which is critical in terms of trying to achieve what it is that we need to do on the ground.
Mark Durgan.
Question 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are determined to improve the process to ensure more of our capital projects are delivered on time and on budget. There are 2 work streams currently underway that will help shape decision-making on the best way forward. Firstly, TEO and SIB officials are taking forward work to address the recommendations from the recent review of SIB, including provision of greater strategic support to the Executive. And secondly, the enabling action plan associated with the draft investment strategy will be one of the key elements of tackling the underlying issues which contributed to delays in infrastructure delivery. There are a number of actions, including developing an approach to future infrastructure needs assessment. We will use the findings from these work streams as part of our considerations on the best way forward, including the potential role of an infrastructure commission. Decisions on the way forward will be a matter for the Executive in due course.
Mr. Durgan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer. It's 14 months since I'd asked the Deputy First Minister almost an identical question, obviously seeking to improve the North's lamentable record when it comes to the delivery of capital projects. But really what I've heard here is that there has been little in the way of progress in that 14 months. Does the Minister think that this is acceptable? Well, is it accurate? Is it acceptable? And is it indeed typical of this Executive that even an initiative to speed up and make more efficient delivery is the victim of delay, delay and more delay?
Thank you. I thank the member for a supplementary, but the reality is any new body is not going to be the silver bullet to the challenges that we face. We need to get accountability from ministers in relation to the capital projects within their portfolio. There is a real instinct that I see increasingly, including from parties around this chamber, that seem to say that the simple solution is to set up yet another body with all of those costs, devolving accountability once again to somebody else. It is time ministers took accountability, ministers speaking to their officials, ministers demanding that these projects are brought in on time and on delivery. I have been, along with the First Minister, liaising with the Head of the Civil Service on this important issue. We do need officials that are fit for purpose in terms of driving forward delivery on capital. We need to make sure that we've got the right skills within the civil service to be able to do that, and we need to make sure that there is that adequate monitoring of those capital projects within each department and then collectively. So those are all things that the Executive is accountable for. Of course, as I've said, we're not ruling out the prospect of the likes of an infrastructure commission. It was one of the proposals put forward in the very useful report, but it isn't the silver bullet. It's not going to resolve all of the issues. There is a risk it could layer on even more bureaucracy. We have to get this right, and of course accountability from ministers, people who are accountable to people, is absolutely core to this as well.
Colin Killian.
I'm actually questioning why SIB are involved in their own review. I think that's certainly something that's not in keeping with good governance. However, you did say they, along with TO officials, are looking at current recommendations from a recent review. So can you even provide any details, even an indicative timeline of when any potential new members could be recruited onto the Strategic Investment Board? Thank you.
Thank you. The member will be aware that there was a review of SIB that was carried out external to SIB. It was a critical report in terms of, I think the key reflection on that was that they had perhaps lost sight of the strategic. They are doing, and many people contracted by SIB are doing really valuable work within departments. I would say that some of that work, as identified in the report, is business as usual. That is why within the civil service we need to have that upskilling, we need to have the right skills in the right places, we need to rely less on external consultancy, which is expensive, they need to rely less on SIB consultants being brought in, and of course that would free up SIB to do what it is that they were designed to do, which is to give that strategic advice. Look, Northern Ireland needs capital projects to be brought in on time and on budget. That is not happening at the minute. That is not acceptable. That has to be a core efficiency, a core transformation issue that we are driving, because of course if a capital project is not brought in on time or on budget, it costs much more in due course. We've seen that in terms of the years and years of delay, but you will be aware that there are a number of other factors, not least the climate change legislation that is coming into play, that is also delaying capital projects, and that is something that needs to be tackled as well.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers so far. The Executive have agreed to projects such as the York Street Interchange, A4 Enniskillen Southern Bypass, the A5, and despite those agreements, those political agreements on those flagship projects, infrastructure cannot be delivered due to constraints including climate change legislation. Surely those parties who championed it, like our so effective opposition there, and those who now hold portfolios in the likes of infrastructure and economy departments, should see the effects of this. Therefore, does the Deputy First Minister agree that we must work to resolve these issues to ensure effective delivery of large-scale infrastructure projects and deal with the issues at source rather than spend more money on effective talking shops?
Thank you. I thank the member for an important question. Look, we all have responsibilities in relation to our environment, and there's no doubt, I think, across this House that there is a great deal of consensus that we must do what we can in order to protect our environment. However, there always must be a balance in these things, and the reality is that cutting deeper or faster than any other jurisdiction to the detriment of the citizens we serve, that would result in, as we have seen, delays on critical roads projects, capital infrastructure projects being marled up in the courts, things not proceeding, people not getting the services that they want, and there's real risks here to hospitals, to schools, to roads. And the reality is the key thing in all of this has to be balance. We have now seen a number of critical roads projects paused by the Infrastructure Minister, coming up to a year, one of which of course is in the member's own constituency. This is critical for people. It's about safety, it's about saving lives, and of course this House needs to get real, take a look at this and get a balance in all of this to allow that core infrastructure and the needs of the people we serve to be fulfilled.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer so far. She referenced the Strategic Investment Board in her original reply, and it's come up in supplementary since. Can I ask what functions currently held by the Strategic Investment Board might be transferred to an Infrastructure Commission, and if any preparatory work has already been done in that regard?
Thank you. Yes, the member is no doubt aware the functions of SIB are set out, but one of the core functions is to advise the Executive in relation to the investment strategy, but also to try to tackle some of those barriers to progress. I think when we look back over the last 10 years, those challenges to infrastructure delivery have not been overcome. And we do need a real game changer in relation to this. I think there's an expectation out there with the public for delivery. And as one of my colleagues behind me rightly pointed out, these projects often do not progress not because there isn't political will. These projects are agreed by the Executive, and indeed many of these projects got external capital funding secured through political agreements. That was hard fought for, that was hard won, and when we were able to achieve that, we have not seen the delivery of those projects through a system for all kinds of reasons. We've got a lot of activism within the courts, we've got a lot of regulation and other issues that of course is preventing progress. We've got a system which is simply not fit for purpose. Like, I would remark that we're seeing, I think today, the opening of a public inquiry into the Dalradian, and regardless of what your view of that issue is, you can be against it, you can be for it. The length of time that has taken is quite frankly an embarrassment to our system. That cannot be the case moving forward. We need to get that tackled, we need to bring those timeframes down, and we need to deliver the capital projects that the people we serve deserve.
Michelle Guy.
Question number 4, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Supporting young people with special educational needs is a priority for this executive, and we all recognise the importance of clear, well-planned pathways into further training, education or employment, and providing access to appropriate health pathways. The delivery unit is overseeing a portfolio of transformation activity within which a number of projects are aimed at strengthening pathways and outcomes for young people with special educational needs. Given the size of the unit and its agreed work programme, there is very limited further capacity to undertake an exercise of the scale recently suggested by the Health Minister. However, we have asked our officials to engage in wider discussions to help understand the scope and the trajectory of the work and whether there can be a role for the delivery unit in future phases.
Mrs. Guy. I thank the Deputy First Minister for the response. Based on what you said, I want to ask, was it appropriate for the Health Minister to refer this issue to the delivery unit, or can this be viewed as an attempt to simply pass the buck on action to deliver post-19 provision to the Executive Office, so in effect delaying action on post-19 in this mandate rather than accelerating it?
Thank you. I thank the member for her question. I have no doubt, like herself, I have also heard representations, very genuine representations about the challenges that many, many families and indeed young people face when they hit 19. I think there is a shared desire to do more. We need to do more to support those families. I recognise, as I've already referenced, the incredibly constrained financial environment that we are all trying to operate in. However, where I would agree with the member is that I would count getting adequate support for those young people post-19 with special educational or other needs should be business as usual within departments. Yes, it's a cross-cutting issue. Departments need to speak to each other on this important issue, but they need to be doing that, and I do believe that they should be able to do that. I think what has happened when we look back in relation to some of the funding for this very important area, it's come from external funds and it's never been mainstreamed to the extent that it needed to be within our departments. That does need to change. So look, I have a huge sympathy with the lobby groups in relation to this issue, but more than that, I have a determination that we need to be doing something meaningful on this, and that requires departments to get their heads together, try to get this issue resolved, and take a look at what it is that we can do. That will require looking at the finances of all of this, of course it will, but look, let's start at that position of saying what are the actions, what's the cost of those actions, and working together, how can we make something work that works actually for those young people and their families.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister, for her answers. There seems to be a lack of some understanding among some of the members of the House around the role of a delivery unit, and I asked the Deputy First Minister if she could provide some clarity and explain how important that it is that this unit is small and is able to be agile enough to deliver as intended.
Thank you. Look, absolutely. The delivery unit proposal is in the programme for government, and it's there because of some of the reasons that I've already indicated, some of the issues that I've indicated already even here today, which is that frustration on the way that we are doing things at the moment, and the fact that the way we are doing things, it's not delivering in the way that we want it to deliver. And like we've all heard the old adage that if we continue to do things the way that we're doing them, we're always going to get them the same result. We have to change the way we do business. That requires a lot of the boring stuff, the process stuff, as I said, the upskilling, getting the right people with the right skills in the right place to be able to deliver upon what the political agreements or the will of this place is. It also requires looking at our processes, streamlining those, getting rid of anything that is unnecessary. But it is important in all of that, that introducing the delivery unit, that the delivery unit is agile, it is small, it's able to come in, it's able to add value. I think when we look at the Strategic Investment Board, there's lots of lessons to be learnt there. What once should have been very strategic becomes something that's really getting to grips within departments and helping deliver the nuts and bolts. That is not strategic, it's still important, but it's not strategic, and we need to be really careful that the delivery unit doesn't get pulled in that way, that it remains something that is at the centre and is able to come in and a task and finish and add some value to what it is that we need it to do.
Just McNulty.
Kirsta Coog.
The redevelopment of Casement Park remains an executive flagship capital project. Whilst responsibility for the redevelopment lies with the Minister for Communities, we have reiterated our commitment to making progress on this matter within the programme for government.
Mr McNulty.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer. Deputy First Minister, yesterday at the Boxit Athletic Grounds in Armagh, players, coaches, management teams, stewards,
press and 16,000 fans were immersed in the blood and thunder, the cut and thrust of the Ulster Championship at a brilliant venue. It was an epic encounter, only decided after extra time with Armagh beating Tyrone by 1 point. Deputy First Minister, do you and the First Minister have any sense of regret or any sense of shame that you are denying a similar experience to a generation of Antrim Gaels through your inability to deliver on the executive flagship project that is Casement Park?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important to say very clearly that the money allocated to Casement was agreed by the Executive. Casement did not proceed in the timeline of the other sporting groups, not because of a lack of political agreement, but for a whole variety of other issues. That money, ring-fenced by the Executive, remains, but the costs of Casement have increased significantly. You will be aware that the Minister for the Communities takes the lead on this issue, but it is incredibly difficult at a time where we're under huge fiscal pressure. But of course, as I said in the previous answer, we need to get our capital investment right. If we deliver more on time and on budget, we can do more with the capital that we get allocated. But you go out there and you speak to anybody on the streets in Northern Ireland, and they will tell you, like, they know that our water and waste infrastructure is crumbling. It needs vital investment. They know that our roads infrastructure have potholes that needs that investment. They need new roads in terms of safety. People need new hospitals. They need new GPs, new schools, all kinds of capital issues where there's a lot of pressure on each of the departments. And the responsibility of the Executive is to balance all of that. Yes, we need to deliver for people on capital projects, and the more we deliver on time and on budget, the more we can do.
I concur and I welcome the Deputy First Minister's restatement that Casement Park remains a flagship executive project and our commitment to make progress within the programme for government. Can the Deputy First Minister agree with me that we must continue to maximise executive funding into all sporting facilities?
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. Look, sport plays such a pivotal role right throughout Northern Ireland. It's not just, of course, football and rugby and GAA, but of course hockey and cricket and so many other sports as well. And of course, for young people, it is transformative. It's about health, it's about child development, it is about socialisation, it is about all kinds of different positive aspects. And that is why my colleague, the Minister for the Communities, is working hard to support sports right throughout Northern Ireland in whatever way that he can. I know that if I speak to the Communities Minister, he will very clearly say that he would like to have more money to invest in our sporting infrastructure and in our sports, and of course that will always be the case. But I can advise the member that he is fighting hard for sport in Northern Ireland to try to ensure that there is a fair share for all of those that enjoy this really important aspect.
Well, Brett. Speaker, does the Deputy First Minister agree with me that if the member for Newry and Armagh is looking for someone to blame over the hold-up at Casement Park, he would be better looking on his own benches and sitting just 2 seats from him? Is the Minister who unlawfully approved the previous planning application, and that is the reason for the delay to Casement? And secondly, he might want to speak to the former MLA for West Belfast, Mr Atwood, who protested outside Casement Park saying that this should not be redeveloped.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. Look, there's no doubt about it. I think people can throw around sort of political point scoring on why delays happen, but at the heart of all of this is trying to identify how do we improve the way we do capital investment. The reality is, as I've said, Casement has not progressed, not because there was no political will. That money was distributed in a fair and equitable way at the time. And of course we do have the rugby stadium, we have the National Stadium at Windsor Park, and we don't have Casement. That wasn't because of a lack of executive agreement, that was because of a range of issues, including those opposed to the planning application, the size and scale, the increase in costs. So of course it all comes back to the fact that some of those that shout the loudest are in an absolutely optimal position to be asking those around them as to the challenges for progress on some of these capital projects. And the challenge for us in this new executive is to make sure that we are addressing all of those issues that have caused delay in a range of capital projects in the past, and try to ensure that it doesn't happen as we move forward.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome your answer to a couple of things in the commitment to deliver on the executive and the delivery of Casement Park. But can you point to one tangible action that you've taken from your office or from your colleague that has actually moved Casement Park closer to delivery?
Thank you. Thank the member for his question. Like, as I've said, the Minister for the Communities leads on this, not the Executive Office.
Egan.
Number 6, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We strongly condemn all forms of hate and prejudice. They have no place in our society. Through the development of our draft framework for race relations, we continue to work collaboratively with all departments to support cohesive, thriving communities. Whilst the framework's focus is on addressing racism and race hate crime, we are also working to bring forward a refreshed approach to the Executive's T-Buck strategy. This will hopefully create alignment with the draft framework for race relations and ensure our efforts in tackling all forms of hate are maximise and encompass the evolving issues across communities. Additionally, our officials regularly engage with their justice counterparts in forums such as the DOJ-led Hate Crime Delivery Group to ensure a coherent and coordinated approach across government to all forms of hate crime.
Ms. Egan.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. I do think what you said is important, to collaborate and link across departments when it comes to prevention of hate crime. In that vein, do you have concerns around the removal of frontline youth work services when it comes to preventative work of tackling hate crime?
I thank the member for her question. I'm not aware of the specific removal of funding. You will be aware that due to the budget situation, of course, each department is liaising with those organisations that they have funded to try to ensure that there is some form of certainty moving forward while the overall issue continues to be discussed. But of course it is important that we support our third sector partners. They're so critical to us in relation to trying to tackle some of these issues. We do work with statutories as well. We work with the PSNI, we work very closely with the Department of Justice. That is important. But I think, at a time where there are budget constraints, it's more important than ever to work with existing programmes to mainstream some of those core values within them, tackling some of those attitudes and issues that can arise and give rise to hate and prejudice, and that includes within the Department of Education, Department of Communities. There are so many funding projects that we support, including through local councils, where we can be mainstream in this and I think really use the money that we have in a way which maximises those outcomes as well.
Emma Sheeran.
And I welcome the strong condemnation of all hate crime and prejudicial language. And would the Minister agree with me that it's important that in that vein all members across this chamber strongly condemn hate crimes and any sort of sectarian or racist abuse, and that we bear that in mind when we're talking in this chamber and use language that reflects that respect for all sections of our society?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, of course.
Keith Buchanan.
Deputy First Minister, you've talked in previous questions on this answer to this question regarding T-Buck. Do you agree with me that bringing forward a revised, refreshed T-Buck strategy as soon as possible is extremely important to crime prevention in general and more broadly?
Look, absolutely. It's really important that we call out, where we see that hate, where we see that prejudice, where we're seeing that criminal behaviour. I was in for member statements just earlier and I was listening to my colleague Deborah Erskine talk about that attack on a Sunday school hall in her own constituency, and the importance of people calling that out, because that is hate. Things that perhaps don't seem really big to others, they are incredibly important to those that use that hall. It's incredibly upsetting when people see that type of attack, and it is motivated in hate. And I think my colleague rightly pointed out that we do need to hear in those circumstances from all of the MLAs across all parties calling that out very, very loudly and saying it's not just some of those that grabs the headlines, it's all of those forms where we see it, and we should be standing united against those.
Mr. O'Toole, briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On that, Deputy First Minister, do you agree that many people in the BAME community here feel really let down by this executive hate crime increase by 50% in the final year of the last racial equality strategy? They really do want to see more practical action, particularly ahead of a summer in which there's going to be fear of more violence, as we've seen in the last 2 summers in Northern Ireland.
Minister, briefly.
rightly aware that, after the issues that arose in Ballymena, we've invested over £500,000 through local councils to support that resilience work right across Northern Ireland. We've also been working with partners, including the PSNI, DOJ and others, local councils, to try to ensure that there are a range of actions that are coming forward. We do have the refugee integration strategy. A lot of work has been happening under that, including a number of key actions being driven forward in those collaborative groups. So, of course, this is incredibly important. But this is a combination of both showing that political leadership and saying very clearly that any aspect of hate, intolerance and prejudice is wrong, but also that we're investing within communities to support that resilience within those communities to resist that.
Mr O'Toole for topical questions.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Deputy First Minister, working families, farmers, small businesses, pensioners struggling to fill their oil tank are all bearing the brunt of the crisis in energy costs. Now, late on Friday afternoon, after weeks of silence, you and the First Minister issued a statement finally, quite predictably calling on the UK Government to do something about it. By the way, that statement is still 1/3 of the number of statements that your office have issued celebrating your visit to the man who caused the crisis in the first place. That's Donald Trump. So can I ask you, Deputy First Minister, for the public out there facing this energy crisis, can you name a single practical action that you and the First Minister and the Executive more broadly have taken to support them?
Thank you. Thank the member for his important and indeed timely question. This is an incredibly important issue for many, many people. I've already seen across this House some of the pantomime antics of people who wanted to point fingers of others and at others. Of course, it is important that we do step up and we do everything that we can do to support people. We recognise that many people are facing pressure at the moment in relation to the increase of prices. That includes our small to medium-sized businesses, includes our farmers, those in fishing. It includes so many people, our hauliers, for example, that's incredibly important in terms of supporting them. But it also includes the squeezed middle, those families that need to put fuel in their cars and vehicles or put heating oil into their homes. So we recognise the huge pressure that people are under. We have been following a significant amount of work right across all of the departments led by the Executive Office through our civil contingencies groups. I can advise the member that we have raised these issues directly with the Prime Minister when he was here, and of course in the correspondence where we have asked for 3 specific actions from the UK Government. The reason we have done that is because the UK Government has the ability to do something about these things. When it comes to tax, for example, or duty on fuel, then that is a matter for the UK Government. That is why we have asked them. I do believe that this is a UK Government that will have to act to support people who are really genuinely feeling that squeeze. I also attended a very high-level ministerial meeting with officials right across the UK. I was joined by the First Minister of Scotland, people from the government in Wales, and indeed by the Economy Minister. The Economy Minister has also set up the supply chain group to monitor the supply, particularly of fuel, into Northern Ireland, and that group is coordinating across the UK. We are getting
Minister, your 2 minutes is gone.
Okay,
Mr O'Toole.
Deputy First Minister, I didn't hear a single specific action there that the Executive itself had led on. I will leave aside for 1 second the irony of you listing all the people affected whenever you and your colleagues flew over to Washington to Plymouth and flatter the man who caused this crisis in the first place with his reckless war. But can I just say to you, Deputy First Minister, you said the primary responsibility lies with the UK Government. You're right in relation to fuel duty and things of that nature, and the opposition agrees with the Executive on that. But on the 17 million and support money that exists but hasn't been spent yet, on engaging with farmers and small businesses, on delivering a reduction in transport fares, on supporting domiciliary care workers with the pressures they face in terms of getting around the country. All of those, and that's just a short list of specific practical actions you could have taken, the Executive has done none of that. Yourself, your party and Sinn Féin have sought to theatrically blame one another and then shift responsibility to London.
We'll
on behalf of the ordinary people of Northern Ireland, can I ask finally the Executive take some responsibility?
Thank you. Of course, the member will, of course, clip this to show his question, and he never shows my answer to any of this. This, of course, is a nonsense. This is an absolute nonsense point. There's a big difference between dialogue and endorsement. He is sitting there from the SDLP, and he knows that difference. I engaged with the President of the United States as a President of the United States, a person with huge influence in the globe, and I did my job and stepped forward because I will always stand up for the interests of Northern Ireland and to make sure that I seize every opportunity to promote Northern Ireland. In the previous question, I was going through a range of actions. I have heard you say repeatedly in this place about no action, no action. There has been a significant amount of action. Daily updates, hourly being monitored between civil contingencies and the Department of the Economy. We have corresponded directly with the Prime Minister. We have spoken directly with the Prime Minister. We have made those calls for people in terms of key action. We discussed this at the executive meeting on a number of occasions. I specifically raised the point to the Health Minister at the last executive in relation to those costs for domiciliary care workers. There is a wide range of actions. Unfortunately, 2 minutes does not allow me to go through that, but I can assure the public who are listening to this that we are following the process that is set down in terms of our civil contingency mechanisms. We are working across the UK. Our civil contingency team, along with the teams within the Department of the Economy, are working with colleagues in Scotland, Wales and indeed in Whitehall to make sure that we have that hourly monitoring of the situation, that we are pressing the UK government to take action, because it is the UK government that can take action. You have already heard today that the Communities Minister will be bringing forward proposals to the Executive this week in relation to the 17 million. We've been urging all ministers to move quickly and get that support to people where and when they need it.
Mr McAleer is not in his place. I call Dr Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. I may ask the Deputy First Minister how important she feels that Northern Ireland is represented, particularly when the UK Government is giving important updates on security issues, particularly in relative to the international situation as at the moment.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. I think it's incredibly important. The reality is that these types of global events have an impact on the people of Northern Ireland. And I think it is important that we do know about what is happening, that we get informed about what is happening. And of course, from a UK perspective, it is, I think, the right of the people of Northern Ireland and indeed the government here in Northern Ireland to be informed about that. Now, of course, what we are primarily focused on is trying to ensure that the people of Northern Ireland get the support that they need. That also, of course, includes defence. Because, of course, strong defence is critical for the entire of the UK. We were at a conference together talking about the importance, for example, of the undersea cables and the important role of the UK's Royal Navy in the protection not just of Northern Ireland and the UK, but indeed the Republic of Ireland and, of course, those important cables. So, of course, all of these issues have an impact on the people of Northern Ireland. I will always turn up, show up, speak up and stand up for Northern Ireland, and I will always fight my hardest to get the people of Northern Ireland the help and support that they need when they need it.
The Deputy First Minister for remarks and answering the question. Would the Deputy First Minister be aware of the fact that the Irish Government unofficially has been trying to get similar security briefings from the UK Government because, of course, they have got no understanding or complexion of what's going on at the moment? And therefore, if that's the case, do you not think on an all-island basis it would be useful if both the First and Deputy First Minister would attend these briefings?
Well, in response to the member's question, I do believe it is incredibly important that we do get that information. That is why I attend when I am asked to get the invitation to attend. It's just incredibly important that we know what's happening down the line as well. It's not just about a snapshot of what has happened thus far, but to get a sense by all of those people who have the role of monitoring this on an international scale. Of course, international relations and defence, they're not devolved issues, so therefore we do rely on Whitehall and the UK Government. I have been pushing the UK Government to ensure that we are kept in the loop on a constant basis in relation to these important issues. And as we plot the way forward over the next number of months, it is really important that we're getting that information, that we're using that information to be able to put in place the policies and the things that we need to do in order to protect our businesses, our farmers, our fishing industry and indeed the citizens of Northern Ireland.
Rory Flynn.
Gora Meogat, Akankwalya, Deputy First Minister, given that the US and Israeli war on Iran is now severely impacting on families, workers and businesses, as you've outlined yourself just here today, would you agree that the DUP's enthusiastic support for this reckless and illegal war was wrong and entirely misjudged?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an absolute mischaracterisation, of course. for political posturing. The reality is that the Iranian regime was an evil one. There's no doubt about that. They have murdered an estimated 30,000 people, of their own citizens, for the audacity of protesting. They are oppressive to women, to all kinds of minorities, all kinds of issues. I really, as I've said before in this place, find it baffling that anybody would be in any way throwing up a defence of that regime. But of course, we also said, and I said very clearly on that day, that of course we want there to be peace. Conflict is always tragic, it always has tragic consequences. It may at times be necessary, but of course what we all must work towards is to try to bring peace in the Middle East. And that is indeed what we all hope for. Of course, we have very limited impact in relation to some of these global wars, conflicts or instability. But what we can do is to stand up for the people that we serve here in Northern Ireland, to try to do our best for them, and indeed to work to try to bring about those interventions and those supports that our farmers, that our businesses, that, as I said, our fishing industry and our squeezed families really need.
So with respect, Deputy First Minister, I think what is baffling is the people that are struggling and feeling the impact of this war here locally. They would have appreciated a direct answer to that question, and it wasn't a direct answer. Does the Deputy First Minister agree with me that in the context of the increasing cost of living, including the rising cost of the home heating oil and fuel, that the response of the British Government has been woefully inadequate?
Mr. Speaker, as the member will know, we have asked the UK Government to step up and to step up urgently. There is a significant amount of tax, for example, on fuel. We believe that that is something that the UK Government must do something about, and do that urgently. We've also asked them to bring forward a package to support people who are really struggling, including in relation to, in particular, our small to medium-sized business, hauliers, etc., and our farmers, of course, that are feeling that pressure as well. As indicated in the previous question, I disagree with what the member has said. And indeed, I think people listening to this would want their representatives to be focusing on trying to get this support out to them, to try to make sure that we are putting the best case forward for the people of Northern Ireland, instead of trying to score political points in this chamber today.
Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, wars, whether deemed internationally as legal or illegal, cost lives and threaten other lives. In that regard, can I ask the Deputy First Minister what preparations are being made to support refugees arriving from war zones, given the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East and also in Africa?
Thank you. Thank the member for his question. As I've said, look, all conflict should be avoided if at all possible. However, there will always be, unfortunately, global conflicts that are completely outside of our control or our influence. And in that situation, of course, the United Kingdom, as a sovereign state, has responsibilities under the various treaties internationally in relation to refugees and support. The UK has always stepped up to support where it can, and indeed that of course is not a devolved matter, but it is something that has happened in the past. He will also be aware that of course from the perspective of refugees from any particular place, the way that the international treaties apply is that of course those countries in the surrounding area are often those that are required to step up initially, and of course that situation will be monitored in relation to potential wider impacts. Of course nobody wants any conflict to roll on for any sustained period of time, and I hope that this one will come to an end swiftly, and therefore the refugee situation does not become a significant international issue.
Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Deputy First Minister for that reply. Can I ask further to that what conversations, if any, have been had, including herself or the Executive Office, with the Home Office concerning the likelihood of further refugees coming to the UK from war zones?
As the member will be aware, we have a number of very specific schemes supporting refugees. Those are done at a UK-wide level, but of course Northern Ireland plays its part. We've got the Syrian, the Afghan and the Ukrainian scheme currently. We're not anticipating at this stage any particular refugee scheme in relation to the current conflict, But I have to say I think that that's because the focus very much at the moment is hoping that this will be a short-lived conflict, that there will be no need for the significant travel of refugees from the region. But of course we'll continue to monitor that. I would advise the member that the Executive Office officials do liaise with Home Office on a very regular basis, and we would expect to get very early notice of such a proposal if there was to be one.
Moving on to questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, and I call Jonathan Buckley.
Number 1.
Minister.
As previously outlined in the recent adjournment debate, the A1 Junctions Phase 2 scheme is a mature and well-developed project. The statutory processes have been completed, including the public local inquiry and approved outline business case in place. In July 2024, the scheme was confirmed as proceeding as a single coherent package of works, reflecting its strategic and safety importance, and it moved into the procurement phase, completing the preparatory procurement activity with a restricted list of tenders being established. In February 2025, a restricted list of tenders was put in place, positioning the scheme to progress efficiently when appropriate. Following the A5 judgment, the restricted list was extended for 1 year as a deliberate step to protect the viability of the scheme during a period of legal uncertainty. The issues being examined in the A5 case are relevant to the approval of all major infrastructure projects, including the A1, and it's therefore considered appropriate not to take key decisions on these projects until there's clarity from the final determination of those proceedings. To protect the delivery prospects of the A1, I must ensure that any next steps align with the final legal position and avoid exposing the scheme to avoidable litigation risk. Extending the restricted list preserves the work already completed, avoids unnecessary delay or cost, and maintains flexibility to move to the invitation to tender stage when it is appropriate to do so. Officials continue to monitor safety on the A1, including reviewing collision data and emerging patterns, while the long-term solution remains delivery of the full Phase 2 scheme.
Mr Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, major life-saving infrastructure projects from the A1 in our own constituency to the A5 or the A4 in Enniskillen bypass are being blocked from progressing because of flawed, unattainable climate change targets. Those targets were exclusively backed by your own party, the SDLP and the Alliance. So can I ask, Minister, you will agree that not only is this delay costing millions, but it's also costing lives. So, Minister, will you commit to bringing forward amending legislation to remove these climate change targets, which have become an anchor around the neck of Northern Ireland infrastructure projects right across this province? As we have had this discussion previously, the member will know that my focus at this point in time is this appeal and delivering the strongest, most robust argument in relation to the appeal. That is my priority. What I have also said is that we will be continuing to look at what other options are available to us in the meantime, so that in the event of an unsuccessful outcome to the appeal, we can move at pace to ensure that the delivery of the A5 proceeds. However, at this point in time, that is my focus, because this isn't just as a result of the current JR that took place. This has been a long-running crusade of objections to the A5, which has held us to this point. So, at this point in time, myself and my officials, along with officials and the Minister for Agriculture and Rural Affairs, is about winning this appeal, and we'll continue to focus on that so that we can move forward in this and move forward positively.
Well,
I can't thank the Minister for her response so far, but can the Minister give assurances that she remains committed to the A1 scheme?
Yes, absolutely, and as I said very clearly in the recent adjournment debate, I mean, any delay to the A1 scheme is one that I wish we wouldn't be in this position. So I'm absolutely committed to this. I've had to take a decision that, whilst it was extremely difficult, I have to be rational, I have to be responsible in my role, and that is what I'm doing in the same way that I have applied this to all the other major infrastructure projects, which I know would potentially be at risk of litigation should I proceed whilst the current appeal is ongoing.
Done.
Speaker. The consultation on my department's draft road maintenance strategy ran from the 2nd of December 2025 to the 30th of January 2026, and feedback has been very positive.
So I'd firstly like to thank all of those who provided feedback to the consultation and for the positive comments that were made. I'm now working closely with officials to finalise the draft consultation report, which will be shared with the Infrastructure Committee shortly for any further comments as the final stage of the process. Following any comments from the committee, I will consider if any amendments are needed before publishing a final road maintenance strategy along with the consultation report itself. Once published, my department will be in a strong position to progress a modern, data-driven approach to road maintenance across the north.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer. As a member of the Public Accounts Committee, we recently completed work on the role of utility companies upon road openings, which was missing from the draft strategy. Will the Minister confirm if the updated strategy will in fact include action to address the role of utility companies in the poor condition of our roads, particularly through poor reinstatement and the frequent and repeated road openings that do weaken the road structure and contribute to its deterioration? And when will you take action and fix the crisis on our roads?
So, as I've said in my previous answer, we are considering the response to the consultation and any further comments from the committee, which will factor in the final strategy. I welcome the NIAO report and the opportunity to consider its findings through the Public Accounts Committee. My department has already acted on several of those recommendations, including strengthening Article 18 notifications to improve coordinations with utilities and better protect resurfaced roads. To improve transparency and understanding of road deterioration, as the member will know, I've commissioned a full digital survey of the network, which will help to inform analysis of the impact of utility openings and support our review of warranty periods based on robust evidence. And I am aware this is an issue that has been coming up for many, many years. So, I am committed to take that on board and see how we can continually improve that based on those recommendations. We're also enhancing our assurance arrangements, maintaining annual reporting of utility performance and contributing to benchmarking across these islands. And whilst progress has been made, I recognise there is more to do. And my department remains committed to developing and delivering further improvements and addressing the issues raised by the PSC.
Melissa McHugh.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far.
What is the Department's response to the Public Utilities Accounts Committee report on road openings by utilities?
Well, as I said, I've welcomed the recommendations that have come out of that. I think it is an issue, it's a real bugbear, I think it's fair to say, for not just members across this House, but for the wider public in terms of the quality of some of the reinstatements. So, as I've said, we have already acted on some of the recommendations and will continue to work to see how we can further implement and deliver better quality outcomes for everybody. I have reinforced my commitment to ensuring our road network is maintained to the standard that we all expect and what the public rightly deserve within a very financially constrained environment. However, I am confident that the new strategy can help to achieve that, and we will see real positive benefits in the future.
Paul Bradshaw.
And thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. So the DFI staff that I would contact through my constituency office are wonderful and very responsive. A lot of the times, however, they have to come back and say they don't have the budget for the works that we have requested. What are you going to do in terms of ensuring that there is the adequacy of staff to ensure that this new strategy is actually deliverable? Thank you.
Well, firstly, can I thank the member for her lovely comments, and I think it is very important that we do reflect the huge amount of work that staff do in a very difficult situation. But I'm also very cognizant of the fact that we have a large number of vacancies right across our teams, which also adds to the difficulty in responding to issues as they arise. And it is something that I have been very focused on. The member may be aware that we recently launched recruitment competitions for industrial workers across the department. And we've had a huge amount of interest, which I'm really, really pleased. So that will help to see better staffing, which also will, I hope, to see better results for people on the ground. I think since I've been able to secure additional funding, I've certainly seen a huge amount of activity happening out there in terms of getting road repairs. I know it falls well short of what's needed because of the impact of the weather, and we're continually seeing the rain hasn't stopped yet for anybody has been out and about over Easter. But I think it sends a clear message that we're serious about this, and we'll use all resources available to us to ensure that we're maximising what we can do. But staffing is a huge part of that, and that's why I'm very focused on recruitment, and I hope to see really good results coming out of the recent recruitment campaigns.
Mark Durgan.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Has the Minister spoken to her colleague, the Finance Minister, to ensure that any new road maintenance strategy is fully funded, and when can people expect to see and feel the benefits of it? Because despite the Minister's efforts, despite the plenty of positive press in regards to those efforts, our roads are worse than ever.
Well, I mean, that's your opinion, that they're worse than ever. I think we've been in this position for many, many years and we haven't seen a real impact. No, but what the point I'm making is that name me an infrastructure minister in the last 25 years who's been able to get ahead of us. We've been operating a limited service policy that was introduced by the DEP over 15 years ago. So, and we know why that is. So, look, we can pass the buck all we want. The reality is this executive is facing a situation that we are consistently underfunded. There's nobody in this House that disagrees with that. So I will continue to make the case to ensure that we are properly financed. But that doesn't just rest with the Finance Minister. As much as members in this House wish to give the British Government cover, they have underfunded us way, way below what is needed to not just deliver what is needed now, but to catch up on what we should have been able to deliver 10, 15, 20 years ago. And that is the impacts are seen probably most widely in our roads network. So I continually make that case, but other members in this House need to join with me so that that voice is heard as strongly as possible, because it's in all of our interests that we deliver that. And the strategy is going to go in some way to try and deliver within the budget that we have to improve our roads within a very, very constrained budget. However, the more money I can get, the more we can deliver, and that we'll see impacts right across the north.
Honourable McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 3, please.
With your permission, Concordia, I will answer questions 3 and 7 together. I recognise the very real difficulties faced by homeowners living in unadopted developments, particularly in cases where the developer is no longer trading and the bond held by the department is insufficient to complete the works required to bring the streets up to an adoptable standard. Responsibility for constructing roads and associated infrastructure to an adoptable standard rests with the developer. And where a developer fails to do so, my department has discretionary enforcement powers under the private streets legislation, including the options to draw down on any bond of surety that is in place. However, in a number of older developments, the value of the bond does not fully reflect the cost of the outstanding works. In such circumstances, there is no legal obligation on my department to fund the shortfall between the bond value and the cost of completion, and there is currently no dedicated budget to do so. That said, my department continues to take a case-by-case approach. Officials will pursue developers where they remain in existence, seek to maximise the use of any available bond, and engage with residents to explain the options available. Where enforcement action is considered appropriate and proportionate, it may be taken, subject to available resources and legal considerations. More importantly, I am determined to prevent these situations arising in the future. Following Assembly consideration of this issue, my department introduced strengthened private streets enforcement guidance in 2025. This has improved how and when enforcement action is initiated, tightened bond release arrangements, and significantly reduced the risk of new developments entering long-term unadopted status. While these measures cannot retrospectively resolve all legacy cases, they represent an important step in better protecting homeowners going forward. I continue to keep the position under review and to engage with executive colleagues and the Assembly on this complex and long-standing issue.
Mr. McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, you do acknowledge that the developers are ultimately responsible, but there has been policy failures that have led to this current situation. Again, you've referenced the future, but will you develop more robust responses in order to help those already stuck in unadopted developments?
Well, as I've said, I mean, I appreciate the strength of feeling, particularly around legacy issues, where people have been caught in that situation, particularly where the developer is no longer trading. And I am regularly receiving correspondence from the many situations across the north where this has had an impact. At present, there's no plans to review or amend the private streets legislation. because I think it's important to recognise that any legislative change would need careful consideration, particularly in relation to cost, fairness and legal liability. We've just had a discussion there in the previous question around the ability to maintain our roads to a standard. The roads that are already within our responsibility, those roads that are already adopted, we're struggling to do that. So to add further cost into the mix is something we have to be very cautious around. That's not shirking from responsibility, but I think those who have caused the situation, it isn't the department, but we are trying to tighten up measures to try and protect people going forward. But as I've said in the response to the previous question, I will continue to keep that position under review and continue to engage both with the Executive and the Assembly on this issue, because I do recognise that it's very stressful for anybody that's impacted. So I think it's important to take all of that into consideration moving forward.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, unadopted developments and roads are a long-standing issue. I think it's long past the time that we're just reviewing this. I think we need now to take action on it. Do you agree that we do need more government intervention, possibly new legislation, because this is causing people unable to sell their homes, this is causing people to damage their cars? It's not enough to keep it under review anymore. We need to take firm action, and you're the Minister who can do that.
Well, I think it's, as I've said previously, I'm not by any way kind of underestimating the impact this has, but I also have to ensure that I have the ability to deliver on this. So that's why I've said I keep it under review. There's a number of factors that we have to carefully consider as part of that. In my role, as the member has said, this is a long-standing issue. This is something that is impacting many sites across the north. The scale of that, and I suppose the cost of actually rectifying all of that, I can only imagine would be quite significant. And I think that we have to be very careful about what we promise people, because it's another thing being able to deliver on it. With that said, I think we have to continually look at that and see what else we can do. And what I've done is try and ensure that we're putting in place policy that protects people going forward. So that's a recognition of the significant impact that has. But I am happy to continue to work. I take your point in relation to it's not good enough to keep this under review, but we also have to remember where the issue arose from. And there were measures in place to try and ensure that this didn't happen. But look, we continue to engage on it and see what else is available to us. But at this point in time, I have brought forward policy changes to try and protect people as best I can within the remit that I have.
Linda Dillon.
Can I apologise for not being in my place for question number 1 of the Executive Office? Can I also welcome the new MLA to the Chamber and offer our well wishes to Gary in the future and tell him we're thinking of him? Thank you very much. Minister, in terms of actions to strengthen enforcement and reduce the risk of new housing developments becoming long-term unadopted sites, can you outline exactly what you're doing, and in terms of even working with planners, because not all of this is around money. Some of it is around the inability to adopt sites because they did not have sightlines. So this is irresponsible actions carried out by developers and the people that end up picking up the cost of that are the unknown, unwitting people who buy homes in these developments and are left in a position where they can't sell, can't get mortgages, can't develop their own homes and can't move if they want to move.
Yeah, so in relation to what I've done in September last year, I announced the introduction of new private streets enforcement guidance, which strengthens how and when enforcement action is taken. The guidance establishes a clear threshold for initiating enforcement action 2 years after a development reaches 80% occupancy. Alongside this, my department has amended bond release thresholds, which enables a larger proportion of the bond to be retained. This provides greater assurance that sufficient funds are available to bring new developments up to an adoptable standard where enforcement becomes necessary. And taken together, these measures significantly reduce the risk of new developments remaining unadopted and provide stronger protection for homeowners, whilst maintaining the principle that responsibility for private streets rests with the developer until adoption. So I think there's a number of factors, and I think the member's right in saying that there are other things that maybe don't all mean cost. But everybody needs to take the responsibility in order to find a solution to this. It's totally unfair that those homeowners are left in this position. But the reality is the cost to be able to rectify that is also going to be huge, and we have to think about how we got to this position. So, as I said, I think we'll continue looking. I think, and we look at that as on a case-by-case basis as well, because not all cases are the same. Whilst there probably are common themes, there are some cases that maybe we can continue to work on. So that is why I've said we'll keep this under review, and where possible, whatever support that we can provide through the department, I'm willing to do that.
Erskine.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answers on this. This is an issue that I am currently working on through my private member bill, and recently the Minister did announce developer-led contributions, but surely this is already happening through the Article 161 mechanism, whereby developers can construct their own wastewater treatment in developments. And I have seen countless situations where NI Water and her department fail to adopt these after construction. Therefore, will the developer-led contributions not lead to more unadopted developments and add to this crisis affecting homeowners across Northern Ireland?
So firstly, I'm delighted to see the member back, and I hope Olivia's doing well. I think it's great to have you back, but I know it's a very busy time and has been for the last number of months. The developer-led contributions are slightly different, and I think it's important actually to provide that clarity. At present, NI Water cannot accept funding to deliver wastewater connections, for a developer. So the contributions that I have introduced and bringing forward is to allow developers then to fund that, so they can make a donation or a contribution to allow that to go ahead. So that will help to unlock capacity in areas where there is an issue where NI Water can't at present deliver the connections. So it's slightly different in the sense that it'll allow them to do it to the standard that NI Water actually would be delivering themselves through a contribution-based approach. So that, I think, because some of the conversations that we've had, there are developers out there who are quite frustrated. Maybe there are areas of constraint, but through the current price control, NI Water just haven't been able to get that done, or there's maybe a potential for some developers to come together to unlock capacity in certain areas, and that would enable them to do so where they're willing to make that voluntary contribution. So the existing legislation doesn't allow for that, and that is why I've chosen to bring that forward on a voluntary basis at the beginning, and then we'll review that to see whether we look at a more compulsory-led contribution scheme going forward.
Armstrong.
For your responses so far, Minister. I'm currently dealing with 4 cases of unadopted developments in the Fermanagh area, and in one of those cases, the residents, at great personal cost, have put forward money to ensure that the bond is expanded, there is more money available there. Now, this process, though, is ongoing and is causing them a lot of considerable anguish that there is no further movement on this. Is it fair, do you think, that where residents are doing this, where residents are contributing towards a solution financially, that they are having to wait extremely long lengths of time for any resolution?
So I suppose in relation to that specific case, if the member wishes to write into the department just to give me a wee bit more detail, because I'm not familiar off the top of my head with it, I'd be happy to look at it and see if there's any way of expediting it. I'm not sure what the reason for the delay is, but happy to look at it, because I think if that is a potential way of finding a solution and allowing those homeowners to move forward with their lives, then absolutely anything we can do to try and facilitate that I'd be happy to.
Jerry Carroll.
Speaker and Minister, road maintenance is obviously welcome when it comes, but you probably will be aware of the Lagmore area in West Belfast, which have taken a lifetime essentially to get roadworks completed. A lot of disruption and frustration has been caused, and people not sure why it's taken so long. Have you, Minister, or your department engaged in any discussions with developer at the site about making some form of financial payment to assist towards the maintenance? Thank you.
I'm not familiar if there has been or not. and I'm not even sure if that will be appropriate, but we can, if the member wishes to write in, and I can get a more detailed response in relation to that. I am aware of the recent schemes that have been delivered in Lagmore, and whilst I appreciate that, you know, any delays and disruption to people's daily lives, it can be very, very frustrating. I do hope that the outcome has been widely welcomed, because I know it's badly needed. Certainly my colleague Johnny Baker, he's not here, but has, I know he's been lobbying as well for some time to ensure we see the delivery that has happened, but appreciate the frustrations that has caused, but hopefully people will be able to benefit from that now.
Dr. Aiken.
Question number 4, please, Minister.
As the member would know, the three-pronged approach, which I have well articulated at this stage to the Department in terms of securing more funding from the Executive, introducing the Water, Flooding and Sustainable Drainage Bill, and now, as I previously mentioned, launching developer contributions, underlines my commitment to delivering innovative solutions in partnership with NI Water, with my executive colleagues and with developers to improve the wastewater network, including how that system disposes of wastewater. As I announced in my written ministerial statement on the 19th of March, developer contributions will be implemented taking a phased approach, and the initial focus will be on designing and legislating for a scheme to enable voluntary contributions. I've also asked my officials to continue working on the potential introduction of a compulsory levy in the future. The purpose of the initial voluntary scheme is to help unlock critical capacity in NI Water's wastewater infrastructure so that more residential and commercial development can proceed in areas currently constrained, as I've outlined to the member for Fermanagh South Tyrone. It will deliver improvements by enabling developers to advance essential projects, especially new homes, and give would-be homeowners and tenants access to more housing in areas currently restricted by wastewater capacity.
Dr. Aiken.
I thank the Minister for her answer so far. The Minister would be aware that some organisations, particularly things like the Construction Employers Federation, says that there is very clearly a limit to how far such voluntary upgrades are likely to go. And they're talking about they cannot see now how a single upgrade that could be seen as commercially viable were it to be wholly developer funded. So therefore, the implications is that there has to be partnership with co-equal or some kind of funding mechanism to be able to do that. Where's Northern Ireland Water going to get the money from to do that?
So I've said repeatedly that I am clear that this isn't the solution to all of our problems, but will it go somewhere to make an impact? I think it will. And the CEF actually welcomed the announcement when I made it, and I spoke at their event the day after it, where they did allude to that. We know the challenges facing our wastewater network are huge, but I'm committed to trying to find solutions and working our way through that. Progress can be slow, but that is a direct result of the underfunding of this executive. And you know, his colleague who sits in the executive will be all too familiar with that. This year alone, we're sitting with a £400 million potential overspend. That doesn't happen by accident. That happens because of a result of decisions taken in London. So, whilst I appreciate that some from the benches to my right can snigger and laugh at the approach, my focus is making sure that we continue to move forward, that we make progress, that we find solutions within the very restricted and very constrained environment that we're all operating in. And I continue to work with all organisations, all bodies, all members in this House who are willing to do so, who are actually realistic about what we can achieve and realistic how we make this place better for everybody.
I thank the Minister. Minister, people are struggling with an ongoing cost of living crisis and are facing rising fuel, food and oil prices. Will you once again confirm, Minister, that you will not introduce further water charges on hard-pressed families?
Absolutely, and I can't reiterate that in the strongest enough terms, particularly when we see what people are facing now. We've seen what has happened in recent weeks on a global stage and the impact that that's having on ordinary people. These are decisions that are taken where governments in Britain, in America, choose war over people. That is the reality of the situation. They're not the people feeling the pain. The people are the people that we represent, the ordinary people who are struggling to keep their head above water, who are struggling to put food on their table, who are struggling to put oil in their tanks, and struggling to get fuel to get them to and from their jobs. Many of those people are domiciliary carers. Am I prepared to add to that strain or that burden? Absolutely not. And I absolutely won't give cover to a British government who are shirking their responsibility, who are sending billions to fund these wars, whilst also wringing their hands to say we can't do anything else. So we continue to knock on that door, we continue to bang on the door of the British Government to make sure that the people that we all represent are getting what they're entitled to.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister accept that an increasing number of business organisations have lost faith in her three-pronged approach? Paul McIlroy, Director of Build Homes NI, said recently, quote, "It is wholly inadequate," and I'll go on to say that the public will have to pay the price of her political inaction. Does she have another prong, or are the three prongs it?
Well, you've only given one example of people who have allegedly lost faith. I have been taking action. That's why we've been able to make progress. That's why we've seen over 5,500 new homes being connected and unlocking that capacity through dedicated ring-fence money for NI Water. So, you know, it's okay just a soundbite in an Assembly chamber. I'm continuing to get on with the work. I'm continuing to ensure that we keep moving forward, that we're not standing still. In fact, we're not going backwards. And I'll continue to work with everyone to ensure that I'm listening to whatever solutions others can provide, because the only solutions that I'm hearing right now are domestic water charging, putting more pressure on people, on households that are already struggling, whereas I'm providing solutions that I do know will help us to keep moving forward.
The topicals, Justin McNulty.
Minister, in relation to the energy and fuel cost crisis, have you met with hauliers, farmers, domiciliary care workers and TransLink to discuss the issues they face and the assistance they require? And have you raised their concerns at the Executive?
Well, the list that the member has outlined wouldn't all come under the responsibility of my department, as he knows. However, my private office is engaging with the hauliers to have those engagements, to kind of hear from them what the issues are. But I think that they also are under no illusion as to where the responsibility lies for the challenges that they and many others are facing. That's why they're taking their fight to Westminster, to London, where the impact of this is being created. So we will continue to support them and support everyone that is feeling the impact in this in the time ahead.
Mr. McNulty.
Thank the Minister for her answer. And so 3 weeks in or beyond that, you haven't met with the hauliers yet. In the South, your party is calling a motion of no confidence in the government for not doing enough to address the fuel crisis, despite the Irish government announcing a further package of supports worth over £500 million. That's £500 million, Minister. Will you be tabling a motion of no confidence against your own executive here, which has not put forward any plan at all to tackle the spiralling energy, fuel and cost crisis?
The SDLP love gaslighting people, don't they? Because they know full well where the responsibility lies. So maybe their MPs in Westminster will be tabling a no confidence motion. Ask the Communities Minister. So if they would allow me to answer the question instead of jeering, because the reality is the SDLP will point blame elsewhere. I haven't heard them condemning the government in the South. I haven't heard them condemning the British government, who are choosing war over the people they claim to stand up for in this chamber. Shame on you. Be real. We will. This executive will continue to do everything that we can collectively to ensure that we deliver for people here. But the reality is, your MPs are cozying up to the government that's delivering this reality for people's here.
Ms. Heron.
Gurma, I get the Brún Orm. Some people have no manners. Minister, I welcome your recent launch of the consultation on road safety, and I know how well received it's been in my own area following the tragic death of Caitlin Rose, and I know how hard you've worked with Stella and everybody following that tragedy. Could I ask when you plan to have that legislation in place?
As a member will be aware, I have been clear in my commitment to take forward actions that enhance pupil safety, ensuring that any measures introduced deliver the safest possible outcomes whilst remaining proportionate and workable in practice. And I think that's very important to remember, because it is quite a complex situation when you're trying to put measures in place to protect particularly children as they go to and from school. As I've said, introducing legislation to ban overtaking stationary buses on our road network is a complex undertaking, given the diverse mix of rural and urban environments, with varied road layouts and the practical challenges of enforcement. The introduction of new traffic law requires detailed assessment, public consultation and coordination across several agencies, including the PSNI, education bodies, bus operators and road safety specialists. This approach ensures that any changes brought forward are practical, they are enforceable and that they deliver the greatest possible benefit in terms of the safety of children and young people going to and from school. The next steps will be determined by the ongoing Safer Journeys to School consultation on overtaking and passing buses, and I can't overemphasise the importance of the Infrastructure Committee's support and of all of this House to bring forward the necessary statutory changes at the earliest opportunity. It's my intention to bring through legislation this autumn, subject to Executive and Assembly processes. It's anticipated that the first pillar to prohibit overtaking a stationary bus in clearly defined dangerous circumstances, focused on situations where passengers may be exposed to harm, will be taken forward through secondary legislation within this mandate. The second pillar, which includes several options for further development designed to mitigate the risks associated with vehicles passing buses during boarding and alighting, including from the opposite direction, would require primary legislation.
Ms. Heron.
Gura Mayagat, and Minister, I want to thank you for that answer and commend you on the work that you've done on this, and another tangible example of your delivery since you've come into office. I welcome your update that this legislation will hopefully be in place before the end of this mandate. And can I ask you for some more detail on the educational aspect of the Safer Journeys to School?
Yeah, well, I think it is very important to kind of re-emphasise that legislation alone will not eliminate danger for children on their journeys to and from school. And I have been very clear about that from taking post and from my first engagement with Stella and with others on this. The Safer Journeys to School programme adopts a whole system approach which will combine education, behaviour change activity, evidence gathering and enforcement readiness with legislation. My department is progressing a broad educational package, and I have previously met with the Education Minister in relation to this, and officials are working across the departments to ensure this package is informed by extensive research, through engagement with key partners and concerns expressed by parents and guardians, schools and communities, to ensure that it is evidence-led and therefore effective. An observational study on buses and school journeys across the north is underway, and officials have actually been travelling on school buses across the north in rural constituencies, or rural areas particularly. And schools are being surveyed and focus groups are being established to inform the development of the education programme.
Paul Frew. Mr Speaker, Minister, the Bobby Sands statue in Belfast was erected without planning permission, with your department doing nothing. What message does that send to the constituents of my constituency of North Antrim who try to obtain planning permission for a new home or a business?
As the member will be aware, planning policy is a responsibility of local government, therefore it's council, as is enforcement. So there would be no role for my department in relation to that.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. But given the fact that her party have a large number of councillors in Belfast, what signal does that send to the law-abiding people of this country? And is there one role for Sinn Féin and another role for the rest of us?
Well, as I've said, this is a matter for council planning departments and enforcement teams to take action in relation to any issue that may arise around issues around enforcement or planning policy or planning permission. So the member is fully aware of that. That wouldn't be a decision taken by councillors either. So I think it is important just to clarify that.
Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, you alluded earlier to the recruitment campaign for the industrial road workers, and I'm mindful of the vacancies in the GFI Western Road Division. Can you tell me why the department is holding those open days in Ballymena, and why not within each the division? Because we're very conscious of the distance having to be travelled, particularly from a rural constituency such as my own.
Yeah, I'm glad the member's raised. I know she's written to me in relation to this issue as well. I was very pleased to note the advertisement of the recruitment competition for industrial road workers, which closed at the end of March, and Department received hundreds of applications, which I think is very promising. Our industrial road workers undertake vital operational services, and this recruitment campaign demonstrates my commitment to improving our network for the benefit of all road users. Interview open days are planned in Ballymena, as the member knows, on the 27th and 28th of April, with appointments likely to be in June 2026, so it's a very fast track way of ensuring we can recruit very quickly following successful completion of the pre-employment process. But the reason that there is only the one open day is because this new approach to the recruitment campaign is being piloted in the Ballymena area and aims to both increase the number of candidates and shorten the recruitment process. If this approach is successful, we are considering using similar recruitment campaigns in the future, as we have other methods of recruitment that we use currently as across the civil service. So that is the rationale as to why there's just been one location, but we are very mindful that there, particularly given the interest in this campaign, that there will be other areas that maybe it wouldn't have the means to get there on those days, and that we'll be considering that going forward.
Ms Armstrong.
And I thank the Minister for her response. And just a final question. Given the growing numbers of vacancies across the Western Division, can you agree that work is needed urgently to fill these roles to improve service provision and have a full workforce in place?
Yeah, as I said in response to one of the previous members' questions, the Department continues to face significant resource challenges, particularly in relation to recruitment and retention of staff. We face particular challenges in relation to those specialist roles such as industrial road workers and civil engineers, and this has undoubtedly impacted on our ability to deliver essential services and infrastructure projects, road maintenance being probably one of the most glaringly obvious areas of work that we have challenges. The member has referenced Western Division. They are experiencing similar vacancy levels to those across all divisions within my department, the Department's Transport and Road Asset Management Group. So to strengthen our workforce planning arrangements internally, we have established a people subcommittee, ensuring that workforce capacity risks are identified and managed as best we can. To build long-term resilience, we are investing in the innovative recruitment approaches, particularly given the example I gave there around the pilot in Ballymena, and the campaign. That campaign was launched using the Talent Dog model, is the name for it. And I think that will go some way to really enhance our resource capability to repair road defects such as potholes and increase maintenance. There are also competitions underway using the already successfully established academy and apprentice approach to recruit new civil engineering staff. But I have been engaging very closely with officials, particularly as we're in the new financial year, to see how we can further maximise our staffing levels, because I think the more internal staff we have, the better position we are in to respond to the emerging issues, particularly in relation to our roads networks, and we're seeing the challenges increasing. So I'm acutely aware of the challenges. They are being faced right across all of the divisions, but I hope that the members reassured that we are taking decisive action to try and get to grips with that, and the most recent example is one way in which we're doing that.
Colin McIlroy.
Can I ask the Minister if she will consider any measures to keep public transport affordable in the context of the latest increase in cost of living crisis?
Yeah, in that current context, we cannot justify an increase in fares that will hit workers and families who, many now, will need public transport more than ever as they struggle to put fuel in their cars. I'm pleased to announce that in addition to freezing public transport fares for last year, I also intend to freeze them for this financial year. I think it's important to note that TransLink have also had a record year of passenger growth in the last year, so it's important that we keep fares affordable. However, as the situation continues to evolve, I will be keeping that under review to see what else we can be doing, and engaging closely with TransLink and others to see how we can further support people to use more public transport where they need to, and ensure that we continue that trajectory in terms of passenger growth.
Mr Gilrenew.
I thank the Minister for that very positive and practical announcement. Can you, Minister, commit to working with your executive colleagues to push the British Government to provide more support for hard-pressed workers and families?
Yeah, as I've said in response to a number of the questions today, I'll absolutely keep working to do my best to protect people here from the policy decisions that are taken in London, to have people's backs, because that's what we are elected to do. we'll do that as far as we can, but the reality is the fiscal levers predominantly lie with the British government in London. As I said, that's why within the remit that I have, I've chosen to ensure that for the second year running, we don't see a further increase. And on the other hand, I could be criticised to say that that is reducing the income coming into TransLink in a time when they're already struggling. But I think we have to be very cognizant of the challenges facing people and facing households, and the reality where that hits is that many people will struggle to actually fuel their cars. In addition to that, that's again why I stand over my decision not to implement water charging on already hard-pressed workers and families. So we'll not stand idly by. We continue to ensure that we stand up for people, and we stand up for people to the British government because it is their responsibility. We pay our tax. We talk about the fuel costs. When over 50% of the tax or of the cost of fuel is taxed, it's going directly to Westminster. People are angry because they are seeing that the British government are choosing war over people. We have to get our fair share, and we continue to work together to ensure we stand up for people here and get what they are entitled to.
Rory Flynn.
Can the Minister provide an update on TransLink's plans to improve bus shelters in West Belfast?
Briefly, Minister.
TransLink currently manages 1,460 bus shelters on behalf of my department. A business case is being submitted to the department proposing the replacement and upgrade of 221 bus shelters across the network. If approved and subject to available funding, installation of new shelters would begin within 12 months, with the programme delivered over 5 years. In West Belfast, that includes ongoing work there, and some of the 221 that I have referenced are in that West Belfast.
Point of order. Thank you. Point of order, Mr.
I'm grateful for your advice on this, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I welcome what the Minister just said in relation to freezing public transport fares. She answered that when Mr. Gilderney asked about it, but several questions before, my colleague Justin McNulty asked her about engagement with TransLink, and she didn't mention the engagement she'd had in the decision to freeze public transport fares. Is it in order for ministers to choose not to answer a member of the opposition and then wait to answer the same question from a member of their own party because it's more politically useful to do so?
I frankly can't place how Minister answers questions. The Minister's answered 2 separate questions on an issue which has similarity, and it's for members to do what they do thereafter with those answers.
The previous Minister made several statements about the United Kingdom funding the war against Iran. To my knowledge, and maybe the Minister would like to come and correct, one of the issues is that the United Kingdom government is not getting involved in the war against Iran. Just for a point of clarification.
I just want to take this opportunity to apologise for not being in my place during the TEO question time.
If members will take their ease and then move to the Holiday Hunger Bill.
Members, we're going to continue with Danny Baker's bill, and our next speaker is Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member to my left for bringing this bill forward and giving us the opportunity to talk further to this important issue today. The Education Minister has made clear in his time as Minister his intention to raise educational achievement and to reduce educational disadvantage, and his goal is one that I know is shared right across this House. It really is something I believe each and every one of us are united on. If we want this to become a reality and not just rhetoric, I feel it very important that we must take action on child poverty that exists right now in our classrooms across Northern Ireland. The Trussell report last December revealed that over 500,000 of people across the north are currently experiencing food insecurity, including over 130,000 children. The figure is both stark and shocking. These children are part of the nearly 1 in 3 cohort across the UK that currently live in poverty. If we are serious about tackling educational underachievement, we also must recognise the importance of tackling poverty among our young people. As Save the Children has highlighted, poverty is a major driver of educational underachievement, leading to higher rates of absenteeism, lower grades, as well as higher rates of poor mental health and lower levels, sadly, of extracurricular participation. Research shows that while attending school, some of the most impoverished children at least benefit from at least one hot school meal. This may be the only hot square meal that they receive in a day, and is truly a lifeline to so many parents who are already struggling with the rising costs of rent, now fuel, and of course foods. However, we remain concerned that as the summer holidays approach, these same children will be at an increased risk of going to bed with empty stomachs. Not linked to parental failure at budgeting, but the reality that money just doesn't go as far as it used to. By once again extending a direct payment to a parent of a child on free school meals, I believe that we will extend the hope that children are not sent to bed on an empty stomach. And given what we know about the link between poverty and educational outcomes and between hunger and of health, the arguments for returning to that payment are self-evident. Indeed, if looking back between 2020 and 2023, when families across the north received the school holiday food grant supporting nearly 100,000 children, we know that support was withdrawn not because it had failed, but simply due to budgetary decisions. This need, however, did not disappear with it. Evaluations of this scheme, other schemes internationally, have demonstrated that payments such as this are used as intended to purchase food, to ease financial pressures, and to provide a degree of stability during periods that are otherwise particularly challenging for our low-income households. We know that long-term costs of inaction are far greater than the short-term cost of intervention. Children who experience persistent poverty are more likely to face poor educational outcomes, but also reduced employment opportunities and, of course, the health outcomes later in life. Addressing food insecurity is therefore not just a moral imperative, but of course an economic one as well. While this bill will not solve child poverty, I do believe it represents a practical step forward, and also one that dovetails with the Minister's priorities, and could also be a positive example of cross-party collaboration. It ensures that support does not simply stop at the school gate, but also recognises the importance of a child's ability to learn, and that doesn't pause during the school holidays. I believe firmly that if we are serious about breaking the link between disadvantage and attainment, then we must act consistently and not selectively. We cannot champion educational equality in term time and blatantly ignore inequality and challenges during the school holidays. I strongly believe that current ministers across the UP, Sinn Féin Alliance and the UUP must work closer together on delivery, and particularly child poverty, given its prevalence here in Northern Ireland. I can anticipate that the fundamental core issue with this bill is that money is a real problem. We've heard from ministers today across this House about the challenges from a financial perspective, so I would welcome in the wind if you can touch on what conversations you've had with the Finance Minister. I think that would be really welcome, because I think ultimately across this House we do have the shared goal of ending child poverty and keeping our young people's stomachs full and making sure that they have the support needed in school and outside of school. But we really need to understand financially what this can look like. Families across the north are crying out for support, and they really have a real desire to see this Executive and Assembly make a real difference that they can feel in their lives. And I've had conversations with Danny, and I can tell his genuine passion on this issue, and the SDLP will be supporting this bill at its second stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Cara, I call Nick Matheson. Sorry, Nick, see, before you start, it's just that some people are confused about the order. I call Cara because she was here for the whole debate. So it's just to let people know.
So was I.
Were you in for the whole debate?
I was,
so apologies. That's my fault. Nick.
No, thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. No apology required. I'll make some very, very brief opening remarks as Chair of the Committee, because the Committee hasn't really considered the issues around holiday hunger in any particular detail at committee. It has come up at various occasions and at various junctures in deliberations and other matters, and members are very much of a mind across the parties that tackling poverty and anything that could be done through our school and education system to do that rightly should be a priority. We have heard around the Unison campaign on widening access to free school meals and moving towards a universal model. We've received an informal briefing on that, but beyond that we haven't had detailed formal briefings. So just really from the perspective of the committee, I would just leave it that I'm sure when if this bill passes through second stage today, the committee will be standing ready to do the necessary scrutiny work, and there will no doubt be a wide range of stakeholders who will be very interested in this policy area, who will want to engage with committee on these issues. I think every member who has spoken so far today has outlined really the fact that we come to a debate like this and we come to a bill like this in the chamber with a degree of regret. None of us want to be discussing child poverty. None of us want to be discussing those huge challenges that families face, simply because we shouldn't be dealing with issues around these levels of poverty in our society in this day and age, but that is sadly where we are. So I do want to put on record my thanks to the bill sponsor for bringing this bill forward, for taking a proactive approach to trying to do something around the issues facing so many families in relation to poverty and just the ever-rising cost of living that we're all so well aware of. And a lot of statistics have been quoted already today. I mean, I'll maybe add a few more. I think the Trussell Trust, who are obviously a very key stakeholder in this space, their research from 2024 tells us that 32% of children in Northern Ireland at that stage were growing up in food insecure households. Those are not figures that any of us here should be casual about. This is a really, really serious matter. And among those households, 14% have 3 or more children who'll be living in that household facing those issues, compared with 6% of households in Northern Ireland overall. And we also know that in relation to child poverty, approximately 109,000 children live in relative poverty and 86,000 living in absolute poverty. Again, it is easy to trip these statistics out in a debate like this, and it can feel trite, but I think it is important we take time to pause and to really listen and to reflect on the real lives, the real children, the real families that lie behind those statistics. So I think we are all agreed that the issues are serious and the issues need a serious response. And I think it is right, therefore, and it is welcome across the chamber that all parties agree that tackling child poverty should be a priority. But I would say, regrettably, so far in this mandate, we haven't seen a huge amount of proactive action in that space, and I think we have to be clear about that. And I think it is regretful that potentially this bill before us today may be the only bill that is a piece of clear and direct anti-poverty legislation that comes before this Assembly in this mandate. Now, I'm happy to stand corrected if there is something else coming forward, perhaps from the Department for Communities that I'm not aware of, but my understanding is that this could be it. So myself and party colleagues have already met with the bill sponsor to discuss the legislation here before us, and I think as a party we recognise the need to ensure that we are providing support for those children most at risk of experiencing poverty, and particularly in relation to food poverty. And we of course want to ensure that any legislation that we therefore pass in relation to this reaches as many children in need as possible and in the most effective way. And I think it is important on that basis to always remember that tackling child poverty does require a cross-departmental approach. So a single intervention in the education space will not cut it. And I think we need to be honest about that, there is a need for across the departments for people to be taking this issue seriously. And the PAC report on child poverty in Northern Ireland, it gives a damning account of the child poverty strategy which ran from 2016 to 2022, stating that preventative and early intervention measures were not prioritised and that many strategic actions focused on improving the health and well-being of children living in poverty rather than preventative actions that would prevent them from falling into poverty in the first place. And I think it does appear that the current draft anti-poverty strategy may also fall short of delivering the transformative change that's needed to tackle poverty and its root causes across Northern Ireland. So we are still potentially in the space of treating symptoms rather than causes. Now we know, and other members have referred to this, that the school holiday food grants were previously made available to families who were eligible for free school meals from July 2020 through to March 2023. So what is being proposed today as an intervention in this space is not a new one. But following the decision taken by civil servants at that time, as there was no Assembly sitting, to cease the funding for the programme, I do think an opportunity was missed at that stage. I don't think that the nettle was really grasped to even begin to undertake any serious research or any analysis of the prevalence and impact of holiday hunger in Northern Ireland, particularly in relation to what the impact was of the payments that were made under that scheme. And I think the review of free school meals and the uniform grant eligibility criteria would have been a really good opportunity last year to explore some of this further, to really get that evidence base together around the scale and scope of the problem and what the most effective interventions would be. So it does seem to me that we are at a risk in this scenario where a lack of a clear evidence base in relation to which children and families are most impacted by food poverty, or to use the language, holiday hunger, and a clear evidence base is lacking as to what the most effective interventions would therefore be. Because it's not clear to me if we have an evidence base that says that the children most affected by food poverty are those in receipt of free school meals, or is it those who are on the fringes of entitlement to free school meals, who maybe don't receive any support from any source from government, and perhaps are struggling even more than those who may be in receipt of free school meals. I don't know. I don't have that evidence base, so I can't speak to it. Potentially the picture is more complex and it varies household to household. It may vary based on the numbers of children in the household. So I think the scrutiny of this bill going forward will be really, really important to make sure that the lack of a clear evidence base doesn't mean that we end up making an intervention that may feel like the right thing to do, but potentially might not target those who really need the intervention most. But I think that's a discussion for scrutiny stage, to look at that evidence base and to see where, first of all, the Education Committee lands in terms of what the most effective intervention would be. But I do think that the fact we're approaching this without that clear evidence base is going to make that work challenging, and I think we need to be clear about that. Just over the Easter break, the Controller and Auditor General published her evaluation of programmes addressing educational disadvantage, and I think other members have referenced that the issue of educational disadvantage here, and clearly poverty and food poverty does feed in to those groups of children and young people most at risk of experiencing educational disadvantage. And concerningly, that report found that despite incurring a combined annual spend of over £100 million, the Department of Education cannot currently demonstrate that major programmes aimed at reducing educational disadvantage, including the SEND Transformation Programme, are successful or deliver value for money. And I think that should give us all pause for thought. And I draw attention to it because it highlights just how important it is that if we're going to intervene, if we're going to spend a large sum of public money, we need to be clear that it is the best use of public money and that it will be the most effective way that any intervention can be made. And I think when the issue is we'll give way.
The member given way, and obviously I'll give remarks later, albeit a minister responds, and there's a lot of information that I think would help inform members in trying to reach a view as to the position on this debate. He rightly raises the question, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in respect of the evidence as to how this will work. I think one of the fundamental questions that members need to ask themselves in respect of this issue is, where is the guarantee that this welfare payment will actually result in food being purchased? Because there is no evidence to be able to ensure that would be the case. Unlike when you're at school, you can ensure that it is actually being delivered for the purpose by which it's intended. The other issue, which I think will be fundamentally important to members, and particularly on the committee as they scrutinise this, what services will be cut in order to provide? The member has indicated 20 million. I'll give him the evidence that actually his bill, if passed by the Assembly, by 2033 will come to over £30 million per year. Ring-fenced, protected funding purely for this aspect within the Department of Education. What are the areas then in a department where this year the projected under-investment is £600 million? What are the educational services for those who will support this bill that they want to remove in order to fund this? I think is part of the evidence basis that we would need to see to justify members taking a position to support this in due course.
And just to remind members, interventions are meant to be brief, Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I felt as it was the Minister of Education that should give him the opportunity to have a say on any of the points I was raising. Look, I think in terms of the evidence base, I would agree that yes, there is a need, I think, at the outset to understand what is the evidence base in terms of the nature of the problem and those who are most impacted by it, to ensure that we can target an intervention appropriately. I wouldn't necessarily agree that we would be in the space of, well, if you do this, you cut that. I do think there is an issue around ministers being able to set priorities, and I am sure that there are a range of views around this room around what the most effective use of the education budget would be. I'll just finish my point and then I will give way to the bill sponsor. The other issue as well, now I don't think I would frame it in the way that the Minister has, because I think we need to be very careful we don't get into the space of sort of characterising parents as being irresponsible in this space, and that if they're given the money that it won't be spent on what it's intended on. But I do think that there is a need to be clear in this bill what our measure of success will be. Will it simply be how many payments are made? Will it be ensuring they're targeted at the right people? Will it be the uptake of how many parents who are in receipt of free school meals actually access the payment? Or will it be some other educational measure of success? Will it be improved educational outcomes? Will it be improved health outcomes? So these things are not clear to me in terms of how we will measure the success of this bill should it become law. So I do agree that evidence is important, but I wouldn't necessarily have characterised it in exactly the way the Minister did, and I'll give way to Mr. Baker.
Thank you for giving way, and I was actually going to make that point. This is the lowest income families who qualify for free school meals, and the Minister having a wee pop at those families, it's I didn't want the debate to go down that route, but it's clear from his intervention that that's what he's going to do. He says about his figures, and just quickly to reassure members that the figures that I have are actually done by the Assembly's raised team, who done great work, and I worked really hard alongside the Bill's office to make sure that all of our facts were right. And you're probably adding God knows what inflation date to suit your narrative. But I'll say this, and I said it in my remarks. This is 0.6% of the education budget. The Minister is quite happy to spend that sort of percentage of his budget for his own priorities, just like Transform Ed, tens of millions of pounds, which your own senior ministers, your senior officials will say, small proportion of the budget.
So can I just remind members, all members, interventions are not speeches, they're meant to be brief, and as soon as someone's on their feet, you should be sitting, so that's for everyone. Okay? Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Again, felt that the bill sponsor should be given the opportunity to speak to those points, but can't guarantee I'll give way for as long for any other interventions. But look, I've covered a fair bit in the speech in relation to the issue of evidence and being sure that we actually evidence that what the outputs from this bill are actually have an impact that we can measure, and we understand what success looks like. But again, I feel that is for the committee stage to look at in more detail. But that NI Audit Office report further highlighted fragmented and inconsistent approaches to evaluation across the programmes, limiting the department's ability to understand what works and where to channel future investment. So if that is how the Audit Office are characterising the department's, how we measure the department's current interventions in terms of tackling educational disadvantage, if we are seriously looking at new spend, then I think we do need to be clear about how the impact will be measured on the other side of that. And we all know, and the Minister has already highlighted it, about the financial crisis facing our education system, and I think a crisis is an appropriate phrase to use. The budgetary position is dire at the moment in the educational setting. But I think, regrettably, we often see that the people who are impacted most by that are families, those who are least able to afford it. Even just the recent increase in costs of school meals is just an example of very often the costs land at the door of those least able to bear them. And I think we do need to be really clear when we're in a budgetary crisis that we don't end up penalising those least able to actually bear the cost of it. I'd mentioned earlier that tackling child poverty is a cross-departmental issue, and obviously we are looking at a bill here today that is exclusively through the Department of Education and their statutory roles and functions. And I think when we look at it as a cross-executive issue, not just through the Department of Education, the Northern Ireland Audit Committee has estimated costs that the tackling the child poverty is between 850 to 1 billion per year. Yet we know that we're not always, despite the investments we put in, actually producing the best outcomes for those in need. So often we end up in a scenario then where the community and voluntary sector end up stepping in and play a very large role in closing the gaps where provision cannot meet need. And I think it's important in this debate that we should pay tribute to those organisations who go above and beyond to support families, children and young people who are in dire need every single day, and also to our educational staff, teachers, school leaders, classroom assistants, who I know from stories anecdotally are often supporting families and children out of their own pocket. Or engaging them with support services in their own local communities. And again, we should not be in a scenario where staff and schools are having to step in that way, but that is the level of need. Now, we have also got the Executive's anti-poverty strategy in the space, and again, I don't think we should continually look to the community and voluntary sector to provide the answers to everything. And I think that's important to note because that's a cross-executive issue, and I know the Minister is likely in his remarks to take issue with the fact that this is being funnelled through his department and not other executive departments. In response to an Assembly question on this matter, the Education Minister advised that he had met with the Communities Minister to discuss the issue of child food poverty, including how it can impact families both during and outside of school term time. But I'm not really clear what the output from that meeting was or what the outcome of it was. I don't see holiday hunger appearing in the strategy or being given any ongoing significant focus from either the Education or Communities Minister. So, I mean, I hope that this debate today will maybe be an impetus for us to hear from both those ministers of what they are doing in this space, because up to now I haven't seen any evidence of that. Now, from engaging with the bill sponsor, I understand the legislation is going to amend an education order, and then it will, despite the fact that we do know this is a cross-departmental issue, but this will sit firmly within the remit of the Department of Education. So as the legislation progresses, and even today, if the bill sponsor can provide a little bit of clarity, I would be keen to understand about why the decision was taken to just go through the lens of the Department of Education, and why solutions maybe were not considered that were multi-departmental, because this clearly crosses with education, communities and health, and it crosses over the work and responsibilities of these three departments very clearly.
And thank you for giving way again. I've been very clear from the outset. I think it's at the very least the Education Department should be doing. I think other departments should be doing more. I'd also like to see more private members' bills coming forward to deal with child poverty.
Thank the member for responding, and I do understand that. I mean, we are in a limited mandate, we're in a shortened mandate, and we can't do everything, and I do understand that. I would be interested to see if there is a way to knit some of this together to see how departments can engage. I will give way to Mr. Brooks.
I thank the Chair of the Education Committee for giving way. I guess the point I was looking to make was surely it's not just about what we want to see numerous departments do, but actually whether it is the right department to make the right intervention in this way, and whether what, as I've outlined in my own speech, I feel is essentially a welfare payment should be coming out of an already stretched education budget.
Member for his intervention. I mean, I would respond to say that I actually think the best intervention is the departments who have responsibilities in this area working together, using the provisions of the Children's Services Cooperation Act and coming forward with genuinely jointly planned, jointly commissioned services that can impact those who most need it. I see no evidence of that happening, and I think we hear that through Education Committee all the time.
Would the member give way?
I will give way.
I'll not be very long, I promise. I know it's legislation and we can all talk longer, but even so, as you know, I sit on the Committee for Communities, and one of the things that we're very concerned about, for instance, is the unintended consequences that can happen when people receive an income, and whether or not that can be not counted towards universal credit. So it's one of the things, I think, along with the committee, I would be asking the bill sponsor if he can confirm, because it will need to be Westminster that will have to allow that to happen. Thank you.
No, thank the member for that intervention. I will not give way. So I'm actually going to raise that in my remarks later, and I imagine that the bill sponsor will address that. But as we're on the subject of money, this is a significant sum being proposed. It's been suggested 20 million a year. Minister perhaps disputes those figures. So I'm clear that there are obvious benefits in what's being proposed here, and I think all of us would want to see the children over the outside of term time being able to receive a nutritious diet. I don't think any of us are going to object to that. So there's no question in my mind, or from our party's perspective, that we would not support the progress of this bill through second stage today. But I do think, just in the current budgetary position that we are in, and I think we have to, we do have to be clear on that, and that we are now looking at a recurring financial commitment. We need to just be clear: have all of the options been explored to ensure that what we're doing with this proposed piece of spend the most effective? And I think that's for the committee stage to really work through. I'd like to know what other options have been considered, because to me there are a whole range of other things that could be looked at. We have talked before in Education Committee, we've debated in motions here around auto-enrolment for free school meals. We have talked about widening access to free school meals. We've talked about moving to a universal approach. We've talked about how to maximise uptake of free school meals. So there's a whole range of different things. So I think it is important that we do have a clear sense of just what options have been considered through the process that's led to this bill being presented to us in the Assembly. I want to just reference the research done by the Commissioner for Children and Young People, because it does speak to some of those questions around what is the most effective intervention. So the research by the Commissioner has raised some concerns about the adequacy of the free school meals eligibility criteria as the most effective method for targeting the provision of free school meals and uniform grants. So that they have asked that question, if it is the most effective way of doing it, and this bill very much ties interventions to that. And their paper highlights that entitlement to free school meals is often a poor indicator of a child actually being in poverty, with 41% of families in poverty not eligible for free school meals. And I think that's quite a stark statistic. So potentially you could have 41% of families in poverty not benefiting from this intervention. And I think that just again raises for me the question of just making sure that we know, if we're going to commit to the spend, that it's the most effective mechanism that we can possibly deliver. NISRA have also provided data on this. They've suggested it's less than 1 in 3 children in poverty who are actually in receipt of free school meals, and that the majority of children currently in receipt of free school meals were not experiencing poverty, and actually it's those on the edge of entitlement who may be more at risk of experiencing poverty. So it is just some of those statistics just give me a little cause for concern. Could we, by tying this so tightly to free school meals, could we actually miss out some of those children who need this intervention the most?
Nick, for giving way. I suppose I need to point out as well that when we came forward to bring our private members' bills forward, we were given guidelines by the Speaker. Your policy intent had to be narrow. I would have loved to wrote a much wider piece of legislation, but I am not the Minister and I don't sit in the Executive, and if it's too wide-reaching, then you won't get anything done.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I think it really is just for me wanting to put on record at this stage that I think it's important we consider all of this in the round. I think I'm very clear that in terms of the intentions and the policy intent behind this bill, happy to support, but it is just making sure that we've got the right evidence base, and that we're going to make sure that there aren't other more effective interventions that may well have, could potentially have delivered better outcomes. Just to go back to my colleague Kelly Armstrong's point around wider issues in the benefits system, this is the only other really issue that I wanted just to put on the record today in terms of just noting a slight concern, not to say that that I think it's inevitably going to be an outworking of this bill, but it is just to be sure that if we make these payments, that they will not have a negative impact on anybody's ongoing and current benefit entitlement. So benefits that are means tested, or we have the likes of carers allowance, which have very, very tight and very narrow income thresholds. Will there be appropriate exemptions applied? Does that require Westminster to deliver any of that, or can there be consequential amendments arising for the Department for Communities to take forward? So again, in the wine, just happy for the bill sponsor just to speak to that, to be sure, because we would not want to leave anybody worse off on the back of receiving any of these payments. So in conclusion, Alliance, we're very happy to support this proposal through second stage today. We recognise and are very clear that there is a need to invest in anti-poverty measures to support the most vulnerable learners in education, and we do remain concerned that across departments not enough resources being directed into this area. But there are those few points we would like to see greater clarity on, particularly the evidence base that this is the intervention that will make the greatest impact, given the significant amount of funding that is being committed to it. But again, I think these are issues we can explore at committee stage, and I look forward to engaging in that process over the next number of weeks, and I thank the bill sponsor for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Burrows.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker. I'll keep my comments sort of broad and high level. I do thank the bill sponsor for bringing it. I think the intent is noble. The debate is necessary, and it is something we should be discussing, and therefore I will support it going through to the next stage so we can give it proper scrutiny, but scrutiny it does need. Let me just say at the outset, there is no greater issue than dealing with young people, our future, the most vulnerable, and those who are hungry. I used to be a food bank volunteer before I came into politics, and I used to go around with hampers of food, and it was really humbling when the door was opened and a child took the food from your hand, and literally they were waiting for that in order to have their meal. There's many days I left the home almost ashamed at the situation that I found myself in society. When you have so much and you're giving something to people who have literally nothing, and they're waiting for the doorbell to ring for you to feed them. And of course there is the long-term impact of not getting a quality, nutritious meals in terms of your education, in terms of health and age that you're going to live to. And we know there's places that people live 10 years longer than somebody who lives around the corner because of health inequalities, poverty. It has an impact on the justice system. So all the poverty stuff does have a longer term impact. Nobody could argue, I think, that we should be making sure that our young people, our children, do get nutritious meals every day. And clearly there's a gap if you are needing to get support during term time, and suddenly you can't get that during holiday time. And therefore there's almost a logical appeal in what Mr. Baker has brought. And that's why we will vote to let it go through the scrutiny stage, but we do need to scrutinise it because, of course, this chamber doesn't have a universally great record in considering unintended consequences, and there were some issues like, does it impact someone's universal credit? Will we make sure that actually, and I will say it, some people don't want to say it, some parents are irresponsible, just a few. The majority of parents are responsible. There are parents who are millionaires who are irresponsible. There are parents who have nothing who are responsible. It's nothing to do with money. It's just the fact that some parents can be irresponsible. We do need to make sure if the state is intervening and giving money to people for this, that it actually ends up in the mouths of their children. That is, I think, just a sensible step to take. We shouldn't shy away from that. We are legislators, after all. And I think there's also that very good point that Mr. Matheson raised about the fact that you have children who are just under, their parents are just under the threshold and don't get free school meals all the way during term time, and then suddenly they also don't get free school meals, but those who get the free school meals are going to get them during the summertime. That is another thing that we just need to work through and be sure we're doing the right thing. Yes, I'll give away to Mr. Baker.
It's very much the reason why I say this is only one piece of a wider puzzle. Thresholds is a piece of that puzzle. Universal free school meals is a piece of that puzzle. There's health puzzles to be made, Department for Communities, right across the board. But for this private member's bill, it is on the Education Department. I'm not shying away from that.
Puzzled by this place, and I'm going to come on to that in a second when we talk about puzzles. So we do need to make sure, whilst the noble intent, but it is a very important issue, that it is something we can look at in detail at the Education Committee, that we do scrutinise that it is affordable, that it's the best use of money, not just that it's a good use of money, because it does come from somewhere else. There is no such thing as robbing Peter and not taking from Paul. It does have to come from somewhere. Where does that come from? Should it come from more than just the education budget? Are we going to have a multi-year budget? are all those things going to be decided? Yes, I will.
Appreciate the member giving way, and he's making a really important point. One, that this Assembly voted on and passed legislation around hospital car parking. And the very same members who brought that in, and the member's own minister, is bringing a bill forward not to implement that legislation because it requires other aspects of the Department of Health to cut services to implement it. And the view that has been taken by the Executive, who supported the Health Minister, is that that should be deferred again. Now, this bill is substantially of greater volumes of funding that would need to be taken from other educational services, and if you applied that same logic, that members then wouldn't be supporting this bill, not because it doesn't have noble intent, and I will speak to that and commend the member who has brought it forward because of the sincerity in which I believe it is based, but there is the realpolitik of the financial position that we face and the approach that we are taking on another bill. And if members are going to vote this through today, why would they then be supporting the Health Minister in deferring these charges that was brought forward through a private member's bill? There is an inconsistency in the approach.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for his contribution. And I was going to come on to the free hospital car parking, because that is of noble intent. If you're looking in from the outside, you would think that's a jolly good thing to do, but of course it does have some consequences elsewhere. And that is what we need to guard against. But I do think there is merit in scrutinising this further. But I will also say this, and I said to Mr. Baker, your party's the biggest party in the Executive, with the First Minister and with the Finance Minister. And the people will be looking from outside saying, how on earth is it in our system of government that a backbench MLA from within the government can bring a private member's bill, which the Education Minister in the same government will say, I can't afford, and the person who actually is in charge of the money is in the member's own party. And no, I'll not give away. These are the things that people looking in will go, this is mad. This is no way to actually run a government. And actually, this should be a shared responsibility. So I just make those broad points. I'm happy that we will vote to put it through to the scrutiny stage, but scrutiny is required. This isn't a blank cheque. It's not a guarantee that we'll support the bill in any way, shape and form. But this is an important issue. We should fully explore it. But there are issues that we need to look at to make sure this is the very best money we can spend, because every penny that we spend on one thing, we don't spend on something else. Black mould in a classroom, classroom assistants, training, books, everything else. So we do need to make sure we spend wisely, it's targeted, and we get the best value for our money. I will give way and then I'll just conclude.
Well, I think it's a right of every member in here to bring forward their own legislation. And I will make the point that your own party in recent times brought forward a motion calling for these payments to be reinstated. And as I said earlier on, motions are very easy to say yes to. It isn't just me, I'm bringing this forward. I know it's a difficult decision for everyone to make, but that's what we're here to do. You know what I mean? I'm not shying away from any of this. I know it's going to have ramifications, but I think this is the right thing to do and we should do it. And there's no point bringing forward motions and not being willing to have the drive to then bring it forward to primary legislation.
Well, the responsible thing to do, especially with the track record of this Assembly, is actually to scrutinise deeply, put it through to the next phase and delve in granular detail. Not just wave it through because it sounds like a good idea. And I welcome the fact we're actually dealing with legislation. There's a refreshing change from urgent orals, non-binding motions, matters of the day, Venezuela, Iran, all this other global stuff that goes around. Trump? Well, my mate Trump, he's quite my mate. I will correct it even if we're straying off, because I think it's
Sorry, you are straying off, and I've given you a lot of latitude because you're very cleverly thrown in poverty every so often, but that ends.
Well, there's a poverty of truth. Well, I'm Deputy Principal Speaker, and that is that I challenge Mr. Trump.
Sorry,
I went with a letter in my hand. I said, Mr. Trump, I challenge you for your conduct.
Mr. Burrows, I'm not finished making my point.
Sorry.
Do you want to take your
I
seat?
do apologise.
Sorry. All I'm saying is it's a great debate. I don't want to stifle anyone. Even those who want to shout from the back benches, I'll tolerate it up until a point. But see, when it strays off what the intention of the bill is, I'm going to bring people back. So I'm sorry for interrupting you when you're in full flow, but I just thought it's fair, not only to yourself, but for those coming behind who have eventually joined the debate, which is great. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I do apologise, I got carried away. Yes, there's a poverty of truth there because, of course, I've chastised Mr Trump. I am moving straight back to the matter in hand. But here's the reality. If this does cost $20 million a year, the reality is that would be eminently achievable if there was a bit of wise stewardship of public money in this place corporately. 40 million in taxis, one example. Procurement is an indictment across the public service. We waste money, hand over fist. 5 times that amount has been spent on the A5. Could feed our children for 5 years. What have we got? We've got £100 million spent on A5. Not a single metre of tarmac has been laid. So there are a number of issues that this brings up, but it also brings up our dysfunctionality. I'm happy to support it to get it through to the next stage. We will look at it in detail in the Education Committee, but we need to make sure that we get the best value for our money, and that we take a collective responsibility for tackling poverty and focusing on the real issues that affect us here in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker.
You're welcome. Our next speaker is Cathy Mason.
I welcome the introduction of this important piece of legislation that has been brought forward by my colleague Danny Baker. And as has been said, if this bill is passed, it will support over 90,000 children who are in receipt of free school meals during school holidays, ensuring that no child is left hungry simply because the school gates are closed. But this is so much more than just being about numbers. This is about our responsibility, our duty to protect those children who need it most. So let's be very clear here today, and David Brooks mentioned it earlier, that children don't fall into poverty themselves. Those children do not choose poverty, they do not choose hunger, they do not choose the circumstances that they are born into, and they should never have to pay the price for political failure or for economic decisions that are completely beyond their control. Poverty doesn't just shape childhood, it limits a future, and it doesn't stop at the classroom door. Something that this Minister and his colleagues need to wake up and realise. And every single time that we fail to act, we are telling children that being left behind is acceptable, and no one should ever stand over that. I've spoken to teachers right across the north who are witnessing this every single day. Children arriving to school hungry, struggling to concentrate, struggling to stay awake, and staff reaching into their own pockets to buy cereal bars, keeping drawers full of snacks just to try and get those children through their school day. How on earth can we accept that this and expect children to thrive in their education? Surely that simple, that very, very simple, real-life example alone should be enough to compel any education minister to act, to prioritise ensuring those children receive a decent, hot meal and that they are not left without support during the summer months, when they are perhaps at their most vulnerable. The soaring cost of living is pushing countless families to the brink. Far, far too many parents are facing the cruel and impossible choice between heating their homes and feeding their children. And at a time when global instability, including Mr Barrow's mate Donald Trump's reckless and illegal war in Iran, this is sending economic shockwaves across the world. It is the most vulnerable in our society who are left to carry the heaviest burden. And Mr Barrows, I'm delighted that you find this so funny, that we're talking about children in poverty and how this war is further impacting them. And no, I won't. And you find it acceptable to sit and laugh. That is why we must step up. That is why we have a moral obligation, not a choice, an obligation to act. Yet, what do we see? We have former DUP leader Arlene Foster calling for cuts to welfare to boost defence spending. We have sitting DUP Education and Communities ministers gaslighting the public, claiming that there is no money to tackle poverty and disadvantage, while actively blocking the agreement of the very multi-year budget that would allow departments to plan and to invest and to start delivering. The Minister asked in his earlier interventions what services will need to be cut. So I then ask, why can money always be found for war but not for hungry children? Why can millions of pounds be found for pet projects like Transform Aid, Reform Agenda, or the hundreds of thousands of pounds spent on mobile phone pouches, yet when it comes to putting food on a child's plate, suddenly the coffers are empty? This is not about resources. This is about priorities. And the priority must be our children, because protecting children is not optional. It is the most fundamental duty that we have. This legislation is therefore not just welcome, it's necessary. And in the absence of leadership from the DUP minister, Sinn Féin will step up to deliver for those children and young people. No child should go without food. It really is as simple as that. And while this bill alone will not end child poverty, it is a vital step forward. It is a practical, real intervention that will make a difference to families across the North. And as already been said, it must be seen as part of a wider ambition. The Department for Communities should get back to the drawing board when it comes to the anti-poverty strategy. This is a move that will move us, hopefully, towards universal free school meals and a society where no child is left behind, and the beginning of actually truly tackling educational underachievement. Because when a child is hungry, they cannot learn. When a child is hungry, they cannot thrive. And when a child is hungry, we as a society are failing them. So this bill should be our moment to act. We need all parties in this Assembly to get behind this legislation. Sinn Féin stands ready to work, and I know Danny has already alluded to he's willing to work with anybody who wants to scrutinise this bill and make it the very best that it can be. And to be serious about actually ending holiday hunger, tackling educational underachievement and fulfilling our shared duty to ensure that every single child, regardless of their background, is supported, protected and given the very strongest possible start in life. Because no child should ever be left behind and no child should ever go hungry.
Thank you, Cathy. I call Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I stand to support this bill passing the second stage and will welcome getting a look at it in more detail in the committee. There are a number of things I want to say about it up front. I wish this bill wasn't needed. Child poverty is absolutely intolerable. I wish the original scheme hadn't been withdrawn by a permanent secretary during Assembly collapse without political oversight or accountability. I also wish the Department for Communities had listened to calls for a long-term life cycle approach to tackling poverty, particularly child poverty. But there is no action plan, no targets and no real strategy for children living in poverty. This bill, therefore, is not only the best option we have to deliver something for these children right now, it is the only new pathway available. When faced with the choice between doing something or doing nothing for children facing holiday hunger, I absolutely vote to do something. The framing of this bill externally will be tackling holiday hunger, but I want to broaden the context slightly because what we are also talking about is childhood. School holidays are a precious time for families to make memories with their children. If these payments mean a family can budget to provide for a treat for their children during the holidays, I am so comfortable with that. I also hope the scheme, if implemented, might offer an evidence base that expanding this type of support to kids who fall just outside the threshold is worth exploring. Ultimately, this bill is about child poverty and food security. There are well-rehearsed and devastating statistics and reports which show the impact poverty has on children's lives in Northern Ireland. Impacts on education, health and future life opportunities. Because they are repeated in this chamber time and time again, we need to ensure they don't lose their meaning, that the reality of those reports and statistics do not escape us. Dr. Julianne Maney, a paediatric consultant, in an interview to the BBC speaking about the impact of child poverty, said that poverty obliterates children's futures. She spoke about repeatedly witnessing the reality of child hunger and malnutrition, the awful disparity between children from disadvantaged families face compared to those with more. This is the devastating reality. The bill, of course, doesn't promise to deal with child poverty and its complicated myriad of causes and huge number of consequences, but it would ease the financial burden facing some families over school holiday periods. It would help to feed children and young people who otherwise would be turning to food banks or going without. It may in some way help support parents that are struggling with rising costs of rent, childcare, heating and essentials. Following the end of the free school meals payment, Northern Ireland is now the only region in the UK without a specific government funding scheme or programme for holiday food. And because we have had a recent school meal payment scheme here, I'm interested at the committee stage to understand in more detail the impact this had on the lives of children and young people, and I'm interested in understanding if the mechanism that was used then could be used again. I also note the Equality and Human Rights policy screening on the discontinuation of the holiday food payment grant scheme at the end of 22-23, and that it noted that the disproportionate impact of ending the scheme would have on children with disabilities. Of course, any proposal with budget implications will rightly be scrutinised, particularly at a time when departments are under significant financial pressure. If this bill progresses to the next stage, I am keen to understand how the financial responsibility could be shared with other departments, because fundamentally this bill has the potential to deliver long-term savings. The organisation Children in Northern Ireland have rightly asked us to consider the cost of intervention alongside the much greater long-term cost of child poverty, including impacts on health, education and wider public services. When set against the scale of need, with tens of thousands of children affected and the relatively low cost of delivery, it feels like the right approach. Committee stage will provide an important opportunity to examine these issues in detail, including how the Children's Services Cooperation Act could support effective delivery of such a scheme. There will be those who rightly point to pressures within the education budget. We all recognise our public services are underfunded. But we also know there are inefficiencies within the system. School leaders consistently highlight waste in areas such as procurement and maintenance contracts. If identifying funding measures like holiday hunger drives improvement in how resources are used more broadly across the education system, then on balance that trade-off is worth making. Before I wrap up, I just want to echo the point that my colleague made in terms of making sure there are no unintended consequences of this bill in relation to benefits received. The outworking of this bill can't be to make people worse off than they are now. So I welcome that. If you want to come in, Danny, go ahead.
I'm very conscious of that anyway. I'm meeting with officials from the communities tomorrow, but in my own research and work that I've done, I don't believe a disregard is going to be needed for a wide variety of people. It may not be needed for, I would say that if that was the case, the Minister would work with us at pace if it was the will of this House anyway, but I'm meeting with officials tomorrow.
Appreciate the intervention. And look, all I'm going to do is just wrap up to say, look, I welcome supporting this through the second stage and do look forward to getting this into committee and having a really good deep look at it. So thanks for bringing the bill forward. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Michelle. I call Pat Sheehan.
And I want to thank and commend my colleague Danny Baker for bringing forward this important piece of legislation. And I suppose fundamentally what it's about is trying to ensure that some children, and it's not going to deal with all children, but that some children who currently during school holiday periods go hungry will in future, their parents will have the resources to ensure that they're fed. And I say it's not going to deal with all children because many contributors today have pointed out that there are families who don't meet the threshold for free school meals. And we're talking particularly about low-paid workers, or sometimes they're referred to as the working poor. A couple of years ago, did a meeting with a number of workers from the Belfast Trust, low-paid workers, and some of them had 2 or 3 children at school, and they didn't qualify for free school meals. So parents were having to hand out 60 or 70 quid a week to pay for meals in school. And if you can imagine, what that amounts to a month coming out of a low-paid worker's salary, So it's not going to deal with that. This bill isn't going to deal with that, and there's no pretense that it is going to deal with that. But what I also want to say is that in terms of progressive measures to deal with hunger among children, we are way behind all the other jurisdictions on these islands. And what is more important? As we sit here in this assembly, what is more important to deal with? than children going hungry in our society. I can't think of anything more important than that, to make sure children are getting properly fed. Because if children aren't properly nourished, all the evidence shows they're going to fall behind in their learning at school. And what are the consequences of that? They're probably going to leave school without qualifications. And again, the evidence shows that where young people leave school without qualifications, they're more likely to be unemployed, they're more likely to have chronic ill health, to have mental health issues, they're more likely to take their own lives, they're more likely to come into contact with the criminal justice system, and they're going to have a lower life expectancy than others from more affluent backgrounds. That's the consequences of what we're talking about when we refer to children being hungry. And I can't think of anything more commendable any society could do than ensure the children within that society are well nourished and looked after. Certainly.
For giving way, and I don't disagree with anything that you've said. That there seems to be. What else would you how could you possibly argue against wanting to ensure that the children who are hungry are fed? Would you also agree that in terms of the scrutiny of this bill, we do need to be sure that the money that is being targeted to address that goes to the children most at risk of experiencing that hunger, and that's maybe a bit of evidence and data we do need to understand to make sure we're properly targeting any intervention?
And I absolutely agree with the chair of the committee. And there seems to be broad consensus in the Assembly here today that this is an issue that we should deal with. And I'm absolutely sure the sponsor of the bill is open to discussions with other members and other parties as to how we make sure, as this piece of legislation progresses through the Assembly, that it is targeted properly at those who most need it and those who are most at risk. And I suppose there's a simple proposition here. If we accept that it's right to support children with free school meals during term times, then it follows logically that we should support them during school holidays too, because hunger and poverty do not stop when the school gates close. And yet that's exactly the cliff edge that many families face. Around 90,000 children are entitled to free school meals, but when the holidays come, that support disappears overnight. Sure. Yeah.
Would the member agree, though, that there's clearly an argument for free school meals in terms of that as an educational intervention, helping a child in school? We know that children study better in school and whenever they're well fed, but that out with their educational experience, that is then a welfare issue rather than an educational one?
I think there's some merit in what you're saying, and I think there's a lot of merit in departments cooperating and collaborating together. But we saw a couple of weeks ago in here around the issue of the summer schemes for special schools that it was clear the two ministers who had responsibility for that couldn't even pick up the phone and talk to each other. And what ministers, and I would ask this question now, because everyone here in this Assembly knows that this legislation was coming. They knew what it was about. I'll ask this question and I'll leave it hanging there. How many conversations have there been between the Minister for Education, the Minister for Communities and the Minister for Health to implement the Children's Services Cooperation Act, to collaborate and cooperate together around issues where children are going hungry? The most vulnerable people in society, young children who are born into situations for which they have no control. Some may end up in loving families where their parents do everything they possibly can for them. Some of them will end up in dysfunctional families. Some of them will end up in dire poverty. But why should a child who's born into an affluent background have a better start in life than somebody who's born into a poor background? Well, why should we discriminate against children on the basis of how much their parents earn, or what level of poverty or affluence that they live in? Every child should have the same start in life. That's what this assembly should be arguing for. That's what we should be in batting for. So, I mean, and I say again, we've seen evidence of lack of cooperation. Let's see greater cooperation with the ministers. We know the reality behind all of this. Food bank use is at record levels, and it's going to go up again with this current crisis around the war with Iran. 74% of parcels, food parcels, are going to families with children. And we saw a 49% spike in demand after holiday payments were cut. And a number of speakers have referred to the fact that those holiday payments were being made between 2020 and 2023. And those payments were being made by DUP ministers. And I commend those DUP ministers for making those payments. Unfortunately, they weren't on a statutory basis. And therefore, when it was left to the Permanent Secretary to make a decision, that was one of the funding cuts. So let's be clear. This isn't just about food. It's about education. It's about health, and it's about giving kids the best start in life. And many, as my colleague Danny Baker has pointed out, many in this chamber have supported non-binding motions on holiday hunger. But today is the moment to move beyond motions and into action, to put our money where our mouth is. And yes, there will be those who raise concern about the costs, and we're talking in the region of 21 millions, according to the RAISE team in the Assembly. But let's put that in context. First of all, it's 0.6% of the overall education budget. We've seen hundreds of thousands spent by this minister on phone pouches. What's more important, food pouches, or phone pouches, or food for children who are going hungry?
I appreciate the member giving way. I know one of his colleagues didn't give way, and I think in this debate it's important that we will do that, and I'll do it whenever I'm responding. He has posed the question about putting our money where our mouth is. Now, I don't think you can contrast a capital expenditure of £200,000 for a scheme that actually is helping children in schools with various different reasons, with a recurring 20, I'll give the figures, £30 million per year every year. That is not credible. But if he is serious about putting money where your mouth is, would he support an amendment coming forward reducing from every department the equivalent of £20 million or £30 million per year? Would he support an amendment that could come forward to say this is dedicated ring-fenced funding that sits outside every department? Because this is, as the member has said, the most important thing that we can do. In the same way that the childcare funding is a separate ring-fenced pot that doesn't sit in my department, would he support an amendment that said that the executive will set aside, before it allocates any funding to any department, sufficient funding to implement the bill that his party colleague has brought forward?
Well, I'll tell you what I would support. I would support the minister prioritising his own budget. And, OK, I mentioned the phone pouches. There's been millions poured into the reform agenda. That's been lifted from a failed experiment in England. The DUP have ignored the recommendations of the Independent Review of Education and proposed to set up a managing authority for the controlled sector. And maybe the minister, and I'm happy to give way, if he'd get up and tell us how much that is going to cost, and it's going to be a recurring cost. And is that more important than children going hungry?
Deputy Speakers have said before, that will save money, because we are wasting millions of pounds on a failed structure that doesn't support controlled schools. And in relation to Transform Ed, I appreciate he put out a statement, as others in his party will, that this is a waste of money. Tell that to the teachers and the principals from every sector, including the Irish medium, which he will speak to in his own members' bill tomorrow. Every sector, we have principals from Catholic maintained, controlled, integrated, have invested a huge amount of time and effort to develop curriculum, assessment and are supportive of it. So in sweeping it away because he wants to make a point about me, he's actually sweeping away those who have engaged from across the sector, some that may even vote for his own party.
Lads, and it is the lads here at this stage, can I just remind you to return to the bill? Thank you.
And I mean, the question I asked the Minister was to tell the Assembly how much it's going to cost to set up that managing authority for the control sector and what the recurring cost is going to be over the next X number of years. He didn't give us a figure, but I can tell everybody here it's going to amount to a significant number of millions of pounds. We've seen money used for various pet projects of the Minister as well. You know, state-of-the-art pitches for a school that was already awash with sporting facilities. And let's not forget, and Mr. Burrows has mentioned it also, the exorbitant amount of money that's being given out on transport, including £83 a mile being paid to taxi operators, and at least 30 taxi operators receiving over £1,000 a week. So, I mean, spurs the lectures about affordability. Because if you really want to prioritise your budget, then prioritise what should be a priority. And children going hungry during school holidays should be a priority. This is targeted direct support to families who need it most. It builds on a system that's already there and will provide direct payments to parents. It's a good bill, it's practical, it's proportionate and addresses a real and growing need. And no one is suggesting or pretending it solves child poverty on its own, but it's a meaningful step and one that we can take now. So let's work together to get this over the line. Let's move beyond warm words, non-binding motions, and deliver real support. Because if we really believe every child deserves a fair start, that cannot stop at the end of term. And I urge members to support this bill.
Thank you, Pat. I call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I wasn't planning on speaking on the bill, but I thought you'd prefer me to say something rather than make sustained interventions. I'll maybe pick up on the previous Speaker, the Vice Chair of the Education Committee, who obviously criticised the Minister for not answering a question. I'll give the floor back to him because he didn't answer the Minister's question, which was around whether or not the bill sponsor or the bill sponsor's party would support an amendment that would ring fence this money in terms of ensuring, and I will make some progress on this, ensuring that this does not purely come out of education but is ring fenced from the executive. I'll give the floor to the bill sponsor.
Well, thank you. And again, I think this is only one piece of a puzzle. I've said it many times and it doesn't go far enough, and it's the least they could do. But as far as amendments go, I need to remind the House as well that we had a piece of legislation that went through the Education Committee, and there was 11 amendments that were not accepted by the Speaker. We were given guidelines for our private members' bills to be narrow intent of your policy. We've already heard today about people just missing thresholds. Yeah, 100%. But if you start getting into that there, are you weighing it? I'm up to having conversations with everyone, but I have no idea where the Speaker will accept any of those amendments anyway. What I do know is that this is the best indicator of a narrow policy that I could bring forward. It will help 90,000 children, and I think it's the best place for us all to start.
I want to thank the bill sponsor for giving me that response, and it'll ultimately, if it passes today, it'll be a case of the Education Committee obviously looking at those things, and I understand the context and how he makes them. I want to pick up on his colleague who just left, the member for South Down, who I think made some reference to about having money for war but not for education. As far as I am aware, the Education Minister or this executive doesn't spend any money on war, and certainly there's no money going from the education budget in terms of recurrent or non-ring-fence money heading that direction. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I would say that no one in this chamber doesn't want to see an end to poverty, and that's been reflected in the speeches today. Everyone, regardless of their political hue or colour, would like to see the end of poverty in Northern Ireland. No one wants to see children going hungry, either going to school or being hungry over the school holidays, and no one would support that. The cost of this, if we take the bill sponsors' figures, which I believe are around £21 million, the Minister has reflected that that's recurrent funding. That means it's spent effectively every year and comes out of the total money allocated to the Education Department. In my earlier comments there, I asked about it being ring-fenced. My understanding is that if this bill passes and it eventually becomes law, it will be £21 million that the Education Department will have to fund in some way or other. The draft budget that's been brought forward by the bill sponsor's colleague, the Finance Minister, it's my understanding, and I think it's reasonably accepted by this Assembly, that it leaves the Education Department about £600 million short for next year. So I'm sure members here will understand what that means, but these are fairly technical issues. Essentially, whenever we open the books for next year and the Education Minister or any other minister has to try and make their department work effectively and provide the necessary support and salaries and payments that are required, he starts off £600 million shy of what he needs, and I know that his is not the only department that's going to face into that. I will indeed, to the Vice Chair.
I know the members major in there on the education budget, and that's fair enough. But I mean, I mentioned in my own contribution about prioritising, and I commended the UP ministers who previously provided funding for this. And at the time, Marcus Rashford, the well-known footballer in England, had a campaign of his own to ensure that children were being fed during school holidays. And he was eulogised in the media, not just in England, but here also. And yet we had brought in holiday payments before his campaign started. Didn't get a mention in the media at all. And you know, maybe there's a challenge here for the media as well. If we can bring this back in, you know, because the media keeps saying, you know, we deliver nothing, we do nothing here. What could be more important than making sure there's food in children's mouths? And we can do that with this bill. And that should be the priority. Gormagat.
I thank the member for his contribution. He's exactly right. There was at that point in time a campaign by, I believe he was a Manchester United footballer, Marcus Rashford, regarding this. For transparency, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, at the time this was introduced, I was a special advisor for the Education Minister who brought it through. Probably best I get that on the record now. Again, I don't necessarily disagree with what the member said, and as I make a little bit of progress into, I suppose, the main point of what I'm saying, there's no question about anyone in this chamber wanting to end child poverty or wanting to end child hunger or wanting to support our children, regardless of how they were brought into this world, what part of society they inhabit. Every member surely wants the best for those children. But I suppose what we do have to do in this chamber, because it's a legislative chamber, is work inside the bounds of reality. And for us, part of that reality are budgets. And before I took those interventions, I was simply making the case that As we move into next year, the education budget is £600 million short. Okay? So before we do anything, the executive and this minister has to find £600 million to run education in Northern Ireland, or 620 million if we put the bill through. And I'm going to expand on that, but I will give member to the bill sponsor, yes.
But I suppose we can make the point then that it's 0.6% of the overall education budget. Quickly working it out there, Transform Aid in its first year's 0.36%, and the year after that's going to be something similar to 0.6%. So we can play this game and say, you know, what you're spending on is down to priorities. It's what you want to do with it, and that's why I'm making no bones about this. We're in here to make difficult decisions, and this is what this will be.
I want to thank the bill sponsor. I'll pick up on that point now then, and I think he made reference to the spend at 20 million. I think it was 0.6% of the education budget. I'm going to look across and see if anyone nods. Okay, there's a wee bit of nodding from the far side there. 0.6. My understanding is that when you add together teachers' salaries and special educational needs, it comes up to about 80 or 85%. I don't know what the exact figure is. I'm looking now at the Education Minister to see if he's nodding. It's in the region of 80 to 85%, taking SEN and salaries together. So actually, if we call it the disposable income that the minister has, or any minister has, to do other things, it's actually quite small. It's not 0%, it's not 0.6. I'll give you away in just 1 wee second, Danny. It's actually, and I don't have the maths, and I wasn't planning to speak here today, otherwise I'd have my iPhone out and doing some maths, but it's considerably more than 0.6. And I just wanted to make that point because the statutory functions of the department are really important. So the minister has to pay teachers. That's a statutory function. SEN is statutory, and so certain things have to be done, and rightfully so for those children. And so the situation that the Department of Education is facing into is actually a really, really significant spend on salaries and SEN, and then leaving it smaller, considerably smaller margins for other spend, some of which is really, really important. I'm going to get onto, but I'll give way to the bill sponsor.
And an interesting point that you made, I would call that like a fugazi. What you done there was very interesting because officials come in and do the exact same thing in our committee. On the 10th of December, a senior official came in and used that sort of language of the overall budget, it is only 0.4% or whatever they said, small proportion. So they were talking about the overall budget when it came to Transform Aid. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say we have disposable money and only take the percentage off that. If officials and senior officials are going to come into the committee in front of MLAs and play that game, then come on.
Peter, could I just remind you and everyone else that working into second stage is just very general, and you can talk about the principles of the bill. I think some of you are starting to stray out of that. I know you're talking about affordability. I appreciate that. But can we get back to the principles, core principles of the bill, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm not going to stray outside of your advice. I'll do my best to answer the bill sponsor. I think I was just making the point. I don't dispute his comments, and I've learned a new word called fugazi, which I will put into ChatGPT later and find out what it means. I was simply making the point that, and I accept the 0.6 figure or the figure that he quoted around the curriculum review at 0.4. I think I was simply making the point that actually when we look at the education budget, the amount of what we might call disposable income or extraneous income that the minister has to spend on given projects is considerably less than the entirety of the education budget, which stands at whatever £2.8 billion. Notwithstanding, you're right, it is about choices. And I want to just finish really on that. I suppose as I look at this, and I look at it mainly from, I suppose, an economics background, but our job in here also involves lots of economics, because it's about making the best decisions that are the best, have the most impact for those we're trying to help or assist, and are obviously value for money as well. And if this money's not ring-fenced from the executive, but it's just a requirement as it stands in terms of the bill, that the Department of Education, and whether after next May it's this minister or any other minister inhabits that post, they have to find that money. And so, as it stands, if we go forward in that way, and this question's been asked before, what do we not do in order to fund the additional payment? Okay, so let's say it's 21 million. How do we fund that from the education budget? How do we fund that from the 15% of, let's call it, disposable income that the minister has to hand? There's some important things within that. Extended schools is one of those. Is it the sort of thing you would say, this is more important, or in framing it to the bill sponsor's words, is this more of a priority than extended schools? I will give way.
I suppose you're actually saying it yourself. It's about priorities. So why do we send children to school? To learn. But the evidence shows that if children are hungry, they aren't going to learn. So what could be a greater priority than ensuring that when children sit down in school, that they're not hungry, that they're fed and they're ready to learn? You see, we can transform the education system, we can bring in new curriculum and so on, but if we're not addressing fundamental problems of children being hungry in the classroom, it doesn't matter what type of reforms we bring in, we're going to end up with the same results. And that's where prioritising comes into the equation. Thanks for letting me in.
I'll always let the Vice Chair of the Education Committee, and he's a very important person. So he mentioned, and forgive me, Madam Principal, I will try and address his points, even if we're starting to stray. In terms of the curriculum is really important. So obviously this has been referenced by yourself and the bill sponsor. The curriculum is crucial. We have to have the right curriculum in Northern Ireland so that children learn really, really well. And I have my views on what that curriculum should look like. Probably my party colleague, who happens to be the Education Minister, has some as well, and you probably do have them too. But there's lots of experts out there who have agreed on this. And so we want the right curriculum for our kids in Northern Ireland so they learn really, really well. And that will cost some money to do. And that has been identified as a priority because it affects every child in Northern Ireland. There's no one's going to sit in this chamber or stand in this chamber and say, we don't want the best curriculum that we can. We don't want something that is substandard to Finland or substandard to Singapore or substandard to any other country in the world. We want the best.
Peter, could I?
You can.
I know you're, and I am indulging you to talk about other things and make your point, but you're now talking about curriculum rather than poverty. Yeah. Thank you.
And you're very indulgent, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I was doing my best to answer just Pat's question. I'm not going to lie to you. You just straight into curriculum. You're going to get me told off.
Remember, give way.
Stray beyond the debate, and I know it's a very passionate debate and people are very passionate about it. However, as broad as the principles of the debate are, I'm not going to tolerate shouting back and forward. Pat, okay? Peter, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Speaker. I will give way to my colleague.
Just on the point that the member raises, he raised that free school meals contribute to the pupils' ability to learn. That's absolutely right, and that's why we give free school meals, but that is not a context that's applicable to what the motion is bringing forward, which is holiday hunger.
I certainly agree with my colleague, and he makes the point well. I'm not disagreeing with the member opposite. He's absolutely right in saying that kids need to be kids need to be fed, because they not only that's a really important thing to do, but also it helps them learn. So there's right, and that point has been referenced by others today. So and that is what free school meals payments is designed to do. And obviously there is a difference between free school meals payments in the year or interim, and obviously what we're discussing today. Look, I just want to make this kind of final point around this, and I haven't really explored into it. It's really about the question of, what do we choose not to do in order to fund this? It is about just pure opportunity cost. The chair of the Education Committee sort of was straying into this area, although he focused perhaps more on how we were going to look at an evidence base to ask whether this policy is working. The question that I want to ask is, if we had £20 million, if somebody came to the Education Minister and said, the Finance Minister came to him and said, look, there's £20 million, how would you like to spend it? Okay? The Education Minister might have some ideas, and every member on the Education Committee, perhaps every member in this chamber might have some ideas as well. But what we would want to do is make sure that £20 million was spent the most effective way we could, so it had most impact on the children we wanted to help, and it had the best outcomes for those children. The question this chamber is being asked today is these welfare payments, call them holiday hunger, are these payments the best way to spend £21 million? Will it have the most impact for the kids that we want to actually help? If we're not sure about that, then that leaves us with a problem, okay? Because that is what we call the opportunity cost. It's spending in one area, so you can't spend in another. You can't spend it on additional educational psychologists. You can't spend it on additional occupational therapists that can go into schools. You can't spend it on RAISE or extended schools or other things that the department is currently doing that we would all in this chamber agree are incredibly worthwhile things, but when you spend that money somewhere else, you can't spend it where you're spending it originally. And that is my question today, in essence. If we agree this, and it goes through, and as other members have indicated, it goes to committee, this bill will be scrutinised, absolutely. But my question, notwithstanding my passion over 10 years of working in and around this area of addressing educational underachievement and trying to find the best ways that we can to support our kids so they thrive and succeed in Northern Ireland, is if we got £20 million, is this how we'd spend it? Is this the answer? And I know that the bill sponsor is nodding opposite me. I'm not convinced. I don't think it's not a noble thing to do. I don't think it's not a good thing to do. Members opposite have already highlighted that actually this came in as an executive. I will, of course, yeah.
The member gave way, and I appreciate he also mentioned other areas where 20 million could be spent on, but I've listened carefully and I haven't heard an argument why this holiday hunger payment shouldn't be introduced. Could you maybe expand upon your opposition to it and the reasons why you oppose it, rather than just saying it could be spent on X, Y, or Z?
I want to thank the member, and it's a really good question, and I'll do my best. I thought I'd maybe answer it, but I haven't maybe answered it clearly enough. I don't doubt that spending money, if we had a near endless supply of it, that this would be an effectual thing. This would be what we would call a good thing to do. Would it have beneficial effects? Yes, it would. There's no doubt in my mind that it would. It's a policy that had previously been introduced. But that's not the question I'm asking today. The question that a legislative body has to ask around these areas is this the absolute best spend of the quantum of money that we're talking about, and will it deliver the best outcomes for the people that quantum of money is designed to help? So I suppose what I'm saying is, given the way that this bill at second stage is configured, what we're saying is that the minister in this case will have to find £21 million in the education budget that he didn't have to find before the bill. And so the question that we should be asking ourselves, each individual should be asking ourselves, is where would we find that money? What would we not do? That's what an opportunity cost is. What would we not do that we were doing beforehand to enable these payments to be made? And that is my concern, because I think extended schools is an amazing thing to do. I think some of the additional support that we are seeing, and we're talking about resource spend here, some of the additional support we're seeing with changes around special educational needs.
Peter, you're really straying, honestly. You really are straying. And again, just to remind yourself and others, I know it's about affordability, but it doesn't give you the leverage to go and talk about whatever you want. So I'm asking you to conclude your remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I do apologise if I have strayed, and I am pretty sure I have. I hope I've answered the member for West Belfast question. I've certainly done my best to do that. So look, I will conclude there. Look, the member in bringing it forward, certainly I know his heart. There's no doubt about that regarding this. But it's not. For me, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it's not about whether this is a really good thing to do or how good it is or if it's an amazing thing to do. The question that I have and that this Assembly should have and that every member of this Assembly should have is, and it's a very simple one because we know what the quantum of this cost is this the best thing that we can do? Will this bring the most change, the most effectual change for children that we are wanting to help? Or if there's something else that we could use that money for, then we should do it. It's as simple as that. But I want to thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, for all the indulgence you've shown to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. I now call Colin Gilderney.
And I want to start off by congratulating my colleague Danny Baker for bringing forward this bill, which has the potential to transform so many lives for the better. Child poverty is a real issue and one we have debated many times in this chamber, but for all of those debates, we have not been able to get to grips with the problem. The most up-to-date poverty and income inequality report currently puts relative child poverty at 23%, or almost 1 in 4. So if that statistic doesn't act as a wake-up call for each and every one of us, then I'm not sure what would. In practical terms, that means 1 in every 4 children in our society here is not being given a fair and equal chance to grow and develop and thrive. As my colleagues have outlined, children who grow up in poverty are more likely to underachieve in school and go on to have worse outcomes as adults in terms of employment and health and a whole host of other areas. The cost of living crisis in recent years has had a devastating impact, especially on lower income families, and we have seen a sharp rise in the number of parents with young children relying on food banks. The illegal US-Israeli war in Iran has caused energy prices to skyrocket, and working families are paying the price once again, with families having to choose between heating and eating, and with children bearing the brunt of the pain. According to experts, the cost of dealing with poverty lies somewhere between $825 million to $1 billion every year. That's the cost of inactivity. We need to urgently shift towards preventing poverty rather than simply mitigating the impacts, which is exactly what this bill is about. We all know we're in a very challenging financial situation, but we need to view this bill as a measure which will lead to significant savings in the long term. Holiday hunger payments for free school meal entitled children were in place from July 2020 until March 2023 and provided families with a payment of £27 per child every fortnight during school holiday periods. This small but significant payment was a lifeline for so many families who struggle with the extra costs associated with school holiday periods. The decision to remove these payments in March 2023 was the wrong decision because it only served to push vulnerable families and their parents into even deeper poverty and hardship. This member's bill would seek to remedy that by reinstating the payment and delivering immediate support to hard-pressed parents and their children at a time when it is most needed. As the bill sponsor has acknowledged, this bill isn't a silver bullet, and other effective anti-poverty measures absolutely need to be taken.
Would the member get away?
I will, go ahead.
I suppose the question has been asked in here today, would this be the best use of 20 million or 21 million, whatever it is? So, you know, we have a balancing of, would it be better spent on curriculum or would it be better spent on reform? And my answer to that is, what would be more important than spending money on children who are malnourished or hungry? It's almost a moral obligation that we have, I think, rather than trying to pit it against other possible spend issues within the department. Would the member agree with me on that?
Yes, I do absolutely agree, and all of the sector and all of the experts in this area will tell us that direct payments to families does have the greatest impact. And in light of that, I do want to welcome the recent decision by the British Government to scrap the two-child limit, which will also contribute to a reduction in child poverty levels. However, we do need to see a significantly strengthened anti-poverty strategy being brought forward with urgency. This must have measurable outcomes and targets included, and a much greater focus on preventing poverty. When it comes to poverty, and particularly child poverty, I have to say, it is of course cross-departmental and cross-government, this task, and that should spur departments to ask, what can we do, rather than how can we find a reason not to do something. So that's the spirit within which I think this is something very relevant for the Education Department. I want to once again thank Danny for all the hard work to bring the bill this far, and I know there's a lot of work involved in that. Go ahead.
I want to thank the member for giving way. Would he accept that the way that the bill is currently configured, the only question is, what does the Education Minister not do that currently costs 21 million in order to facilitate what is proposed? Would he accept that?
Well, I think the sponsor of the bill has made it clear that he has a very narrow criteria to make a difference. He's bringing it forward. It's for the Minister to make decisions based on how that money is allocated. However, the impact of this bill will have a very direct and a very practical effect on lifting families out of that very serious poverty situation, and in that sense, I think this is a great piece of work. I would encourage all parties to give this bill a fair hearing and to work with Danny, as he has offered, and Sinn Féin to ensure that we can get this bill over the line in this current mandate. There are thousands of children out there in our communities who deserve a fair chance in life. We all have a duty to do our best by those children, and that's why we need this bill.
Thank you, Colm. I'll call Colm McGrath.
Very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I will only speak for a short moment or two, maybe even shorter than some of the interventions, but that gives me latitude to probably speak up to about 10 minutes in some instances. And they do say that every day is a school day, and I have to say one of the lines from this debate will burn into my head. It's really important that we feed kids. That is something that is so obvious that if we have to say that in a debate, it just speaks volumes that that is the level that we've actually got ourselves down into discussing whether we should or shouldn't feed children. And I think we should take a long time to reflect on that. Because I think a point that was made earlier, I think it was with Mr. Sheehan, and I think it's well made. We can't say that we identify children as being hungry just during term time and then say, but not the rest of the year, not the rest of the time. And some of that I speak from experience, from my years as a youth worker, because I tended to work with young people outside of school time. I worked with them in evenings, I worked with them at weekends, I worked with them in the holiday time. And I certainly know that whenever I especially took them away on residentials and exchanges and we were away for a period of time, one of the things they always said they loved about it was because they got so well fed. And I certainly know that I always kept it as a really important part of the programme, not least because if the kids were fed, they went to bed and slept that night, but if they weren't, they were on edge and they were unhappy and they were unsettled. So I know the importance that there was of feeding the young people well so that they were well satisfied and nourished. Yep, go ahead.
For giving way, and as a youth worker myself, I'd testify to that. But I remember also acknowledge and agree with me at a recent meeting of Unison's Free School campaign that members in this chamber were at. Teachers and classroom assistants mentioned the fact that over the weekend many pupils aren't getting no meals during term time at home, and then when they come into school, it's the first meal they've had in 48 or so hours. Would you remember the way that's a reality in schools as well today?
Yes, absolutely, and I've experienced it. I've experienced children and young people being very hungry at the weekend, being very hungry in holiday time. And I want to commend the work that has been done by Children in NI and their Gets Active programme, where they've brought together groups of young people, and I know that they've met with the bill sponsor. They've brought young people together to examine this issue, because sometimes young people can inform us a lot better of issues to do with young people, as opposed to all of us sitting in here thinking that we know better. Sometimes actually asking young people their thoughts and their views and their experiences that have gone on around them. And those young people were bang on the money. They knew exactly what the issues were. They understood the importance. They could recognise in their peer groups what happened to their peers when they weren't being fed, whenever they were coming into school hungry, when that was happening at weekends and in holiday time. And I know that in the youth centre that I'm associated with, Patrician Youth Centre in Downpatrick, they have a group that are part of that programme and are contributing to it. And I was lucky to be able to join them, to be able to hear some of the work that they were doing with some experts from other places who they met on Zoom meetings and were getting some guidance and support. And I know that there's a lot of businesses and companies out there as well that support youth organisations and give them money to be able to provide food inside centres, because there's a recognised need. So I don't think we need to actually discuss whether this is something that is important. I think we can take it as read that it is, that there are young people in our community that are not getting fed at the weekend or on holidays, and that this bill will go some way to address that. I would make one plea, and I hope it's not taken from an opposition perspective, but let's not politicise this. This is children. This is feeding hungry children. And if we turn it into, no, you've got to pay for it, no, you've got to give us money, no, you've got to decide whether or not it's enough, please, let's not do it. Let's have that in the room of the committee room where we can thrash out some of those details. But let not the public display of this debate be about scoring points from other parties. It's about feeding children, and then recognising that if we feed them, we know how good and how better their life and their opportunities would be.
The principle of what department pays for what and it being in the right place does matter. And from our point of view, it's not a sort of pushing around with other departments or other parties, because it partly sits with Westminster and partly sits with the Department of Communities, which is our own minister. But I think the principle is that we need to make sure that it is the right department that is looking after their responsibilities, particularly whenever you deal with cases like education, probably health as well, where there are such huge responsibilities. And as you know, sitting on the committee that you do, the budget is not meeting need.
I welcome what the member said. I understand it. I'm not saying I disagree. I know that the minister sitting in front of you has a finite budget, and that if he's asked for extra money to come out of that, then he will have to go off and assess that budget to work out where it'll come from. I get that. But what I'm saying is, let's not turn it into a fight in this place about how that's done. There could be extra money from the whole of the executive that goes to the department. There could be, as suggested, that every department chips in a little bit. One thing that will be certain is this, is to see if this goes through. See the young people that are getting fed, nourished and able to develop, they won't give a damn where that money comes from. They will just be interested in the fact that there's food in their mouths. And I just think that in 2026, that's what we've distilled the conversation down to, is whether we should or shouldn't feed hungry children. It just reminds me that, are we in a society like is Dickensian? It's like being back in the 17 or 1800s. And I hope that we can lift the game above that and find a solution. If the problem is being identified as the money, let's find a solution for that. Because if we find a solution to that, we end up feeding hungry children, and then we have a success. So I wish the bill sponsor well with this. I hope it proceeds. I think it would be a really interesting one to be on the Education Committee to be part of. Unfortunately, I'm not, but I wish it well with it, and I'm sure it will pass here this evening and progress and will get analysed and hopefully passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Timothy Gosson.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Everyone in this chamber wants to do all they can to ensure that no child goes hungry. But we must get issues like this right from the beginning. As legislators, we must ask the hard questions, not duck them, including what exactly is going on in the executive in terms of its spending priorities. At the end of the last mandate, this Assembly rushed through a number of pieces of legislation which, as the Speaker has quite rightly pointed out and others have acknowledged, were not properly thought through. To put that into context, and it's already been mentioned a number of times in this Assembly, is the car parking bill. Who would object to free car parking for those attending appointments and visiting those who find themselves ill? However, that bill, on closer inspection, it was found that the legislation had financial ramifications which were not properly thought through. I believe that this bill is in a similar position, and that danger could be created once again and create a major problem in years to come. This bill takes a discretionary scheme introduced during an extraordinary time, the COVID pandemic, and says the state should fund meals during holidays. There is nothing here to suggest how it should be paid for. However, the interesting point comes when one contrasts this bill and this situation in Northern Ireland with the rest of the United Kingdom. In England, we have the holiday initiatives and food programme known as HALF. Before this debate, I read the government briefing on what that scheme does. Since 2018, the holiday initiatives and food programme has provided support to children in receipt of free school meals through holiday periods. Following successful pilots between 2018 and 2020, on the 27th of October 2021, the government announced a 3-year funding settlement of over 200 million each year for the HALF programme. The final year of this funding settlement was this financial year, 2025 to 2026. The scheme is, in my view, and no disrespect to the bill sponsor, more superior to the one proposed and in front of us here today. And I want to set out why that is. Amongst other things, it ensures that children and parents are involved in the preparation of food and they get support that is appropriate to their circumstances. None of that is addressed in the bill before us today, which merely proposes in Clause 1, the authority shall, in accordance with arrangements approved by the Department during the relevant periods, provide a financial payment in lieu of milk, meals or other refreshment to the parent of a pupil who would normally be in attendance at a school. That is a wide-reaching bill. No guardrails as to how the money is to be spent. Yes, it goes to parents whose children are in receipt of free school meals, but who's to say how that would be spent? No training in food preparation, no life skills gained through a scheme akin to that in England, just more free money for parents, forever enshrined below. Happy to give way.
Yeah, just really going through that, I have a wee quote from yourself when you were having a wee dig at the Minister the last time this was being debated. Will the Minister please tell the UK Government that children of Northern Ireland who would benefit from the reinstated school holiday food grant scheme are just as valuable as the children of Wales?
Yes. This brings me to my point. So the money from that pilot has been sent to the executive. I'm trying to point out to yourself that I believe that would be a better scheme to be rolling out through Northern Ireland. Mr. Martin said when he talked about the 20 million, how do we get the best return for that? Well, this to me is the solution, where we have a scheme that's went through the pilot, albeit we haven't got the figures of how that has worked in England, but to me that is the blueprint and could be the blueprint of what we do here in Northern Ireland. So it's not a dig at the Minister. I'm not saying I'm against giving out the money to help children to ensure they don't go hungry during holidays. What I'm saying here is Is that a better route to go down? Is that a better scheme? And the big question is, the money from that scheme that was rolled out in England came here to this executive. And what do we do with it? Where's the Northern Ireland version of that scheme? So that's where I'm talking about the priorities that we have within the executive. If we had been following what England was doing, we would already have a similar scheme rolled out here in Northern Ireland. And to be fair to the bill sponsor, then we wouldn't require this private member's bill to go through to enact what is actually taking place through the pilot in England. So it's going back to the point of, let's look at the executive. Let's look at the finance minister. So once that money came across, where was that money divvied up and sent to? What was that money spent on? I would say that would be a better version. That would be a more productive outcome. And like yourself, Mr. Baker, I am indeed a backbencher. I don't have intel into what the executive has done with that money. I can't account for it, but it's certainly one that this executive can answer. So how much money came to Northern Ireland, came to this executive because of that pilot? What was that money spent on? What was more important when that money came to the executive than feeding kids? That's what we've heard here today. Money has been allocated from that scheme, came to this executive, and somebody has prioritised that that's spent on something else instead of having a Northern Ireland version of that scheme that you've referred to. Happy to give way.
Just ask the member, then where's his private member's bill to address this?
Well, when I come into this place, the window had already closed. But you're detracting away from the point that I'm trying to make. And I'm not taking away, and I admire what you're trying to do with this bill. All I am trying to point out to you is that there's a pilot scheme in England. So you have lifted what was rolled out during the extraordinary time of COVID, and it's quite admirable. You have brought that to this House. But what I'm saying to you is that there is a pilot has been rolled out in England, and would it be a better value for money alternative here in Northern Ireland? I believe so. That's what Mr. Martin asked. The £20 million, I believe, would be better spent on a parallel Northern Ireland scheme. So Mr. Sheehan talked about what spending priorities, he talked about curriculum or reform, I think was the term. No. It's a case of where did the money go that was allocated to Northern Ireland through the Barnett consequential for that scheme. So why haven't Sinn Féin already delivered this within the executive? The bill that you are proposing is to tackle a problem that we have already got money for. Would you agree? So there's money has been sent here from England, from Westminster, for a similar scheme, but we have chosen to channel it in to other things. So that is a question that every party around the executive table has to answer. How much did we get for the pilot scheme in England, and what did we choose to spend that money on? And I am urging the member, when he's moving his bill, to look at that scheme and indeed try and reciprocate it, if it's possible, further on in the different stages if it gets passed here today. But that is a very important issue for me to support this going forward. I need to have the assurance that the money, where's it coming from? What other areas within education are going to be cut? I've already used my member statement this morning to call on the Education Minister to re-look at the PAN applications or the PAN numbers for non-statutory provision in Northampton and indeed across Northern Ireland. So it would be hypocritical for me to come here today and say, yes, we need to do this, while I'm challenging the Minister. He needs to put more money into pupil allocation numbers for non-statutory settings. So that's where I rest my case today, and I hope during the wind that we'll get some information from your party colleague, if the Finance Minister would like to join us, and confirm to the House how much we got from the half scheme in England, where that money went, and why was it prioritised to other departments within the executive or other target areas within the executive, and not for what you're championing here today. I agree we have to do something in holiday hunger, we have to do something in children's poverty, but what's the best outcome? Is it your private member's bill, or recreating what we already have here in Scotland that they've had their pilot on? So I look forward to the Education Minister summing up, and he can hopefully give us some more details on that.
Thank you, Timothy. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the member for bringing this important piece of legislation to the House today. I like the legislation, but this is obviously quite important, and I met the member about the bill, and obviously happy to support the bill going forward. As he noted, reintroduction of these payments is something that should have been implemented by the Education Minister, but he refused to act, so hence the private members bill. And like many other areas, Deputy Speaker, from housing, environmental protection and equality, members' bills, PMBs are being developed because executive ministers are refusing to act and bringing forward a housing bill, hopefully, Deputy Speaker, because the Communities Minister has refused to act to address the ever-rising cost of rents and the housing crisis. Holiday hunger payments are a cash-first approach, as has been said, that gives struggling families some dignity and control over their finances during school holidays. It was a rare, to be honest, rare and positive measure taken by the Executive at the start of the pandemic that I and most others in this House supported. Over 100,000 children, I think has been mentioned already, have benefited from these payments, but inexplicably, in March 2023, the Department failed to allocate enough funding to continue this scheme, and in the middle of a post-COVID economic crisis, if we've ever got out of that, which also saw the price of food soar, which is continuing to soar because of the war in Iran and other issues. So this was a disastrous decision, Deputy Speaker, that directly harmed children eligible for free school meals. It also put unsustainable pressure on the community and voluntary sector, which was, I think, mentioned in passing at the start of this debate. And the add insult to injury, the EA increased the price of school meals by 50p. May not sound a lot, but when you're talking about a family of 2 or 3 children, this adds up to hundreds of pounds a year, which is unaffordable for so many which have seen real-term wage cuts. Deputy Speaker, the Trussell Trust Food Banks in the North have stated that have distributed was the removal of the holiday hunger payment scheme, and too many families over holidays are filled with dread, thinking about how they will cover the cost of meals, extra meals every single day. And if all of us would hopefully agree, I say hopefully, but I've also listened to the debate quite intently, hopefully agree that working class children shouldn't be expected to go hungry over school holidays, but like I said, some of my members' contributions to my right makes me question whether everybody agrees on that point. David Brooks, the member for East Belfast, at the start of the debate, mentioned this about it shouldn't be seen as a top-up welfare payment. I mean, I took that to be a sort of bit of a derogatory framing of this payment, and pretty insulting to the hundreds of thousands of families who rely on social security. Welfare payments, absolutely. I'll finish the point and give away. Welfare payments should be topped up and increased so that they're enough to live on, but I think it shouldn't be seen as a luxury. This is a necessity for people to survive on. I'll give away.
I thank the member for giving way. The member says he listened intently to the debate. If he had listened intently to my contributions to the debate, he would understand that one of the principles I've argued a number of times is not a derogatory sort of slur on those who are receiving welfare, but simply the principle that I feel that what is being talked about here is in essence a welfare intervention rather than an educational intervention. I mean, that's a principle I've been debating across the chamber today. There was at no time a slur towards those who are on welfare, many of which are my constituents and I help on a day-to-day basis, as I'm sure everyone around the chamber does.
I mean, I listened to the debate upstairs, and if that wasn't how it was intended, then I'll retract, but it certainly did sound quite derogatory towards me, Deputy Speaker, from my standpoint. He also stated the Assembly isn't a factory for nice ideas. I mean, what is it? What is the Assembly meant to do? It's clearly not really legislating, apart from today. There's a lack of legislation coming through, so I didn't really understand some of those contributions, but I think it was an attempt to try and muddy the waters and throw out dead cats to try and deflect from his party seemingly opposite, being opposed to this quite measured but important piece of legislation. Yeah, good way.
The point being was we have a responsibility to look at the budgetary constraints and other issues rather than simply. There are many things that would be nice, things that would be good, things that are right, That is what I was, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the way we're looking at doing it is the right way, or that it is the priority that we need to be taking forward. So I agree. I think everyone's agreed here that poverty needs to be tackled. There's been a discussion in the chamber here today about how we best most optimally do that. But I don't think at any stage, my point around it's not just a nice ideas factory, essentially what I was saying is that we do have to have some context provided and link that in with our understanding of the financial constraints that the executive is under and the budgets are under as well.
Advisor, Deputy Speaker, to be honest, but this is legislation. The parties on my right always decry people talking about Palestine or Venezuela or emotions, but this is legislation and people should vote on this. Who's? Yeah, go ahead.
I thank the member for giving way. There's been some effort here today to create a disconnect between children's education and when they're off school at Easter, summer, Christmas and so on. I mean, I have 2 kids still at school. They come home at the holiday time with packs to work through during the holidays. They also go to take part in various sports events, music events and so on. I mean, how's a kid supposed to do sport during the summer holidays if they're not getting fed? I mean, and these are all connected. How are they supposed to do the work that they're sent home with for the holidays if they're hungry? I mean, it's just so eminently sensible to me. I don't know why other people can't grasp the fact that if a kid's hungry, they're not going to learn. It's as simple as that.
I've 2 young kids myself. One is in nursery, and I made notes for later on, but it makes sense to come on them now. I mean, obviously education and learning just doesn't happen in schools. It just doesn't happen just at term time. And my own son gets sent through tasks or homework, call it what you want, to do at home at Easter time. And obviously people are having to do that. Many kids in our own constituency with hungry bellies, it's thinking, it's using your brain, it's a form of education, development, but obviously currently there's no financial payment to support the family and the child to do that. But also I would extend that to say, what if there are no school books or homeworks being used, say in the summertime? For example, are children still learning? Are they still developing if they're reading non-curriculum books, if they're watching television programs, or even just playing and mucking about? So I would add that into the comments that you stated as well. So just to return to the point, Deputy Speaker, I mean, this is an assembly that's rightly criticised for not legislating. This is a piece of legislation that we support. I would like it to do more, but people should be supportive and vote for it, in my view. I think we need to stop punishing working class children and reinstate this holiday hunger payment in time for the summer holidays. And I think we should, I say this to the member directly, we should be more ambitious and actually look at free school meals on a universal basis all year round. I know he's going to make a point about limited in scope, but I make the point in the debate. I would share the concern, Deputy Speaker, raised by the member for Lagan Valley. I'm going to very paraphrase strongly her comments, so she may want to intervene. It's basically, whose business is it if a parent or a family spends money from this scheme on an extra treat, on an extra trip at holiday times? I would say it's nobody's business, nobody in this house's business to what that's spent on. Are we really going to develop a scheme? And I don't want to give anybody ideas. It's forcing parents to bring receipts down to the EEA or down to the whoever the payments will be issued by. CCTV is going to be scoured to see who's buying maybe chocolate rather than other items. I mean, this is quite absurd stuff. So I agree with her sentiment, although she obviously didn't frame it in the way that I did. And unsurprisingly, there's been a lot of focus on affordability. I would say, Deputy Speaker, the original holiday payment schemes showed that the normally sort of economically stringent and fiscally conservative tight rules could be broken. When obviously there's a health crisis, but when the will was there to break them. They should be broken when it comes to meeting the needs of people. They shouldn't be met and in place to satisfy the British government or the Treasury. So if the will is there, the money will be found, and the will is here in some parts of the House, but not others. And I have a long list of ideas, if anybody wants to listen, of where that money can be found here locally as well. So yeah, I mean, just in conclusion, I mean, I got involved in political campaigning a long time ago now around the issue of making poverty history globally and locally, and unfortunately we're further away from that 20 plus years on, and it's disgraceful that we have 1 in 3 children in my own constituency living in poverty, Deputy Speaker. So we need to address this issue, and the holiday hunger payment scheme won't address poverty, but will take a step in the right direction. I urge members to vote for it on that basis. And my final point is the question around benefits and welfare support that people have made. All valid points, and people shouldn't be impacted if they're on universal credit. They shouldn't be financially penalised to receive a small but important payment. But I think it really shines a light on how broken our welfare system really is across the board. If we're saying a small but important sum of money can potentially lead to people being penalised, being kicked off benefits, or whatever the situation may be. So that's a whole wider debate that I'll not be allowed to get into because the Deputy Speaker, whilst maybe not heard me, but they won't let me go there. So thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I was listening. I know, Claire, you're next. Yeah, I know you're next. So before I call you, I just want to say, as a business committee, well, as the business on the order paper is not expected to be dispensed of by 6, and by the length of this debate even by 7. However, until then, and in accordance with Standing Order 10.3, I'm going to allow the business to continue till 7. We may need another motion from the business committee after that. So it's legislation. That's the way it rolls here. We all complain it's not happening, and now it's here. So don't be given off. Anyway, Claire, you're next. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the second stage of this bill because for me, particularly at this stage, the principal stage, it comes down to something very basic. Earlier today we were talking about rising energy prices and the pressure that it is putting on households. And the reality is that pressure hasn't come out of nowhere, and it's not necessarily new. It's been building for years. What we're seeing now is a slow burn in the cost of living. Added to that, significant global events that realistically we as an Assembly can't control, but are certainly making things difficult for families across Northern Ireland, and all households are feeling it. Some families feel it sooner and they feel it harder because they simply don't have the same room to absorb it. And I think Pat Sheehan talked about middle income families who may not necessarily be eligible for what's being proposed here, but I think it just demonstrates the squeeze that people right across Northern Ireland are facing. And then if we look at the low income families, that's more acute, which is why I think when we have opportunities like this, and bear in mind, we only have these opportunities when the system isn't already working, when the government isn't already putting through these policies. We have to legislate for it, and I think that's sad. I think we shouldn't have to be using something as fundamental as this issue to require legislation to compel the government to do something that's a basic right, which is food. So I think when we talk about it in the context of the rising cost of living, it means cutting back. But for others, that's not simply cutting out luxuries, that's making very real choices, whether they have 3 meals a day, 2 meals a day, or even 1 meal a day. And children are part of that, and I think that's genuinely heartbreaking. And frankly, it's a failure in a region of Western democracy that we're talking about starving children across this region. It's one of the few certainties that children have that when they are in school, they will get at least 1 proper meal a day. And that's something we can rely on. Isn't it sad that that's what we're relying on? But when schools close during holidays, that disappears. And we should never be in a position where a child's most reliable meal depends on the school calendar. I really struggle with the idea that we recognise the need during term time but step back from school holidays, when in many cases the pressure on families is actually greater, the additional cost that comes with having kids at home. And others have talked about, well, is this the remit of the Education Minister because they're not in school? Not my remit, not my problem. But might I remind everybody in this Assembly, this is one government. You all sit around an executive table, hopefully weekly, maybe bi-weekly, you talk about these issues. If there is an issue about this being under one siloed department, then work together. You know, I remember being in a government where we had outcomes-based accountability, and government departments agreed to share with one government department taking the lead. Maybe that's how we progress on this particular issue moving forward, if that's the only objection to this type of problem. And I appreciate that ultimately it comes down to a bottom line, and departments will say, oh, well, that's very nice, but if I'm not compelled to do it, I'm not going to do it because I can't afford to do it. We don't have it within our budget. But again, this is fundamental and this is basic. And you know, this isn't just a Department of Education problem. This is a Northern Ireland Executive problem. And this is a UK government problem in recognising that we need to give more of that money back to Northern Ireland so that we can share out amongst the families in Northern Ireland. And the numbers are great. I think, you know, someone had said that it's 90,000 children are entitled to free school meals. Please correct me if I'm wrong. That is significant. That's not a couple of thousand, that's 90,000. You know, so and this is also not about creating something new, it's about responding to something that we have already seen. So it is possible. We do have context for it. I appreciate it's in a different context of maybe more challenging budgets and a more expensive environment, but does that not give more of an impetus on us to try and support the people that we're here to represent? You know, this is about food. It's about children not feeling hunger. Imagine feeling hunger as a child. And you know, we should be aiming higher than that. It shouldn't be just about ensuring one meal a day. It should be about making sure that children are being properly fed throughout the day, that we're bringing children out of poverty. And I appreciate that we need an anti-poverty strategy that will look across the board, but I'm not saying that. I'm not seeing any other action that is being taken by this government or any others. You know, I've listened to the contributions in relation to if we had 20 million, what we would do with it. The reality is you're not doing anything anyway. So at least if there's action here, at least we're responding, at least we're putting it on record, at least we're actually raising up this issue that is actually affecting a lot of families across Northern Ireland. And I think people listening to this debate today would probably assume that children are not going without, but the reality is they are. Northern Ireland, there are children living in poverty. In Northern Ireland, there are children who are going to school, they're getting their meal a day, and that's all they're getting. And that should really concern all of us. And of course, I appreciate there is a cost to this. But at some point, and others have said it, we have to decide what we are prioritising. And I appreciate that this will be an ongoing cost. If we put this into legislation, departments will be compelled to meet this cost every year. But then we have to look at what we're spending on in other departments. And again, it's not just the Department of Education. The Northern Ireland Executive needs to sit around a table. They need to prioritise a budget together. Yes, they will bring their own remit forward into those conversations. But at the end of the day, this should be about outcomes. It should be about the people of Northern Ireland. And that doesn't fit neatly within education or health or communities. Yeah, please go ahead.
May leave to say it's a very valid moral argument for this payment, but you also agree with me that if we don't invest in the likes of free school meals, that we could see this financial cost at the end of the system, as the members have mentioned about the justice system, people being forced to drop out of education, and would you agree with me therefore that there's a financial impact at the end of the school life, if you will?
Absolutely. You know, it gives me no pleasure to say that in Northern Ireland we aren't strategic, we aren't looking at joined up approaches in terms of our outcomes, that we don't recognise that actually there's an upstream problem to all of this. It's sad that we need legislation to deal with a symptom of the problems that exist right throughout society, but that symptom in itself will lead on to further symptoms, whether it is the justice system, whether it is outcomes, whether it's educational attainment and achievement. And you know, I think all of it is relevant and all of it's in the round, which is why it's so frustrating that, you know, as a member of this House for nearly 12 years, we're still having the conversations about how government departments are not working together. We're still having conversations in that siloed way. You know, I'm not surprised that ministers aren't really talking to one another, but isn't it desperately sad that they are? Because when they accepted that oath and when they became ministers, they agreed to work together in that one government. And if there's one message I could get out to the general public of Northern Ireland is, don't be gaslit by ministers and thinking that they're not all working together. They're maybe not, but they are one government and they agreed to it, and that's the responsibility that they agreed whenever they took on those roles. Look, this bill, it needs work, it needs discussed, it needs explored, and it needs tested. Like, I appreciate it's a private member's bill, but again, if the government's not doing it, then there is an opportunity for backbench members to put forward their own piece of legislation. We're legislators. That's what we exist for. I would like to see much more PMBs coming through. I've got my own coming through. I'm frustrated that it's not moving quicker than I would like. But that's what this job exists for. And if it's not right, the Minister can take the bill on himself, which would be a huge success. He could potentially look at other ways of doing this. Let's not just say that, you know, we can't agree with that and then scrap it. Let's actually look at the problem and start fixing it. It may require legislation or it may not. This stage is about the principle of that, and certainly for me, that is about whether we want children, families, struggling in hunger throughout the summer months, throughout Easter, throughout Christmas, because they're simply not at school. And wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if our Education Minister says, you know what, you're my responsibility all day of the year, 365, not just through term time? Because I recognise that once you're not getting fed through summer, that does have an impact on your education. You know, and others have talked about, you know, after schools clubs and extracurricular activities. That is education. You know, we only have to look at how that develops children individually. It's not just numeracy and literacy and reading that's education. It's development, it's life skills, it's all of those things. And we're limiting that, not just within the summer months, but we're limiting that for when they go back to school. Think how much more developed they would be had we actually supported them in their time off. We are just too slow in addressing the root causes of why children are going hungry. It's not just through school holidays, but throughout the year. As I said, this executive firefights. Too often we are dealing with the symptoms, and in many ways, this bill, sadly, is dealing with a symptom. You know, and it should not be the case. It should never have been the case. And this is something that we would once have taken for granted, that we're feeding our children, but we're not. But given the pressure on public services and the reality that nothing feels protected anymore, I recognise we're in a really difficult budget pressure. But the sad thing is that the things that we always thought would be there, the fundamental services that we as legislators assumed would be taken care of, are not, because people are making really difficult choices in terms of the bottom line. So the only way to protect fundamental services is to legislate for them. So I will support this, the bill at this stage. I think it has a lot of work to do, and I commend the member, you know, for bringing it to the attention of the House. It's sad that we've had to, but I think it's our job here, and ultimately that is to serve the people of Northern Ireland, and in this area, we're not serving them. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. So, members, we resumed this debate around 3:30, and we still need to hear. It's been a substantial debate, it's been a great debate, but we still need to hear from the Minister and indeed the bill sponsor. You can all nip out and go to a loo. I can't, so I'm proposing a 10-minute break. And we should return, I would say, at 6 o'clock. Is that fair enough? Thank you. Okay, members. The sit-in is resumed. I've also received notification from members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sit-in past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10, brackets 3A. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday the 13th of April 2026 be extended to no later than 8:30 p.m.
I call on Sinead Annis to move the motion. The question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can't you have any noes? So, as the motion has been agreed, the motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 8:30 this evening, in brackets, if necessary. Okay? Members, we're going to resume the debate and I call on the Minister for Education to respond to the debate. Minister.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I do welcome the opportunity to contribute to the second stage debate on this bill and perhaps take the opportunity to introduce some reality and also context to the debate. Now, while Mr Baker and I have not seen eye to eye on every issue in this chamber, I don't for one moment question his sincerity in introducing this private member's bill. I've been a member of this Assembly for 16 years. I've watched many come and go, and the overwhelming majority never introduce a private member's bill or seek to change the law or bring an amendment forward to even legislation, and often just bring motions that are not binding, and they speak to them knowing that there's no actual reality to it. Mr Baker's not one of them because he's brought a private member's bill, and that's not an easy thing to do. In taking that forward in terms of the work that is involved in that, and he has engaged, he has consulted, he has researched, and as he goes through this process, and I've no doubt it will move to the next stage, he will have a huge amount of work to do that, and that is not an easy thing to do for any MLA. Now, I will disagree on the substance as to is this the most effective way to do it, and I will go through that. And I know as a minister, when you try to bring legislation forward, people will be critical of it, and at times maybe even I take that criticism too personally, and Mr Baker will have the same, where at times when he is being criticised about this bill, there can be a habit sometimes that you get defensive of what you're doing, and then you feel that as a personal attack and you can respond in kind. That will be a skill set that he will develop, that I'm still trying to develop some 16 years later and haven't mastered it, but it'll be something that he will need to work on that. So I hope he doesn't take what I will say in terms of a substantive response as a personal criticism, because it is not. I do understand the sincerity by which he has brought this forward, and I suspect all members of the House would agree that no child in Northern Ireland should go hungry, not during term time, not during school holidays, and not at any time in the year. But members, this isn't a motion that we're debating. This is legislation, and it requires detailed scrutiny. This bill, in my view, is not an answer to that challenge, and a private member's bill is not how such an issue should be addressed, as a one-off measure taken free from the knock-on implications. If it was the desire of the Executive to address this issue, and Mr Burrows made this point, why was this not in as an executive scheme being delivered by the Executive? And if it was the desire of the Executive to address this issue, it should be a core aspect of the programme for government, that you would then make provision for it in the budget, and then you would legislate it for in a way that reflects that this is a societal welfare measure and not one that is for the Department of Education. This wasn't in the programme for government. This is not one of the priorities contained within it. Special educational needs is. Childcare is. Addressing hospital waiting lists are. Budget allocations are flowing as a result of that. And that's a programme for government that was agreed by the Executive, led by the Sinn Féin First Minister, with the DUP in it. And if Mr Sheehan says this is the single most important issue, why did Sinn Féin not make it a programme for government? There was not one discussion that I was involved in around the Executive table that said this is a programme for government requirement and funding should be allocated to it. That is how this issue, if it was going to be addressed in a comprehensive way that was coherent across all departments, you would have taken this forward. And that's why I say that a private member's bill, as well-intentioned as it is not the best way to address this issue. Despite the worthy aspirations of this bill, there are many reasons to oppose its passage through this Assembly. First of all, I'd like to begin with a fundamental issue, and that is the cost of this bill, which will place an additional burden on my department's already deficient budget, and the consequential negative impact that such a burden would have on the education of our children. As I've said in this chamber on many occasions, my department faces an acute budget shortfall. The Finance Minister's draft 3-year budget would create a shortfall of around £600 million in 26-27, and that increases to over £1 billion in 2028-2029. The Sinn Féin member for South Down said in this debate, Sinn Féin are stepping up, but yet it's Sinn Féin who are starving me of the funding that I need when it comes to education. So we can't, on the one hand, come in here, grandstand, get the social media clip, roll it out with the line that Sinn Féin have stepped up, when in reality, in the executive, Sinn Féin are starving my department of funding in that budget allocation. The level of cuts are simply not achievable without doing profound damage to the education provision that children and young people rely on each day. We've already had to make very difficult decisions, and my department's draft year 5-year budget strategy includes what are even more unpalatable cuts in expenditure. So, and again, when the member for South Down Sinn Féin says the DUP are holding back a multi-year budget, what the member isn't saying is that that multi-year budget creates a deficit of over £1 billion in education. Are people saying that that's what we should vote for? Are people actually saying we should pass a budget in the executive which is going to create £1 billion of a financial deficit within education? What would the devastation look like? So it is not good enough to come in here and say they're stepping up, whenever the reality is very different in terms of the approach taken in the executive. So against this backdrop, this bill would impose a new and recurring statutory duty on my department and the Education Authority to make holiday meal payments without any mechanism for funding them. This bill would have an estimated cost of £20.8 million in this financial year. This is not a one-off cost, it's a recurring annual cost that would rise further. And by 2033-34, my officials have estimated that it would cost £31.5 million per year. Now, without additional ring-fenced funding being... Yes, I'll give way to Mr.
Minister, could you please give me some indication of how you've came to that figure of that? Because that's 10 million different from mine. I can explain how my figures line up.
So, and I think, of course he raises that question, and I don't want to get into the Assembly research officials have all said it will cost this, and now you're casting aspersions on their professional judgment, and I'm saying to you this is what my officials have said. I'm not going to go through that, but I will give you the basis upon which we have reached the conclusions around the costs associated with the bill and how that has been informed, and that will come, and I will address that point, and I'm happy to be questioned on the substance of that. But the figures, without additional ring-fence funding being provided to the executive, these costs would have to be met entirely from within my department's existing budget. That's why, members, I asked the question, will you put your hands up to an amendment to this bill that takes funding from other departments to pay for it? Will you put your hands up and walk through the lobbies to an amendment that says this is ring-fence protected funding before any funding goes to any other department? Department for Justice, Department for Agriculture, Rural Affairs, Department for Infrastructure. We are saying as an Assembly, this is the most important priority. And then we allocate funding to the rest of every department. And we didn't get an answer whenever that question was being posed. You can't just keep passing legislation and then saying, but that's up to the Department for Education to go and figure out how you're going to fund it. That is not credible. The public don't buy that. They expect us to be realistic in our propositions. So for me to be clear, if we vote for this bill, you are potentially removing £21 million from core educational provision in this current year. Put that into context. That's over half the present youth service budget, rising to nearly £32 million by 2033-34. That will result in real and damaging cuts to educational priorities, and that will harm education of our children. That's not a treat. That's harm that's going to be caused. I don't understand how any member could consider this to be a good outcome. And I would say directly to those members, it would be difficult for them to stand in this chamber and object to any cuts that would inevitably result. And make no mistake, in the absence of additional funding for the education budget, by voting for this bill, you are in essence voting to cut education spending. We've been here before, I referenced it, with hospital car parking charges. I was in the Assembly. I voted for the bill just before the election. Sinn Féin brought it through. I put my hands to that. I wish I hadn't have. It was a mistake. That's why we've deferred it not once, but now we're going to defer it for the second time, because the Health Minister has rightly come forward and said, here's what cuts in his department in order to implement it. And the decision has been taken, supported in the executive by all of the parties, that we will support that legislation to defer it. And that doesn't come close to the financial implications of this particular bill. Sorry, Mr. Sheehan.
Would the Minister accept, that there's a qualitative difference between free car parking in hospitals and children who aren't getting food to sustain them?
And I can address this point around making sure that any scheme around tackling poverty goes towards food. But the principle is what we're discussing. We're talking about passing a private member's bill that has financial implications. This isn't free from financial resources being allocated to it. In the same way that we previously passed a private member's bill in the final months of a mandate, and it hasn't been implemented because of the costs associated with it. Private members' bills, in my view, are not best placed to deal with tens of millions of pounds of public funding to ensure that it is being discharged in the most effective way. And we haven't been able to implement that particular bill that this Assembly passed and voted for. So, members, whenever it comes to the funding of this, it does have real implications for the Department for Education. We can't have it both ways. You cannot vote for this bill and then express any surprise about the resulting cuts that would come to the education provision. Alternatively, if we were to maintain the present level of spending on free school meals, we would have to reduce the number of children that would be entitled to benefit from the scheme. Or if this were to be funded from the centre, members should be honest enough to identify where they would cut. Or if they believe that this is justified, propose then an increase to the regional rates in order to fund it. Say to the public, it's the right thing to do, so we're going to put your rates up to pay for it. Now, we're not saying that. I'm not saying that we should put our rates up. In fact, we're sending letters to the Treasury and the Prime Minister demanding cuts in order to address the cost of living crises that we're dealing with. But we want more spent on public services. So we need to be honest in making these propositions to the public around its implications. The bill's explanatory and financial memorandum describes its purpose as alleviating food poverty, and one that I have said is noble, one that we should all want to seek to support in addressing. And as it's a direct financial payment to low-income families to cover food costs when children are on school holidays. Now, at the risk of pointing out the obvious, this bill does not inevitably alleviate food poverty, any more or less than it alleviates fuel poverty. It provides a cash payment to parents, not food for children. Parents will understandably spend the money on whatever is the greatest priority in the family budget at any given time. And I think it was the Alliance member for Lagan Valley indicated that this would help ease the financial burden around potentially childcare costs, heating costs, essentials. The member's right. I'm not disagreeing with the member. Of course, funding that is provided will be able to offset costs associated with other financial burdens that families are dealing with. And therefore, we need to be clear that this isn't going to inevitably deal with holiday hunger and food, because there is no mechanism to ensure that that is the basis upon which the payment will be utilised. We can hope it would be utilised for that purpose, but we can't guarantee it. So I believe that de facto this is a social welfare intervention, one that we can debate about the rights or the wrongs associated with it, and many would want to introduce this. I accept that children being adequately fed during the school holidays, it will help them when they return to school. But that does not make the payment itself an educational intervention any more than a housing benefit becomes an educational intervention, because children learn better when they have a stable home, when they have a good home. The issues experienced by some low-income families during school holidays is essentially the same issue that they have at any other time. They have insufficient income to meet their needs. That is not a problem that the education system is designed or resourced to address. Education can and does play a vital role in supporting disadvantaged pupils during the school day, but the education budget is not a welfare fund. And the member for East Londonderry, who just spoke before me, made the connection about how this can be an education issue. And it's not beyond credibility the basis upon which she makes that argument. But education has also got a role in reducing offending in the criminal justice system. So should I take over the Department for Justice? Education has got responsibilities that go into so many other departmental areas. Should then we emasculate and bring them all into the Department for Education? So I have an absolute role in addressing these issues, but to then extend the basis upon which that we would vote in favour because there is a connection that means the responsibility for dealing with it and resourcing it would only come out of the Department for Education's resources, I don't think is one that is credible, but I'm happy to give way to the member.
Parts of government, and I'm not saying that you take over a department. I'm simply saying you work with your colleagues in government and you work towards a shared outcome. And if one of you has to take the lead because of the way our government's designed, then maybe that's what we need to do. You know, it's not a flippant response in saying that you need to do everything. It's recognising that actually we need a more joined up government.
And what I would say to the member and to members, we do have a anti-poverty strategy. Where is the funding for the anti-poverty strategy? Why is there not an amendment or legislation that would come in and actually say, fund the anti-poverty strategy? It hasn't been given the resources by the executive. I'm part of the executive. So are other members in this assembly. I know the member isn't part of the executive. But there is an anti-poverty strategy. I engaged with the Minister for Communities. Part of that engagement, and I said to the Minister, education has a role to tackle food hunger. Is there a way that we could open up schools and canteens outside of school term time? Could we utilise our school estate to make sure that we are part of the solution and that we can provide access to those facilities outside of school term time? Is there a way for other community organisations that can assist, and we can fund those community organisations to ensure that any investment, and the question was posed by I think one of my members, Mr. Martin, if we had 20 million and we wanted to make this effective for dealing with food hunger, is this the way that you would do it? I would say it's not, but could you use £20 million a year, if you had it, to open up schools, to have canteens available for actually children to come in and make sure it's being used for the purposes of feeding them? Could you fund community organisations, council facilities outside of term time to make sure that that funding actually delivers the purpose by which it's intended? All of that I fed in as a minister to say education's part of the solution. So by no means am I trying to absolve myself of any responsibility or trying not to provide answers to this. I have, and I've fed that officially from my department to the Department for Communities and provided suggestions as to how we could assist in tackling these issues. So there are ways in which across the departments we are seeking to address this issue. So education can and does play a vital role in supporting disadvantaged pupils during the school day. But I've said before, the education budget is not a welfare fund. The fact that the education system holds the data on free school meals entitlement does not make my department the right one for providing what is effectively a form of welfare support to these families. And I believe the history of the previous school holiday food hunger grant scheme matters, as it exposes a fundamental misunderstanding at the heart of this bill. Between 2020 to 2023, the previous executive agreed to deliver this scheme, and it was established at pace in unique circumstances at the outset of the global pandemic. The executive wanted a scheme introduced to ensure children from low-income families had access to food during their school holidays. And as the Education Authority had the data and the payment infrastructure to get money to families quickly, Education was given the operational role of delivering the scheme on behalf of the executive. It was not because food poverty outside of term time was primarily an education matter, nor was it because the executive had made a considered long-term strategic decision that DE was the correct home for this policy. My department, not when I was there, led on this scheme on behalf of the executive simply because the EA could do it at speed, and that was required in response to a global pandemic. I do not believe what was effectively an emergency response should then set future precedent, which this bill would then introduce. The Department of Education leading on the delivery of this scheme was based upon additional ring-fence funding that was provided to my department so that the funding did not have to be diverted from educational priorities. It is clear that even in times of a global pandemic, the executive recognised that these payments were direct financial support to low-income families to cover food costs when children were not in school. That is income support, not education. The executive acted at that time to protect education. This bill doesn't. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, not for the first time with the private member's bill, I also have real concerns that this bill does have significant technical and legislative shortcomings, and that it would require significant amendment to become workable, particularly for the most problematic issues in the basis and design of the core provisions. This is something that I've no doubt the committee can look at. I've no doubt it's something that my department could assist the sponsor member with in terms of drafting and the needs to address flaws within it. But at this stage, at second stage, I want to just outline where I believe this bill, as drafted, is unworkable in terms of the amount of payment that would be calculated. The value of the payment would be based on what a parent would pay for a meal if their child is not entitled to free school meals. In post-primary schools, there is no single value for this, as pupils select the individual items that they wish to buy and pay the corresponding amount at the till. It's therefore not possible on the face of the bill as drafted to identify a single amount for the EA to pay to these families. The bill also refers to the cost of milk, meals or other refreshments. Members, a free school meal does not include a drink, as fresh drinking water is available for free. This wording creates a direct mismatch with existing free school meals provision, with no rationale for this discrepancy. And these are fundamental flaws that go to the heart of whether this bill can be consistently and fairly implemented in practice. And as legislators, we have a duty to ensure that legislation is technically sound and workable. This bill, as drafted, is neither. I also believe the bill significantly underestimates the likely cost of payments in the years ahead, which compounds the affordability problem that I've already outlined. The explanatory and financial memorandum states that the cost will rise from an estimated £20.6 million in the current financial year to £23.2 million by 2033-34. Members, this is based on a 3.5% level of inflation. The reality for the Education Authority is that since 2016-17, its cost of producing a meal has risen each year on average by 7.2%. Yes, I'm happy to give way, Mr. Baker.
It sounded like you said in 2033-34 that would be 23 million. Is that what you said there? So it's not the 33 million you were portraying earlier on?
Oh no, it's your explanatory financial memorandum says that. So I'm highlighting that what you've introduced, it's 20.6 million in the current financial year, and then your own bill says it's going to be 23.2 million by 2033-34, and that's based on a 3.5% level of inflation re-increase. So that figure is not my figure, that's the bill sponsor's figure. I'm saying that the more accurate figure, and I'm now going to give you the details as to what it is and how it has came to the basis on which I've provided the figure of rising to 31.5 million by 2033 is based upon. From 2016-17, the cost of producing a meal by the Education Authority has risen each year on average by 7.2%. That's more than double the rate that's being used by the bill sponsor in his cost estimates. And as was explained in my department's draft 5-year financial strategy, the EA will need to implement a planned multi-year programme of price increases to narrow the gap between its prices and its cost of producing the meals, and that's essential to ensure the long-term sustainability of the EA schools meals service. Under this bill as drafted, such rises would result in higher holiday meal payments, increasing the overall funding required to implement it year after year, and that will go well beyond the 3.5% annual increase that's referenced in the explanatory and financial memorandum. That memorandum also underestimates the likely number of pupils that are entitled to free school meals in the coming years, and also the number of eligible days per year when the payments would be required. Using more realistic projections, that use of 7.2% level of inflations, the figure that my officials have estimated of 20.8 million in this financial year would rise to 31.5 million by 2033-34. This cost by 2033-34 is over a third higher than what is estimated by the bill sponsor, but I have no doubt that'll be an area that the committee will be wanting to explore just to make sure there is accuracy around the figure, and I'll be happy for my officials to engage in that process. So not only is the bill, based upon the financial context that I have outlined facing the department, unaffordable, it's even more unaffordable than the actual explanatory and financial memorandum estimates. Members are therefore being asked to vote for a bill that imposes a permanent duty at substantial cost without any certainty as to how it will be paid for at a time when the education budget is already under unprecedented strain. I believe that this bill also misdiagnoses the problem that it seeks to solve. If a child is hungry, it's not because schools are closed during holiday periods. The cause is that the child's family does not have sufficient income to meet their basic food needs. That poverty did not begin when the school term ended and did not end when it resumed. It also exists on weekends, in the evenings and throughout the whole year. A child experiencing food poverty is not experiencing it alone. The rest of their family will also be experiencing it, and some parents may be quietly skipping meals so that their children can eat. Food poverty is a household problem that belongs to the whole family, and this bill doesn't address that. I would also ask members to consider what this bill leaves out. It leaves out children that are below school. It leaves out children that are below school age. It leaves out the parents that are managing the household budget and sometimes going without. It leaves out the food poverty that exists every evening and every weekend. It leaves out the many families just above the eligibility threshold for free school meals who are nonetheless struggling. Mr. Carroll had asked.
I appreciate the Minister for giving way. Minister, to get back slightly, you said that poverty is a household issue. Would you not agree with myself and many others that it's a societal problem which requires political solutions rather than being just a household issue as such?
I agree, and I've made that point at the start of my contributions that this is noble, it is worthy, it is a cause that all of us should want to ensure that no child is hungry, and that is a wider societal problem, and we know that in many homes there are multiple reasons why there will be food poverty, and there are many causation factors that result in that. No parent, no family ever wants to find themselves in poverty. So there can be no scapegoating and trying to blame parents that they've somehow got themselves into this situation, and we as a society somehow should preside over in judgment and then just dismiss them as it's your fault and we shouldn't support them. That's an appalling attitude for anybody to take, one that I would never subscribe to. It's about what is the most effective way to address these issues, and it's also about being honest around the limited financial resources that we have to make sure that it is being spent in the most effective way. So I'm not disputing the premise upon which the member made his intervention. I agree with it. It's how, though, effectively we address it. We could pass this legislation and address a small part of the wider problem for a small part of the affected population for a small part of the year. But I believe that legislating in this way would actually be creating more problems than I believe it would be solving. I also believe it's important to recognise that this bill tackles symptoms of food poverty, not the causes. Food poverty affects families in different ways and for different reasons. Some experience it for long periods, others periodically. The causes are multiple and the solutions that are needed are multiple to address these. This bill does nothing to make it less likely that the same families will need support with food poverty next year or the year after, or indeed even in a decade's time. It introduces a statutory duty in response to a symptom while leaving the causes entirely untouched. And that's not a sustainable approach to what is a serious social challenge. Food poverty is rooted fundamentally as an issue of inadequate household income and wider social disadvantage. That, members, requires a social welfare solution that is led collectively by the executive. Both my department and EA will be ready to work with all other executive departments to support any properly funded executive-wide actions to help tackle food poverty. But it is much better that these would help to tackle the root causes rather than the symptoms. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, another area of concern that I have with the bill is that it would remove future flexibility. The Executive currently retains full flexibility to introduce measures that tackle food poverty. That flexibility matters because as circumstances evolve and our response to food poverty needs to be able to evolve also. I think this point has a consequence that has not been sufficiently acknowledged yet in this debate. It is not simply that a future, potentially more effective policy to support families in food poverty would have to work around this statutory duty. It is that the existence of this duty could make a future, potentially more effective policy less likely to be implemented. Any executive considering its response to household food poverty would be looking at the cost of that response on top of the over £21 million required through this bill. This makes the financial case for a more ambitious response harder to make, not an easier one. So members who genuinely, and I have no doubt all members do genuinely want to see food poverty addressed comprehensively, should understand that passing this bill actually may entrench an inadequate response rather than help deliver a better one. Members, it's not just about doing things right, it's about doing the right things. And everyone here can agree with the sentiment that's been expressed. We can all emotionally subscribe to wanting to address holiday hunger. But we have to ask the questions, will this bill do it? And will it do it effectively? That requires us to be dispassionate, not to be emotionally attached, and to critically analyse, will we actually achieve the objective? And I believe that when members do that, they will say there is a better way that this should be addressed. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm not here simply just to oppose this, and I want to be clear about what I believe the right response does look like. Northern Ireland needs a comprehensive approach to tackling food poverty for everyone. It's an approach that delivers a whole family, year-round, executive-wide and properly funded solution to food poverty that treats it as a consequence of households having insufficient income. That means more holistic actions to support all members of households in food poverty, not just focusing on a small cohort of school-aged children on weekdays during school holidays. And it means executive-wide commitment and executive-wide funding so that the cost is not borne by our schools and our children's education. The Department of Education will play its full part in any properly structured executive-wide response. But what is unreasonable And what is reckless is to expect that my department carries the cost of this bill alone, an unfunded statutory duty that we do not have the budget to deliver without damaging educational services that these same families' children depend on. In conclusion, I've outlined clear reasons as to why this bill, I believe, should be opposed. The most important being that it will cause great harm by diverting funding from the education budget to deliver these payments. I understand the aim of this bill and the need for a solution to be found for families in food poverty, but this is a blunt instrument that's being applied to a complex and wide-ranging problem that goes far beyond school-age children and school holiday periods. Members may have merit in saying, if only the executive was bringing forward this legislation. I've outlined why it hasn't happened, because it wasn't in the programme for government, and over 90+% of MLAs are in that government, and it wasn't in it. But because it hasn't been brought forward, and because members are frustrated, does not justify coming forward with a private member's bill and wanting to vote for that in order to somehow send a message that, well, if somebody else had done this, I wouldn't have had to brought it forward. If this was an effective piece of legislation which would address the core challenges of food poverty in our society, I would vote for it. I would vote for it. It would create a financial problem for the executive, but if I felt it actually would fundamentally change food poverty in Northern Ireland for families that need that help, I would say this is a priority. But this is not the best way to do it, members, and we should be careful about proceeding down this particular route. As legislators, we have a duty to ensure that legislation is well conceived, technically sound, appropriately funded and directed at the correct public bodies. This bill, in my view, fails on all of those counts. It tackles the symptoms and not the causes. It ignores more than it addresses. It is currently unworkable in practice, and it distorts the primary purpose of the Department of Education. But crucially, it risks making an already massively underfunded education system even less able to deliver for our children. It robs from the education of Peter to pay the holiday meal payments of Paul. And I don't believe that makes good law, and it will not deliver the outcomes that are genuinely needed for families who are in food poverty. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we owe it to families in food poverty to get this right, and we owe it to children to protect the education system that they depend upon. This bill does not meet that test. Therefore, members, I am unable to support it. I will be voting against it, but I know it will go to the committee and their members will be able to interrogate it further. But I trust in carrying out the scrutiny role that we as legislators have to do, that you will come to the same conclusion that I have came to in respect of this particular bill. That in no way is to detract from the genuine motivation of the sponsor who has brought this bill forward. I commend him for that work. It is an honourable thing that he's seeking to do, but on this occasion I don't believe it's the most effective way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Our last speaker is the bill sponsor, Danny Baker, to conclude and wind the debate on the second stage motion.
You'll be glad to know I'm not going to take too much time. Really good debate, a lot of areas covered. At times I thought it was a full budget debate there, but you know, and a very long way of saying no to the bill from the Minister. But look, I really appreciate what everyone has said, and I think I've been very honest from the very get-go when I proposed a private member's bill, going through my own consultation stage of it. I didn't shy away from any of it. I know it will have implications on the Department for Education. Look, this is my bill today, but it's only my bill today, and that's it. It's now in the hands of everybody else. I'm not naive to that. We're going to go into committee and anyone can bring forward an amendment, and I will sit and work with anybody. Honestly, if you can strengthen this bill to make it better. I did take the approach and the guidance from the Speaker's office around what a private member's bill had to be in this mandate. The policy intent had to be narrow, and I could not think of a better place to start to end child poverty. And I think it's a really good and strong bill. I don't think it's poorly drafted at all. It brings flexibility to it, and if I picked up the Minister right when he's talking about the money, it sounds like the Education Authority is going to put up the price of school meals even more in the time ahead for already struggling families. Now, if he does do that, this isn't poorly drafted. That will actually give more support to those who qualify for it. Happy to give away, yeah.
way. Would he also agree with me if there's a comment to say a bill is poorly drafted, it's maybe not the member's fault or any member's fault, it's actually the minister or somebody else questioning the role and the effectiveness of the drafters? Would you agree with that point?
Yeah, I would, and look, everything will always be a learning curve for me as a new member. But as years go on, you learn every single day. But I have tried to think of this in the future as well. I always believe this legislation will be needed. Even if we had universal free school meals in the morning, I think this is needed. And it will always, it will not hit everybody, but it will hit the most disadvantaged. And people talked about evidence here today. Like, I met every single sector that I could possibly would meet with me, and we all agreed. I met every single one of them provided that evidence, and I'm sure we've all been given it because it's been said here time and time again in different motions of what the reality is out there. Now, the thresholds to qualify for free school meals is very low. It is the low-income families. This is targeting the most disadvantaged. Yes, is there people probably just falling just outside of that? Yeah, there is, and that's why I say this is only one piece of a puzzle. Could the Department for Communities come along and bring forward some sort of amendment around, thresholds and lift it up? That would bring more cost to it, but here, wouldn't that be a good thing to do? So we all shouldn't be naive around that either. It is very easy to support motions. I get that, and I know this is an ask for everyone going forward. Bring forward your amendments. Well, and I mean that. I don't think simply doing nothing is good enough. I have not sat here at any stage and could honestly put my hand on my heart and say there's been any good anti-poverty measures in place right now. I don't see it. And if members have a better way of spending £20 million, oh good, happy days. Where is it? Where's your private members' bills? Where's the minister's legislation? Let's debate it, let's do it. I'm giving you something here to work off. As I say, this is only mine today. It's now belongs to every single person in here. I would much prefer the minister took it off me today and implemented it, shake his hand and walk away. Good day at the office. I really would. And that's where I want to finish on. I don't want to go right round the house on everything. I know there's a bit of concern around unforeseen circumstances. I can assure members that I'm aware of every single possible outworking, and I am working parallel on that there, and I'm genuinely not worried at this stage on that. So if that just to relieve any concerns members have, I'm over the detail. I've lived and breathed this for the last 2 years, and the reason why I did pick this, and I did say this in my opening remarks about that young person, the community and voluntary sector and our youth sector are doing the heavy lifting. Saying we'll open our doors in more schools. Come on, folks, our community is doing it. Well, we're not supporting them, and this is what this is about. No child should be filling their pockets during the holiday periods, then going back to school malnourished, because that's what's happening. Then they're weeks and months behind their peers who are lucky enough. And I said about my own children, they don't have to worry about that. An 8-year-old should not have to worry about that. And why is it so important when it comes to education? Because that's their pathway. We still test children at the age of 10 and 11. Come on. Children are being tutored for that test. There's children sitting there with 0 in their belly. How's that a fair system? How are we opening doors and pathways for any child when it's still like that? Can you stand here and say, yeah, I'm going to have to make cuts elsewhere? Yeah, of course, I know it's going to have ramifications. I also don't like when you go straight for the jugular of maybe youth services, because it's not lost on me earlier that youth services is no longer going to be ring-fenced by the department, and that's now an onus on the Education Authority. And Colin McGrath, and I didn't really want to go down this route, but it's something that I know well of myself, and he's a youth worker as well. There's no coincidence that in the times of holidays that there's trouble at interfaces, there's trouble in our communities. Folks, it's a cry for help, because when you open the doors of the youth club and put on pizzas, it's filled. The kids are there, they're hungry. They're not bad boys and girls. They're just being left behind. We have an opportunity to do something here. Now, if you want to say I've drafted it badly, go ahead. If you think you could spend the money differently, grand. Go, show me, do it. I'm going to fight tooth and nail in the committee in further consideration, and at the last stage, I'm going to fight all of you to get this over the line, and I look forward to it. So, folks, thank you for today, and I'll see you on committee on Wednesday.
So, before I put the question, I just want to say I thought it was a very good debate, very well tempered debate. So the question is that the second stage of the Education Holiday Meal Payments Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, noes. No. I think the ayes have it. No. Can't but try. Okay, the question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Order. Okay, members. The question is that the second stage of the Education Holiday Meal Payments Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, noes. No. Okay, do we have tellers? Okay, members. Okay, members, order. Thank you. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Danny Baker and Declan McAleer. Tellers for the noes are Peter Martin and David Brooks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors. Oh, no worries. No worries. Okay, members. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Clerk, could you please read the result?
79 members voted, 55 members voted aye, 24 members voted no. The second stage of the bill is carried.
Okay, so that concludes the second stage of the Education Holiday Meal Payments Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Education, so well done. I just want to take this opportunity to welcome Julie Middleton to the Assembly. You didn't get your feet on the table that long. You're in for your first vote. Okay, so good to see another woman in the chamber. So well done. Members, take their ease before we move on to the next item of business. Thank you.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on continuation of Peace Plus funding beyond 2027. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the positive impact that Peace Plus funding has had on the cross-border economy and grassroots community organisations, recognises the value of Peace Plus with £1 billion worth of funding allocated to 145 projects from the 2021-27 scheme so far, further notes the vital support from the European Union in securing the Good Friday Agreement, acknowledges the agreement in principle from the British Government, the Dublin Government and the EU that there will be a successor to Peace Plus, welcomes the agreement in the European Parliament Committee for Regional Development for a central allocation for Peace Plus funding to be secured as part of the EU's multi-annual budget following an amendment by Sinn Féin MEPs, further recognises that while this will help restore the financial basis for Peace Plus beyond 2027, more clarity is needed on the overall funding amounts, and calls on the Executive, the British Government and the Dublin Government to engage with the European Union to ensure that the value of funding allocated is valued at the same rate or above that of the previous Peace Plus programme.
Thank you, and I call Declan Kearney to move the motion. Moved. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr Kearney, please open the debate on the motion.
The European Union has played a pivotal role in securing the success of the Good Friday Agreement. Since the original Peace One funding of 1995, financial support from the EU has underpinned the progress of our peace process. Over £1.1 billion in Peace Plus funding has been invested in the 6 counties and border counties since 2021. Significant investments across every council district in the north and along the border region have ensured socio-economic regeneration and transformation. And these programmes have empowered and supported young people and vulnerable groups and promoted peace building and inclusion work across our society. Peace Plus projects targeted at health and well-being projects and stimulating local enterprise have provided a vital lifeline for some of our most disadvantaged urban and rural neighbourhoods. In my own constituency, for instance, in South Antrim, we have benefited from the Peace Plus Changer Maker funding project with a recent allocation of £4.4 million allocated to Antrim and Newton Abbey Borough Council. And that is specifically to fund community building activities and infrastructure projects aimed at promoting well-being and reconciliation. In late 2025, my Sinn Féin colleague Kathleen Funchion, MEP, drew attention to the uncertainty of post-2027 Peace Plus funding. Current EU budgetary proposals infer that from 2028, Peace Plus will only be delivered through allocations from the British and Irish governments, with no proposed central allocation from the European Union. This is a significant change, which will have serious consequences regarding the continuity of available funding for Peace Plus programmes. Between 2021 and 2027, the EU contribution to Peace Plus funding has totalled approximately €235 million, allocated through the European Regional Development Fund. The loss of such a quantum will have hugely negative implications for this region. It will create even deeper uncertainty for the community-based groups which have helped to drive forward our peace process. This third sector of our economy has already been abandoned by successive British governments that have failed to live up to their spoken commitment to replace all European funding in the aftermath of the Brexit debacle. British government policy towards the north has resulted in a 64% cut to the funding for our community and voluntary sectors. And the result has been to jeopardise thousands of jobs and critical services which so many of our citizens rely upon. The threat to further loss of investment in delivery of vital community-led services, which include working with victims and survivors of our conflict, employment training opportunities, supports for our young people, and interventions within our most disadvantaged areas must be urgently addressed. An amendment has already been tabled by the Sinn Féin MEP Kathleen Function, and it has been adopted by the EU's Regional Development Committee, which is calling for the central Brussels funded allocation of Peace Plus to be reinstated immediately. A letter to the Vice President of the European Commission from Irish MEPs across all parties has reiterated the crucial importance of retaining central Brussels funding for the Peace Plus programme post-2028. Of course, the challenge of maintaining this financial support underlines the importance of this region having political representation in European Union institutions, particularly when hugely consequential decisions are being made about this place. And this potential crisis is another example of how the democratic deficit caused by Brexit has left us vulnerable and exposed. And yet, the practical and pragmatic solutions, such as EU observer status and the opening of a European Union office in Belfast, continue to be opposed by some within political unionism. Those representatives who seem to never miss an opportunity to cut their own nose off to spite their face. And then they manufacture preposterous justifications for their opposition that such initiatives actually represent existential threats to the constitutional status quo. Nonsense. Instead, through the work of Sinn Féin MEPs, work is being taken forward to address this potential funding crisis. The peace and political processes, as we all know, are still works in progress. But the wreckers' agenda pursued by some in this Assembly and the incessant attempts to disrupt political stability in the North by raking up our past political conflict illustrates that reality. Now is not the time to cut programmes which have been central to the transformation which we have all enjoyed. At a time when the world is increasingly threatened by war and geopolitical instability, and even as the European Union itself moves increasingly towards increased militarisation, investing in peace must take precedence over funding war. So it is imperative that we send a united voice from this Assembly to those within the European Commission and the Parliament who will pay attention to this debate this evening about the importance of continuing full Peace Plus funding. At this time, we need a political consensus in this Assembly in calling on the European Union, the British Government and the Irish Government to remain fully committed to funding the post-2028 period and to help us open up the next phase of our peace process, one which is based upon national reconciliation and national reunification.
Thank you. And I call Philip Brett.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Unionist Party recognises the tangible benefits that Peace Plus has delivered to communities right across Northern Ireland, particularly at a grassroots level, and we do welcome the prospect of continued funding beyond 2027 and agree that clarity is needed on future allocations to give certainty to community organisations and their partner organisations. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, they must be value for money and their outcomes must be a key consideration. As a party, we will continue to engage constructively to ensure the programme strengthens stability, prosperity and community confidence across all parts of Northern Ireland. We will continue to support measures that deliver real benefits to communities, but we will not endorse attempts to politicise what should remain a programme that is focused on securing positive and tangible outcomes for society and for our economy. We welcome the investment, but let's remember, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it's we, the UK taxpayer, that make up the vast majority of this funding. Of course, that, Mr Deputy Speaker, is not referenced in the content of this motion because it does not suit the narrative being pursued by some. 75% of Peace Plus fund, I will in a sec, Dr Aiken, 75% of the funding provided by Peace Plus is provided by the UK government. Not bad for, as the party opposite described them, the big bad Brits.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank the member for giving way. The question I was going to raise, and I think you quite ably put it onto the rest of it, is the fact that Peace Plus funding and the funding before that was always paid by the United Kingdom no matter where you looked at it, because the United Kingdom was a net contributor. So when we were looking specifically at the funding, we weren't actually getting money from the EU, we were just getting our own money back. Thank you.
And Mr Aiken makes the point that I was going to come on to, because Peace Plus is not an EU grant, as some would have us suggest. It is heavily funded by the UK government to a degree of 75%, and indeed the Northern Ireland Executive here in Belfast. It is vital that UK taxpayers' contribution is properly recognised, and I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is disappointing that in the preamble or the countless words in the motion before us today we could have no recognition of the fact that 3/4 of this funding comes from our national government at Westminster. With the majority of this funding coming from Westminster, engagement with our national government will be crucial to securing future investment and funding for Northern Ireland, and our members of Parliament and of the House of Lords will continue to show up and engage on these important issues. While financial support from the European Union has been welcome in the years since, we should not and cannot overstate the role of the European Union in the Belfast Agreement. I read nonsense on Twitter on Saturday when the deranged character Richie Neal claimed that the United States was a co-guarantor of the Belfast Agreement. And then I read this motion this morning to be told that the European Union were vital to securing the Belfast Agreement. And probably give way to the benches opposite if they could articulate the role that the European Union played in securing the Belfast Agreement. No, because no such role existed. The revisionism that takes place in this chamber, Mr Deputy Speaker, is frankly laughable. I may still be young and fresh-faced despite my boyish good looks, but I can remember a time, Mr Deputy Speaker, when Sinn Féin shared the position of this party on the issue of Europe. Where were Sinn Féin on the issue of the Maastricht Treaty? Opposed to it. Where were Sinn Féin on the issue of the Treaty of Rome? Opposed to it. Where were Sinn Féin on the issue of the Treaty of Lisbon? Opposed to it. But once the decision of the United Kingdom to leave the European Union came along, they now claim to be the biggest cheerleaders for the European project. The fact is, Mr Deputy Speaker, their record says something else. I do feel bad, but want to break it to Mr Kearney that no one in the European Union is watching this debate here today. What they're going to do, Mr Deputy Speaker, is file this motion under the same letterhead that they did when we passed a pointless motion here calling for an EU office when they rejected it. When we passed a pointless motion in this House calling for observer status for Northern Ireland in the European Union, they ignored it. So if it makes Mr Kearney and others feel great to say that this motion went through, we will let that be the case, but it's going to be filed under thank you very much. But let's remember that this funding is important, but the overwhelming majority of it is provided by our national government, and that needs to be recognised in this House today.
Thank you. Call Stuart Dixon.
Very much, Deputy Speaker, and indeed I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak on this motion today. And I want to say from the outset that the Alliance Party will be supporting the motion. And perhaps just having recently listened to Mr Brett, it might be worthwhile taking a step back for a moment and actually looking at what Peace Plus actually does. Because sometimes in this chamber we can get caught up in the debate and we actually lose sight of what we're really talking about. 145 projects, shared spaces where communities that spend decades apart now share a building, a sports pitch, a park. Community groups that would never have otherwise have had the resources to do what they do. Cross-border partnerships between people who have found out over the years that working together actually makes sense. And young people in border communities getting opportunities that they wouldn't otherwise have had. That's what we're being asked to support and protect today. Indeed, in my own constituency of East Antrim, millions of pounds or euros have been spent and will continue to be spent and invested in the constituency on community regeneration, peaceful communities and respectful cultural building. This motion notes that there is an agreement in principle for a successor programme beyond 2027, and that, Deputy Speaker, is welcome, and the Alliance Party welcomes it. But an agreement in principle is not a guarantee of funding, and I want to be clear about the specific concern members need to understand. In previous peace programmes, the EU provided dedicated central allocation, money ring-fenced in the EU budget specifically for this programme. That ring-fenced allocation is not in the EU Commission's current proposal for 28 to 34 multi-annual financial framework. The Commission's position as things stand is that Ireland should fund any successor from its own wider EU allocation, and that the British Government contribution should be as before. I have to say I'm not totally confident that leaving it to either of those governments, particularly when you look at the betrayal of the UK Government with regards to the 64% drop in the Local Growth Fund, that we will need a specific guarantee and EU commitment. This is the only way to give our community organisations the certainty that they need to plan for the future. I do welcome the work done by MEPs in the Regional Development Committee of the EU to secure central allocations and any successor programme. That work matters and it is to be commended. But the multi-year financial framework negotiations will not conclude until the end of 2026 at the earliest, and there's considerable road to be travelled before anything is settled. The time for government to make this case is now, not after the budget has been decided and the opportunities for influence have passed. What I want to say today, and it's disappointing that the Executive Office is not here to hear this debate, that the reset of the relationship between the United Kingdom and the European Union represents a genuine opportunity. We have already seen progress on Erasmus, on the emissions trading schemes, on the sanitary and phytosanitary arrangements, and I welcome that the Prime Minister has announced new rules to keep in step with the EU, which will be introduced as secondary legislation. That demonstrates clearly that where governments make decisions, something matters and progress follows. So I would like the First and Deputy First Ministers to hear the message from this chamber this evening, to make decisions about Peace Plus, to make the case for a ring-fenced central allocation directly at the highest level, and not to leave it to officials or correspondents as they're often wont to do. Peace Plus exists because of the Good Friday Agreement. The special EU programmes body that manages it itself is one of the cross-border bodies established under that agreement. This is not a standard EU regional development fund that could be quietly absorbed into a national allocation. It's something unique to this place, building on a unique set of circumstances, and it deserves to be treated by everyone with responsibility for our future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Diana Armstrong.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of the UP, I'm happy to speak on today's motion, and I do so having seen firsthand the tangible positive impact that Peace Plus funding has delivered for communities right across Northern Ireland. I do welcome future funding beyond 2027 in the same vein, but let me be clear from the outset. The success of Peace Plus is not the property of any one party nor any single government. It is the product of cooperation between the United Kingdom, Ireland and the European Union, and most importantly, the communities on the ground who bring these projects to life. That is precisely why it is so disappointing that we are presented with a motion that seeks not to reflect that shared effort, but to appropriate it. We should call this out for what it is. The motion is less about delivery and more about self-congratulation. It is an attempt to wrap a collective achievement in party political branding. The proposers go as far as to explicitly praise their own MEPs, something which frankly speaks volumes about the true intention behind this debate. At a time when public confidence in this Assembly is fragile, when people are crying out for serious governance and meaningful outcomes, we should not be using this chamber as a platform for electioneering. We are sent here and paid by the taxpayer to deal with the real challenges facing our constituents: growing the economy, improving public services and delivering stability. Instead, we are debating another non-binding motion that imitates action rather than delivering it. Peace Plus funding has been transformative. It has supported grassroots organisations, strengthened cross-border economic links and invested in communities that too often feel left behind. And it has played a vital role in rural regeneration, in tourism development and in fostering the kind of stability that underpins long-term economic growth. And for that we are thankful. We must be able to clearly demonstrate the success of Peace Plus support for communities, not just in terms of funding allocated, but in terms of what has actually been delivered. The Ulster Unionist Party wants to see the outworkings of these projects, tangible results that improve lives, strengthen communities and leave a lasting legacy. Given the financial constraints facing the British Government, there is uncertainty as to whether equivalent funding will be brought forward to replace Peace Plus in the years ahead, particularly in the post-Brexit context. I've seen positive examples of cross-border cooperation in my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. I must also raise an issue that is too often overlooked: fairness in the allocation of funding under some of the themes. Not every community starts from the same place. Some organisations simply do not have the capacity, the expertise or resources to submit complex applications and compete successfully for funding. That creates an imbalance where those in need can sometimes be those least able to access support. Let me give a practical example. Enniskillen Rugby Football Club, a highly successful sporting organisation, with recent promotion for men and women's teams to the All-Ireland League. A strong cross-community group with play within that club, and they continue to operate out of a clubhouse dating back to the 1970s, with facilities that are no longer fit for purpose. And despite the clear cross-community benefit and inclusivity of that club, it was unsuccessful in a recent application for funding, and something that's hard to accept for a club like that. That raises important questions about how funding decisions are made and whether they are truly equitable. Mr. Speaker, let us also inject a degree of balance into this debate. As Mr. Brett has said, the United Kingdom has contributed the overwhelming majority of Peace Plus funding, well over 75% of the €1.1 billion programme. And that fact alone should challenge the tired narrative we so often hear that Northern Ireland receives nothing from Westminster. And also, as my colleague Dr. Aiken has pointed out, throughout the UK's time in the EU, we were, unlike the Republic of Ireland, a net contributor. The Ulster Unionist Party recognises the value of Peace Plus. We support the principle of continued funding so that these programmes continue to succeed. However, we will not endorse political grandstanding dressed up as delivery. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Matthew Till.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. An interesting debate this evening, which we're happy to support. We're happy to support the motion. Peace Plus has been a hugely important financial support for this island, obviously particularly for the north and for border communities, as we journeyed from conflict into peace. I welcome the fact that we're able to debate today the continuation. I welcome the fact that there is in principle agreement from London, Dublin and Brussels that Peace Plus will continue. I agree that there is some concern around central funding, and I welcome the fact that MEPs are working on it, so happy to confirm our agreement to all of that. Obviously, it would be, I think, more impactful were we to have the First and Deputy First Ministers either to respond to this debate or, even better, to have embraced this as a policy collectively themselves. And given that it would appear both of the parties of the First and Deputy First Ministers are in agreement with this motion, even if they would slightly present the text in a slightly different way, I think it would have been probably, in a sense, more useful for them to have collectively communicated that agreement either in person or via some other means to London, Dublin and the European Union, Mr Deputy Speaker, rather than us come and debate this motion. Nevertheless, we support this motion, clearly. We are. People have talked about their party's perspectives on this. We are a strongly pro-European party. We have always been a strongly pro-European party. Mr Brett was talking about the history of Sinn Féin. It's perhaps not quite so pro-European as they are now. He talks about himself being old enough to remember Sinn Féin not being so pro-European. Of course, I'm old enough not just to remember the DUP stance on Brexit, I'm old enough to remember a certain MEP from this part of the world getting kicked out of the European Parliament for calling the Pope an Antichrist. Now the DUP are in league with a fellow who literally presents himself as Christ on social media. What a turn up for the books. Talk about meeting yourself coming back. We all evolve over the years. Sometimes I think perhaps certain people should look at their own history and think more carefully before they call out others. Sure, yeah.
I just wanted to say I quite enjoyed that little interaction. Well done, Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't need another minute. It's fine, Mr Deputy Speaker. I don't need another minute. But let me say this, Peace Plus is an extraordinarily important fund. It's extraordinarily important for community groups, voluntary organisations who have benefited from it in the border counties and across the north. As was said, I think very oppositely by Stuart Dixon just a moment ago, this is a unique fund. So while people will say, but the UK were net contributors and a lot of this money is funded by the UK government, and that's true. I have no difficulty acknowledging that. The UK government clearly is a major, and in fact the majority funder, and I'm glad that they, even in the dark days of Tory Brexiteers, were willing to fund this. This is a distinct and unique pot of funding. It has a specific purpose and set of purposes which is distinct from other areas of European funding, and it has helped with the process of reconciliation, and I hope it can help with the continued process, the ongoing work of conflict resolution and reconciliation on this island. I think it would be remiss of me not to mention, because it hasn't been mentioned thus far, Mr Deputy Speaker, that there's another issue in relation to European successor funding, which looms large here in Northern Ireland at the minute, and that is what was a few years ago the loss of European social funding. Now, the European Social Fund was critical to funding things like employability, employment-related support. It was succeeded by something called the Shared Prosperity Fund, which most people in this chamber were not fans of, but that did at least continue the cash amount of funding for a year or two. Those organisations were able to continue that work. Now the Labour government has insisted upon a local growth fund, which is calibrated differently with an emphasis on capital as opposed to resource. That has created an extreme problem for local organisations. But the frustrating thing for them is the UK government's frustrating, short-termist and frankly, I think, reckless and heedless approach has been made worse by the fact that the executive has simply put its hand up and said, talk to them, go away and talk to London, not our problem, not our doing. It's important to note, because people have also talked in the chamber about who paid for what. Whenever the old European Social Fund ended, the executive saved money. That was a match-funded project. The executive match-funded the European Social Fund work on employability in Northern Ireland. Whenever that fund came to an end in 2024, they saved £30 million. We've never found out where that £30 million went. But the community and voluntary organisations who've had to lay people off and stop doing work for vulnerable communities were told, no, we don't have any money, despite the fact that just a few years ago the executive saved £30 million. So when we're accounting for European funding and match funding, let's reflect on that, and let's reflect on the fact that the executive, in conjunction with the UK government, has, I'm afraid, let down those organisations who benefited from the European Social Fund. But in relation to Peace Plus, I hope we don't ever get anywhere near that. I commend the member who brought this motion. I think it's very opposite. I think it's right that we agree that this should be brought forward. But I also think we would be better hearing from the First and Deputy First Ministers, whose voice, collective voice on behalf of devolved government in this region, would have even more impact in London, Dublin and Brussels to ensure this funding continues. But we're happy to support the motion this evening.
Thank you. Call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. So the Assembly is back less than a day and here we go again. Debating another non-binding motion in praise of the EU. The only thing that this motion sets out to achieve is that the Remoaners yearn for outdoing each other as who can be crowned as the chief Europhile. My goodness, I look around this chamber. We have 5 rigorous implementers have turned out for this interesting debate, as Mr O'Toole put it. We hear from those lauding the $1 billion worth of funding allocated to 145 projects from the 2021 to 2027 scheme so far. But one doesn't have to dig very deep before discovering some problems that lie behind the glossy spin and the warm words of Mr Kearney as he opened this debate. All members in advance of this debate received a copy of a document entitled Peace Plus at a Glance. It was included in the briefing pack produced by the Library ahead of this interesting debate, as Mr O'Toole says. That document contains a very startling fact on page 6. These programmes were not designed to deliver the economic developments or provide essential services across society for those communities considered the most disadvantaged, and which remain the most economically and socially disadvantaged today. That is startling. 2 pages later, on page 6 of the same document, it talks about the Peace and Interreg programmes have to date provided €3.39 billion of direct funding into communities in Northern Ireland and the 6 border counties. I know that this won't concern many members in this House who are never too concerned about value for money, but surely even the Northern Ireland Assembly must see the issue here. €3.39 billion of spend, and the area remains the most economically and socially disadvantaged today. Granted that from 1995 to the present day is a reasonable length of time, but €3.39 billion, that's an eye-watering sum. So at what point do you question whether value for money is being spent in these projects or not? Yes, Peace Plus has delivered some great projects, supported some great organisations, but how can those targeted areas still be the most economically and socially disadvantaged today after that type of spend? If you were to take that spend and spread it across the whole of Northern Ireland, it would amount to around €1,800 per person. Yet here it was focused on the border communities, which, by the programme's own admission, remain the most economically and socially disadvantaged. Regardless of whether one wants to face the point or not, it's worth noting that the motion itself acknowledges that agreement in principle has been got to, that there will be a successor. So in essence, this motion is, like most of what we debate in the non-binding motions in this chamber, pointless. This Assembly is simply being asked to rubber stamp something already agreed with the EU and the British government. But sure, it's time well spent as long as the Remoaners get the opportunity to big up their Europhile credentials. Happy to give way to Mr Dixon.
I'm just interested in listening to Mr Gaston and would like to get his assessment as a former member of Mid and East Antrim Borough Council. What value does he place on the £5.1 million that local authority has in this year's budget to deliver peace projects across Mid and East Antrim, part of the constituency which he represents?
To thank Mr Dixon. Yes, I did acknowledge that Peace Plus has supported some good organisation, delivered some good projects, but we're talking about £3.39 billion here, Stuart, not £5 million. That is a small proportion of what has been allocated here. So I want to see value for money. I want to see this money being spent right. But what we've got so far with this money being plunged into border counties, and they're still the most socially and economically disadvantaged disadvantage causes me great concern. I think of this to me rings same bells as communities in transition. Just because you're throwing money at certain projects doesn't mean you're delivering results, doesn't mean you're getting the outcomes and value for money. This is something that we need to pay greater attention to. If this money continues, which the motion acknowledges there is a future scheme, then I want to see better value for money being delivered in the projects that are selected going forward by the local authorities.
Thank you. And I call on Colin Gildernew to conclude and wind up the debate. The motion, you have up to 10 minutes.
All right, last can call you. And I want to start off by thanking all the members for taking part in the debate on what I think we all, or most of us, can agree is a really, really important issue. As my party colleague has set out, Peace Plus funding has been transformational for the North in terms of bringing divided communities together, tackling economic disadvantage, developing skills for young people, and providing money for projects around health and mental health. Since 1994, over $3.5 billion of Peace Plus money has been spent on communities here, creating thousands of jobs in the process and providing a vital boost for our economy. Programmes such as Peace 4 and Peace Plus have delivered real and lasting changes to communities who have suffered greatly as a result of the conflict. So far today, we've heard of many examples of projects which have been funded by peace money, and another powerful example in my own local area is the South Tyrone Empowerment Programme, which supports vulnerable people to access vital services in the South Tyrone area. Another very positive example of Peace Plus funding is cooperation and working together, known as COT, which has been crucial in strengthening cross-border healthcare right along the border corridor. This has been instrumental in supporting the establishment of life-saving services such as the North West Cancer Centre in Derry and many other vital cross-border physical and mental health services. These examples serve as a reminder of the huge benefits which the North enjoyed as a member of the European Union prior to Brexit. It cannot be underestimated or understated just how vital it is to so many communities that EU peace funding continues after the conclusion of Peace Plus in 2027. The removal of this funding next year would be absolutely catastrophic in terms of its impact on vulnerable people. I think the timing of the debate today is very appropriate given all of the issues which the community and voluntary sector are facing with the Local Growth Fund, which the British Government promised would fully replace lost EU funding, but as we all know, has failed miserably to live up to. Since Brexit, Sinn Féin has been fighting hard within the European Parliament to have the Peace Plus programme extended beyond 2027, and the confirmation in principle that there will be additional funding beyond next year is hugely welcome. However, with the 2027 deadline fast approaching, we now urgently need to see proposals for a replacement scheme brought forward, and crucially, we need confirmation of the quantum of funding which is likely to be provided. Many community organisations will be anxiously wondering if their funding will still be in place beyond 2027, and they deserve to have some clarity about what lies ahead. I'd urge everyone to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, that takes us to item 6 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.